Part 2. My parents are billionaire entrepreneurs, but they have been hiding the family situation from me since I was a child. After being dumped by my ex-girlfriend, I started pursuing my senior. We not only experienced the fireworks of life together in the vegetable market, but also interacted intimately in the mall, holding hands, hugging waists, taking photos, and even almost kissing in an ambiguous atmosphere. However, when she accidentally found out that I was the son of a billionaire. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. After the student union recruitment was over, Lin Sun and his friends walked back to the dormitory leisurely. Seniors from the chess club, martial arts association, and other clubs arrived one after another, but Lin Sun only signed up for the student union. His friend Lu Gang was a little interested in the honor guard, while Go Xingli wanted to join the cheerleading team just to see the beauties. Lin Sun teased, "Brother Go, does the cheerleading team recruit men?" Go Xingli smiled and said, "I just want to join the group to see the girls." Lin Sun had no choice but to continue chatting. Late at night, Lin Sun was lying on his bed, thinking to himself that since he met his senior sister Su Qingshi, his expectation for chatting has been increasing day by day. He sent a message, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Su Qingshi's reply was always so tacit. As they chatted, Lin Sun mustered up the courage to tell her that he had signed up for the student union. Su Qingshi was surprised and reminded him that the student union was very complicated, implying that she was worried that he would get hurt. The next day, Lin Sun was in a good mood and was about to go to the senior's rental house. His roommates were shocked. "You two are developing so fast." Go Xingli joked, but Lin Sun corrected him. "I'm just going to her rental house." Everyone's eyes widened, full of envy. Lu Gang sighed. "Brother Lin is not far from being single," Go Xingli seriously suggested. "If Brother Lin is single, the dormitory won't be able to accommodate him." Just as Lin Sun was walking towards the south gate, a white Audi suddenly stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Su Qingshi's beautiful face. She said coldly, "Get in the car." Lin Sun's heartbeat accelerated instantly. "Senior, this road doesn't seem to lead to the rental house, right?" Lin Sun asked in confusion. Su Qingshi replied calmly, "Let's go somewhere else first." Soon, they arrived at the bustling vegetable market. The vegetable market? Lin Sun suddenly realized that the senior sister was here to buy vegetables. Su Qingshi said calmly, "There is no vegetable at home. I want to see what to eat for lunch today." Hearing her say this, Lin Sun felt that the two of them were like family, casually chatting about trivial matters. "What are you daydreaming about?" Su Qingshi asked suddenly. Lin Sun came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's okay. Let's go and see if there's anything delicious." He thought to himself that he really wanted to hold the senior sister's hand, but he didn't dare to. In the market, Su Qingshi's beauty attracted many eyes, and Lin Sun was a little nervous. Facing the pointing and talking of the crowd, he whispered, "Senior sister, I feel like we are rare animals." Su Qingshi smiled and said, "You think too much. Young people are just here." At this time, Lin Sun's left hand was suddenly covered by a warm little hand. He was stunned for a moment, and it turned out to be the senior sister holding his hand. "Are you still nervous now?" She looked at him, her ears slightly red. Lin Sun became even more nervous, as immature as a frightened deer. But he felt that the senior's hand was extremely gentle. "Senior, I want to hold your hand," he said subconsciously, but Su Qingshi smiled and replied, "You wish." Lin Sun's face suddenly became bitter. At this moment, Su Qingshi's smile made his heart flutter, as if the gap between the two was gradually melting away. "Let's go, or we'll be late for dinner." She broke the silence. Lin Sun smiled brightly. "Okay." He was in a good mood and felt that the presence of the senior sister was like a dazzling star. "Boss, how much is this fish?" he asked casually. Su Qingshi was very interested in Christian carp, while Lin Sun had a special liking for tilapia. Su Qingshi said calmly, "I'm not picky, as long as you cook it well." This sentence warmed Lin Sun's heart, and he decided to buy the tilapia. When checking out, the boss asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, "No, this is my senior." The boss was surprised. "You look like a good match." This made both of them feel a little shy. Next, Su Qingshi bargained in the vegetable market, which impressed Lin Sun. "Senior sister, you are so good." He couldn't help but praise. Su Qingshi looked at him and smiled slightly. "You don't know how to bargain?" Lin Sun was full of confidence. "Yes. Watch me show you." As he said that, he walked towards the vendor with a confident face. At this moment, Su Qingshi looked at his back with a look of admiration in her eyes. The tacit understanding between the two seemed to be quietly heating up at this moment. It was already 1 in the morning when they returned to the rental house. Lin Sun quickly carried the ingredients to the kitchen, and his busy figure seemed particularly neat and tidy. Su Qingshi looked at the back of his junior in the kitchen and was secretly delighted in her heart. This kid really treats this place as his own home, and he is so skilled. She was not idle. She put the extra vegetables in the refrigerator and started to cook. Just like last time, the amount was just enough for 2 people. While preparing the tilapia, Lin Sun joked, "I'm not a cooking god. I just eat well. It's good enough that it's edible." Su Qingshi smiled slightly, feeling warm in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered the warmth she felt when he cooked for her last time, and she was a little distracted. Looking at Lin Sun's busy appearance, she realized that she had become accustomed to this lively atmosphere. "Why are you in a daze again?" Lin Sun turned around and saw Su Qingshi standing at the door. He reminded her, "Be careful, don't fall like last time." When Su Qingshi mentioned the accident, she was slightly startled, and an unnatural blush flashed across her face. Lin Sun was busy turning the pot, but he thought to himself, "Senior sister's face looks really good." The meal was finally ready, and it was delicious. Su Qingshi couldn't help but praise. It's rare to find a boy who can cook nowadays. If you have a girlfriend in the future, you will definitely spoil her to death. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Of course, as long as I can do it, she will be blessed. Then if you have a girlfriend who will cook? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows slightly, as if testing. Of course it's me, Lin Sun said solemnly, thinking to himself, is the senior sister hinting at me? How much can you drink? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. I didn't buy any wine. Lin Sun was stunned. It's in the refrigerator. She then took out a can of beer, her eyes indifferent, but with a hint of playfulness. Senior, do you drink alcohol? Lin Sun asked in surprise. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, drinking something helps me fall asleep. She smiled easily. Then cheers. Lin Sun raised his glass enthusiastically. After the 2 clinked glasses, the food was swept away in the warm atmosphere. The task of washing the dishes fell on Lin Sun, while Su Qingshi sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Although the rental house was small, it seemed warm and comfortable. When Lin Sun walked out of the kitchen, his eyes were attracted by Su Qingshi's slender legs, and he thought to himself, Senior sister's figure is really amazing. His face unconsciously showed intoxication. What are you looking at? Su Qingshi turned around and met Lin Sun's eyes and asked teasingly. I didn't see anything. Lin Sun came back to his senses in a hurry, thinking to himself, my senior sister's feet are so beautiful. How embarrassing. I wear size 38. Su Qingshi responded indifferently, as if she noticed his thoughts. Just as I thought. Lin Sun laughed dryly, thinking to himself, senior sister's feet are so perfect. Don't you guys like petite girls? Su Qingshi looked at him, as if testing him. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Sun was sweating profusely and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Okay, I'm going to bed. Su Qingshi stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. Then I'll go back first. Lin Sun was a little confused. Su Qingshi stopped and asked, Are you free tonight? Yes, senior sister. Lin Sun nodded quickly. Then I'll just sleep here for the whole afternoon. Will it have any impact? She said seriously. Of course not. Lin Sun was excited, understanding that this was a tacit understanding. So he decided to stay, secretly planning in his mind. Lin Sun woke up in a daze on the sofa, wondering, is this considered living together? He was wrapped in the warm blanket of the senior sister, thinking back to her invitation, and couldn't help but feel proud. Hey, that's great. Just then, the door opened gently, and Su Qingshi came out in her nightgown, her eyes blurred, and she woke up instantly. She shouldn't have let a boy stay here, but at this moment, seeing Lin Sun's well-behaved sleeping face, she actually had a desire to protect him. Lin Sun was immersed in a beautiful dream, and was suddenly awakened by the feeling of being caught. He opened his eyes blankly and saw the calm eyes of the senior sister and panicked instantly. Senior sister, He wanted to explain, but he could only stutter. Su Qingshi smiled faintly, turned and walked away, leaving him confused. As time passed, Lin Sun gradually adapted to this wonderful intimacy and even felt a sense of inexplicable happiness. His phone vibrated, and a series of teasing came from the dormitory group. His roommates' jokes made him laugh out loud. At this moment, the news from senior sister Jiang caught his attention. Even Su Qingshi was surprised to learn that he was in Su Qingshi's rental house, which made Lin Sun even more proud. What secrets are there in the senior sister's room? At this time, Su Qingshi walked out of the bathroom, and the fresh and elegant breath instantly filled the entire space. Lin Sun was stunned, and his heart was beating wildly. He felt the charm of the senior sister's temperament, and thought to himself, could he really capture the heart of this goddess? But when he entered the bathroom, everything in front of him put him in a dilemma. Those gauze clothes made his cheeks turn red instantly. He swallowed secretly, feeling so nervous that he even forgot to wash his face. The intimate secret of the school sister. Lin Sun secretly glanced at the senior sister's clothes and thought to himself that the senior sister really had the royal sister style. After washing his face and returning to the living room, his eyes lit up instantly. Su Qingshi was wearing a black t-shirt and tight jeans, and her slender legs were particularly attractive. With a high ponytail, silver-rimmed glasses, and light makeup, she was incredibly beautiful. Senior, are you nearsighted? He couldn't help but ask. These glasses are just decorations and have no prescription. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. This outfit is so beautiful. Lin Sun gave a thumbs up. Handsome is used to describe boys. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Then I'll change my words. It's so beautiful. Lin Sun quickly changed his words. Let's go. She turned around, and they walked out the door together. It was late at night, and the breeze was blowing gently. Lin Sun asked with concern, Senior, do you want to go back and get a coat? No need, it's not that cold. Su Qingshi's answer made him feel at ease. Where are you going? Lin Sun asked. Let's go eat first. Su Qingshi said. Their stomachs growled with hunger, and they walked all the way to the noodle shop. The restaurant was well decorated, and Su Qingshi undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the boss looked at her a few more times. Lin Sun had long been accustomed to such looks and tried to remain calm. What would you like to order? The waiter asked enthusiastically. Signature rice noodles. Su Qingshi ordered 2 servings in one go. I'll have one too, with more chopped green onions. Lin Sun quickly followed. While waiting, Lin Sun suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to buy some milk tea. Then he rushed out the door. A few minutes later, he came back with 2 cups of milk tea. Senior, this is for you. He handed her the lemonade, feeling secretly proud. Thank you. How did you know I like this one? Su Qingshi was surprised. I saw you finish drinking in the mall last time, and I remembered it. Lin Sun said with a smile, feeling happy. After the rice noodles were served, the two began to enjoy them. Lin Sun silently watched Su Qingshi, thinking that she ate elegantly, and couldn't help but steal a glance at her. You eat so well. He couldn't help but praise. Su Qingshi smiled faintly, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. After dinner, the two stood up, and Su Qingshi asked, Where are we going? Lin Sun was startled, thinking that he was not familiar with this area. Let's go shopping in the mall? Okay. Su Qingshi nodded in agreement. After paying the bill, Lin Sun followed the senior with his milk tea in hand. Suddenly, Su Qingshi turned around and extended her hand. Give me the milk tea, she said lightly. Ah! Lin Sun was a little confused. He quickly handed it over, his face slightly hot. Thank you. Su Qingshi took the milk tea, and a smile appeared on her lips. Senior, are you planning to go home during the National Day? Lin Sun asked. Su Qingshi hesitated slightly and replied, I want to relax. Where is senior sister's family? Lin Sun asked curiously. My brother is busy with work and hardly ever comes home 365 days a year. Su Qingshi said calmly. Why? Lin Sun asked. Because as soon as he returned home, my mother arranged for him to go on a blind date. She shook her head helplessly, with a look of boredom on her face. This is too exaggerated. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. That's right, I really have 3 blind dates a day. Su Qingshi smiled helplessly, but there was a gleam in her eyes. Lin Sun thought to himself, is this the life of my senior sister? 3 blind dates in one day. This really made Lin Sun a little embarrassed. The senior sister's mother was really anxious to marry her son off. According to the senior sister's appearance, her brother should not be bad either. Why was he forced to go on a blind date? Do you think that no one wants my brother? Su Qingshi seemed to see Lin Sun's confusion and said lightly, No, the senior sister's brother must be very popular, right? Lin Sun explained quickly. Su Qingshi nodded. Yes, but those girls who went on blind dates often came to his house later and even found out where he worked, but my brother always avoided them. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother-in-law really didn't want to find a wife. What about the senior sister's mother? My mother works in an administrative unit. She is busy during weekdays, so she takes the initiative to apply to cover for me during holidays. Su Qingshi said, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. At this moment, in the summer night sky, the twinkling stars were like fine sand forming a Milky Way. The breeze blew gently, lifting Su Qingshi's hair. Lin Sun's heart softened, and he really wanted to hold her hand and walk together under the starlight. The two of them arrived at the mall, and Lin Sun looked excitedly at the claw machine not far away. Senior, do you want to grab a doll? Su Qingshi's face froze, but she wanted to rush forward. I'm not interested in it. She pretended to be calm, but she muttered in her heart, I must win this time. She walked towards the balloon shooting game next to her, and after asking the boss, Lin Sun looked at the rules and decided to try it first. Boss, give us $100. Lin Sun said. Then he took a gun in his hand and started aiming. The first shot hit the target. Su Qingshi's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lin Sun was excited and hit a few more times, but Su Qingshi only hit 3 times in one round. What's going on? Lin Sun was a little worried. Su Qingshi's eyes flickered, and she knew that she was trapped by the gun problem. She continued to play, and the anxiety on her face became more and more obvious. It's the last round, senior sister, come on, Lin Sun encouraged. I want to take down the doll by myself, Su Qingshi said stubbornly, with an unyielding light in her eyes. She adjusted her breathing, set her goal clearly, and aimed again. At this moment, Lin Sun approached, gently pressed against her back, and wrapped his hands around her gun holding hands. Senior, let me teach you. Su Qingshi froze, and the gentle male voice in her ear made her heart beat faster. Countless images flashed through her mind in an instant, but at this moment she just wanted to focus on the balloon in front of her. Stay steady and relax, Lin Sun whispered, and Su Qingshi's mood gradually calmed down with his encouragement. Finally, she fired steadily, and the balloons burst one by one, with a smile on her face. Lin Sun's heartbeat also accelerated with her success, and their eyes met at this moment, and it seemed that something had quietly changed. I did it! Su Qingshi smiled excitedly. In the bustling mall, Lin Sun stood tall, and just as he wrapped Su Qingshi in his arms, the girl's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the voice in her ears gradually became blurred. She opened her eyes slightly, with mixed feelings in her heart. Why did this guy suddenly come close to me? Lin Sun felt her nervousness and said in a trembling voice, Senior. His heart was also churning. This move had troubled him for a long time, but he didn't expect to actually do it. The bosses around him turned around silently, thinking, I'm really eating dog food every day. Su Qingshi responded slightly, but a trace of confusion flashed across her face. Seeing this, Lin Sun decided to change the subject. Senior sister, your gun-holding posture is wrong. It should be like this. He patiently guided her to adjust her posture and gradually let her relax. Aim and pull the trigger. As soon as Lin Sun finished speaking, Su Qingshi's gun fired. The balloon burst, and an excited smile instantly bloomed. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel proud. Not bad, 2 more shots. Each of the following shots hit the target accurately, and Su Qingshi became more and more confident, even forgetting the existence of Lin Sun. In the end, she successfully popped 11 balloons, and the boss smiled with satisfaction. Although the business was damaged, he felt sweet in his heart when he saw the enthusiasm of the young people. You could choose a medium-sized doll and a small-sized doll. The boss voice interrupted their excitement. The two looked at each other and then began to choose dolls. Lin Sun chose a light blue dolphin, while Su Qingshi aimed at a pink medium-sized dolphin. Why did you choose dolphin? Lin Sun asked curiously. Change the style. Su Qingshi replied calmly, but there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. The boss did not forget to tease. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, are you coming again? But Su Qingshi shook her head and suggested changing the place. The two walked towards the second floor of the mall, but Lin Sun was surprised to find that Su Qingshi actually walked toward a clothing store. The owner was immediately amazed by the two people's looks. Su Qingshi took a blue short-sleeved shirt and handed it to Lin Sun. Try it on. Lin Sun took the clothes, feeling nervous. Should I try it here? There's a changing room over here. The boss responded with a smile. Lin Sun walked into the changing room, thinking that this dress was chosen by the senior, so he was willing to wear it even if it didn't look good. When he came out, Su Qingshi showed a satisfied smile, and the boss praised half-jokingly. "Handsome boy, this clothes suits you very well." Su Qingshi's face turned red immediately, and her pretty face was particularly moving. Lin Sun felt sweet in his heart, secretly rejoicing. "It seems that we are really a good match." Lin Sun felt as sweet as if he had eaten candy. It was not the first time that he and his senior sister were mistaken for a couple when they walked together. Was this a coincidence? No, it was the truth. Under Su Qingshi's help, Lin Sun tried on several sets of clothes and was pleasantly surprised to find that these styles were unexpectedly suitable. Every time he changed into a set, Su Qingshi would smile with satisfaction, which made him secretly happy. "You are quite suitable for these styles," she said softly. Lin Sun waved his hand and bought several sets without hesitation. Although he spent several thousand yuan, his current wealth is not small, especially to make the senior sister happy. When passing by a women's clothing store, Lin Sun suddenly asked, "Senior, do you want to look at some clothes?" Su Qingshi shook her head, but he gently pushed her into the store. Unexpectedly, she was not disgusted, but rather a little excited. She picked up a blue skirt worth 9,999 yuan, which was the hot-selling model of this store and suitable for all occasions. Lin Sun saw a flash of love in her eyes and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Senior, try it on and see if it fits you?" Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment and finally decided to give it a try. Lin Sun took the opportunity to get close to the boss and asked something mysteriously. A few minutes later, Su Qingshi walked out of the fitting room, and Lin Sun was immediately stunned. She was wearing that skirt, like a fairy descending from the sky, with a noble temperament, which made him stunned. "How is it?" Su Qingshi asked calmly. Lin Sun stammered. Good looking. Wipe your saliva." She laughed and teased. Lin Sun realized that he had lost his composure and quickly raised his hand to wipe his mouth. But his heart was filled with sweetness. At this time, the boss praised excitedly. "This skirt is tailor-made for you." Su Qingshi smiled slightly, knowing that she really liked this skirt. The boss even suggested taking photos for publicity. Su Qingshi refused at first, but Lin Sun encouraged her. "Senior sister, you are really beautiful." In the end, she agreed. "Okay, but I'll shoot with him." Su Qingshi pointed at Lin Sun. The boss was immediately delighted, but Lin Sun was shocked. This sudden opportunity made him stunned. Is this true? The huge surprise came suddenly, and he was not prepared at all. Lin Sun was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his senior sister Su Qingshi would invite him to take a photo together. He looked down and saw that he was dressed a little rustic. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Change your clothes. I'll invite you to try them on." Seeing this, the boss quickly prepared a black plaid jacket and pants for Lin Sun, instantly turning him into a handsome little star. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. The boss looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Sun stood next to Su Qingshi, close enough to smell her fragrance, and his heartbeat quickened. "You two, come closer. Why are couples standing so far apart?" the boss urged helplessly. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi looked at each other. Su Qingshi tilted her head slightly and said nothing. So, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and took a big step towards her, thinking to himself, "Just this once, there is nothing to be afraid of. Come closer." The boss continued to urge. Lin Sun moved closer, and at this moment, the two could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Su Qingshi felt a little flustered and felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She regretted suggesting taking a photo together. "Okay, please put your arms around your girlfriend's waist and face the camera." The boss's voice interrupted their thoughts. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi nervously. "Senior, how about we not shoot anymore?" Su Qingshi smiled faintly. "I think it's okay." Lin Sun's heart tightened, and he wanted to respect her idea. "It's just a touch of the waist. A piece of meat is inevitable," Su Qingshi said calmly, but there was a subtle expectation in her voice. "Hurry up, handsome guy," the boss urged. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He gently placed his palm on Su Qingshi's slender waist, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Su Qingshi suddenly froze, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. The moment their eyes met, Lin Sun felt distracted and forgot how to pose for the photo. The boss was delighted when he saw this and quickly took photos to record the dazzling couple. "Great!" the boss couldn't help but exclaimed, interrupting the two people's thoughts. "Ahem, Then you can continue. The boss smiled awkwardly. Su Qingshi said softly, I'll go change my skirt first. Lin Sun immediately became nervous. What's wrong, senior? Don't you like it? You want me to wear this back? She raised her eyebrows slightly. Lin Sun suddenly realized and quickly said, Oh, then senior sister, go change it quickly. After Su Qingshi changed her clothes, she walked out of the fitting room. Lin Sun couldn't wait to ask, Boss, how is it? Of course, the boss said confidently. When seeing the photos, Lin Sun's eyes sparkled with admiration. These photos were priceless. Remember to send it to me, he said impatiently. When checking out, Lin Sun paid $7,000 for the skirt without hesitation, and the boss was grinning from ear to ear. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi called him. Senior. Lin Sun turned around and saw her slightly complicated eyes, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Have you paid? She nodded slightly. Since my senior likes it, I bought it. Lin Sun did not hide his feelings at all. The two walked out of the mall, the evening breeze blowing gently. Su Qingshi took the initiative to share the bag. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart and asked, Are you cold, senior sister? A little bit. Her voice was as soft as the breeze. Lin Sun held her hand, his heart beating faster, and said casually, Is it still cold now? Su Qingshi silently felt the warmth of his palm. Her heart was full of ups and downs, but she had no intention of refusing. The two of them walked along the way. The atmosphere was ambiguous like a drizzle. Senior, you are so beautiful. Lin Sun spoke softly, with a hint of magnetic vibrato. Su Qingshi's long eyelashes trembled, and her breathing became heavy. Lin Sun's gaze moved down and landed on the senior's lips. My senior's lips seem a little dry. What should I do if I want to moisten them? There was a voice in his head telling him to keep kissing her like that. He couldn't help himself and was inspired by what he felt. The senior student wouldn't blame him, right? For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous, and Comrade Lin Sun's gaze gradually became dangerous. Su Qingshi sensed his passion, but her body seemed to be frozen. She was still conscious, but she could not control herself. She knew that she might have fallen in love with this younger student. When did it start? She didn't know. Maybe it was the first time she sang with him. Maybe it was the first time she walked through the rain with him. Maybe it was the first time she cooked with him. As it got darker, there were more people on the road. A man and a woman were walking hand in hand on the sidewalk. Passers-by couldn't help but look at them, with amazed glances one after another. Both of them are very good-looking, and can be said to be a very eye-catching couple. All the male compatriots wished that they were the ones being held by that beautiful lady. Did this guy save the solar system in his previous life? How could he be favored by such a beautiful woman? Lin Sun held the senior's hand and basically didn't speak along the way. The atmosphere was still in an ambiguous state. Su Qingshi did not refuse Lin Sun's offer of hand-holding, and seeing that he did not refuse, the latter did not let go either. It was tacitly accepted that he was a senior. The two of them felt like a real couple at this moment. Senior, is the thing heavy? How about I take it? After walking for a few minutes, Lin Sun asked the senior. He noticed several times that there was something strange about the senior sister's hands when she was holding things. It was a small movement to adjust because the things were too heavy. He also saw that there were marks on the senior sister's fingers. Su Qingshi shook her head. It's okay. I'll just take it. It will be here soon. In fact, her hands were already a little numb. The thing is not very heavy, but carrying it with one hand all the time can easily cause blood circulation problems. Lin Sun ignored her stubbornness, subconsciously let go of her hand, and took the things from the senior sister's hand. Compared to holding hands, he didn't want to make the senior sister tired. As for holding hands, there's a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Qingshi had nothing in her hands, and she felt strange. The hand that held the thing felt relieved, while the hand that was held felt a breeze, and a cool breeze blew over it. That is the effect of sweat being evaporated. She actually walked hand in hand with her junior for so long. This stretch of road only took a few minutes, but she felt it took half an hour. But is this what it feels like when a boy holds your hand? Very reassuring and safe. Su Qingshi couldn't help but glance at Lin Sun, who was carrying something. The boy was quite tall, but she was also tall. In comparison, Lin Sun was not very tall in her eyes, but he gave her a sense of security. What's going on? Is it true what is said on the internet? Is beauty in the eyes of the beholder? The two returned to the rental house in silence. After entering the room, both of them felt a sense of tiredness. Su Qingshi walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning back, revealing her graceful curves, and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Sun put the things on the table, thought for a moment, and said, "Senior, I'll go back to school first. It's already quite late now. He can't disturb the senior sister's rest, right?" Su Qingshi opened her eyes and glanced at Lin Sun. "Come and sit down for a while and take a rest." It was quite tiring for him to help carry the things, so how could we possibly let him leave in a hurry? Lin Sun sat obediently next to his senior schoolmate. He was indeed a little tired. Su Qingshi turned on the TV, took off her shoes, put her feet on the sofa, and watched TV attentively. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of the TV could be heard. Comrade Lin Sun was still thinking about what they had experienced tonight. Holding hands, hugging waist, flirting. It seemed like he and the senior had done something beyond friendship. But the senior student was not angry, but acquiesced to his behavior. Lin Sun felt like he was dreaming. He had never thought that these things would happen to him before, but he didn't expect that the gears of fate would turn so quickly. Suddenly, Lin Sun felt the phone in his pocket vibrate, followed by a series of vibrations. He thought someone was calling him, so he took it out and saw that it was a friend with the name Boss who sent him a picture. Lin Sun glanced at the senior schoolmate next to him and found that she was squinting her eyes while watching TV. Her expression was very focused, but her eyes were a little dazed. Senior sister is so charming. After sighing, he took out his cell phone and clicked on the message. There were so many pictures that Lin Sun couldn't even keep up with them. "Forget it, I'll go back and hide in bed and watch it slowly." Lin Sun read the message again, then sent a private message to Lu Gang, asking him to leave the door open for him. Lin Sun was about to get up and say goodbye, when suddenly, something touched his shoulder, and then a weight pressed on him. Lin Sun's heartbeat stopped for a second, then resumed. He turned his head slightly and found that his senior sister had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Too tired? Lin Sun looked at the girl, whose breathing was steady, and his eyes turned gentle. The senior sister closed her eyes, and Lin Sun could clearly see her long eyelashes, which were very beautiful. Although Su Qingshi fell asleep at this time, she still maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged with her legs tucked up. If you sleep in this position, you will probably fall into a state of paralysis for a short period of time when you wake up. Lin Sun waited for a while and judged the depth of the senior sister's sleep based on her breathing. He gently placed the phone on the sofa, then carefully reached out his hand and embraced the senior sister's waist. While holding her in place, he gently turned his body and slowly passed his other hand through her knees. With a slight force, he picked her up like a princess. The senior sister was not heavy, and when Lin Sun picked her up, she felt very light. Lin Sun admired the senior sister's beautiful face for a few seconds. He did not feel any charm at this moment, but calm and warm. Worried that she would catch a cold, Lin Sun carried her into her room. This was the first time that Lin Sun entered Su Qingshi's room. Her room was very simple, with a bed, a bedside table, a computer desk, a computer chair, and a small wardrobe. The rest are some daily necessities in a simple style. Lin Sun carefully put Su Qingshi on the bed. He was very careful not to press on the senior sister's hair and wake her up. Fortunately, the senior sister seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Then Lin Sun helped her cover the quilt. She had taken off her shoes before, so after Lin Sun pinched the corner of the quilt for her, he squatted down and quietly observed the sleeping face of the senior sister. The sleeping senior was very well behaved, not as decisive and cold as usual. It seems that when people fall asleep, their faces become very obedient and peaceful. Lin Sun caught sight of her red lips again, and remembering that he braked in time when he came back last time. Now, a kiss should be okay, right? The senior is asleep, so it's reasonable to give her a secret kiss, right? Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heartbeat began to accelerate. He slowly approached Su Qingshi's face. The latter was unaware of it and slept soundly. After a long time, Lin Sun seemed to have made up his mind, and his lips gently touched the senior sister's smooth forehead. As soon as they touched each other, Lin Sun retreated and whispered, "Senior sister, good night." Lin Sun stood up and turned off the light for her without stopping. He walked out of the room and closed the door. Lin Sun tidied up the living room. Then he picked up his clothes and closed the door of the rental house. The moment the door closed, Lin Sun took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. "Lin Sun, you've fallen." What he didn't know was that the senior schoolmate in the room suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her eyes were very bright. She raised her hand and gently touched the place where Lin Sun had kissed her. It was hard to tell whether she was shy or calm. Only a soft whisper came out. "Su Qingshi, you've fallen." After leaving the rental house, Lin Sun returned to the dormitory. It was late at night, and most students had just finished their classes for the day, but the dormitory was still brightly lit, and everyone's expectant eyes were all cast on him, just like an old father returning home, with all his sons full of expectations. Are your sons still awake? Lin Sun teased with a smile. Damn, brother Lin, what do you mean why did you come back so late? Lu Gang looked annoyed. I almost went to the dormitory manager to report that you didn't come home all night. Go Xingli followed suit. Get out! How dare you, you rebellious sons, harm your adoptive father. Lin Sun pretended to be stern and put the shopping bag on the chair. Brother Lin, are these the clothes you bought? Lu Gang came over curiously. Yes, I plan to change them all. Lin Sun had a blank expression. You already have a lot of clothes. Why waste money? Wuda looked confused. Throw away the old ones and replace them with these. Lin Sun said seriously. These words left the three roommates stunned. Such generosity was really unexpected. Fuck, why do you smell so good? Did you take a shower? Lu Gang walked closer and sniffed. No. Lin Sun looked confused. This must be the smell of my senior. Lu Gang widened his eyes in astonishment. Plop. Go Xingli and Wu De fell down together. What are you doing? Lin Sun looked confused. TSK, TSK, TSK. You haven't been with the school beauty since noon, have you? Lu Gang was stunned. Lin Sun did not deny it and nodded. Instantly, there was a commotion in the dormitory. You are dating the school beauty. You kissed the school beauty? The roommates said in unison. No. Then how can you hold hands? Lu Gang pressed on. Just held it like that. Lin Sun looked confused. Didn't she slap you? Go Xingli asked. How could that be? Senior's sister is so gentle. Lin Sun was firm. Gentle. The three of them were shocked and had sour expressions on their faces. Brother Lin, what kind of luck did you have? Liu Gang sighed. Maybe it's because I'm too charming. Lin Sun looked proud. Ugh, stay away from me, thanks. The roommates all criticized me. Lin Sun chatted with him for a while and started to organize his new clothes. Then, he threw his old clothes out the door, took a shower, went to bed, curled up in the quilt, and continued to reminisce about the moments with his senior sister. The next morning, Lin Sun got up early, changed into new clothes, and went out with his roommates. After 3 classes, he was so sleepy that he didn't listen to the teacher's words at all. The study atmosphere in college is really frustrating. Brothers, where are you going? Wuda asked. Let's eat. Go Xingli looked excited. While walking on the street, various clubs were recruiting new members, and the 4 of them were surrounded and had to join in. Handsome guy, would you like to learn about the chess club? The senior students enthusiastically promoted. I see that you have a lot of talent. Are you interested in joining our honor guard? A sturdy man pulled Lu Gang. Brother Lu clearly wants to join the honor guard. Lin Sun laughed. Street dance club. Handsome guy, are you interested? A sweet girl pulled Go Xingli. The latter's eyes lit up. Street dance club? Let's go, please popularize it. What the hell? Lin Sun and Wu De looked at each other helplessly, thinking that this situation was really laughable. Lin Sun was walking on the campus, his heart already occupied by the fairy-like senior schoolmate, and he didn't want to pay any attention to the invitations from other clubs. Classmate, would you like to join our volleyball team? There are so many pretty girls. A boy with a bright smile pulled him over. Lin Sun shook his head. Thank you, I'm not interested. Let's join a group to find out more. The boy continued to persuade. Lin Sun felt helpless and thought, what kind of beauty can compare to the fairy in my heart? Not far away, a sweet girl with twin ponytails trotted over, her eyes sparkling with liveliness. Little brother, can you add me on WeChat? Lin Sun was startled, thinking she was the club's recruiting representative, and waved his hand. Sorry, I don't want to join the club. But she said, I just want to add you on WeChat. This really scared him. The girl was petite and had a cute smile, but he already had someone in his heart. So he refused and said, sorry, I don't add WeChat. The girl left disappointed. Lin Sun thought to himself, why are there so many girls seeking attention today? He looked at his roommates, and they were all pulled away by other clubs. Helplessly, he decided not to wait any longer and went straight to the cafeteria. As he was walking with his head down, Su Qing and her roommate happened to pass by and were immediately stopped by several seniors from the club. Lu Gang watched from the side and was secretly proud of himself because he knew that Su Qing was the girl who came to see Lin Sun last time. Wait a minute! Su Qing walked up to Lu Gang with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Are you Lin Sun's roommates? Yes, he is eating. Lu Gang answered reluctantly. Su Qing was slightly disappointed but continued. I want to invite him to the birthday party tomorrow night. Of course, you can come too. The three of them looked at each other. Although they were a little curious about Su Qing, they were in a hurry to eat. So Lu Gang only promised to pass on the message and left in a hurry. Why did Su Qing ask you to come? Lin Sun asked Lu Gang curiously during the meal. When he learned that it was a birthday invitation, he remained silent. Tomorrow is Su Qing's birthday, and he almost forgot it. Are you going? Go Xingli asked. Lin Sun smiled faintly. There is no need to linger on the past. She hasn't understood yet. Lu Gang exclaimed. This is truly a drama of love, hate, and vengeance. Lin Sun shook his head. I only have my senior sister in my heart. His eyes revealed determination, and there was a girl waiting for him in the future. That's going to be exciting, a total Shura battlefield. Go Xingli was extremely excited. Get lost, Lin Sun responded helplessly. After dinner, the four of them walked back to the dormitory together, and the topic turned back to the club. What club did you join? Lin Sun asked. I joined the honor guard. There was no interview. I went straight to training, Lu Gang said proudly. I joined the badminton team and had to go through 2 rounds of assessments, Wuda added. I joined the street dance club, comic convention club, gymnastics team, and cheerleading team, Go Xingli said proudly. The three of them were stunned when they heard it, and then they couldn't help laughing out loud. What kind of operation is this? Lin Sun joked, but he was secretly looking forward to it. Wouldn't tomorrow's birthday party be another turning point? And Tuxing sat nervously in the interview room, with 3 serious interviewers in front of him. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Why do you want to join the student union? An interviewer asked, his voice so cold that it seemed to freeze ice. And Tuxing was speechless for a moment, thinking it was just a recruitment activity, but he didn't expect the interview to be so serious. He thought, is it to attract handsome men and beautiful women? Unfortunately, he didn't even think of an excuse. Li Ningxin next to her was also caught off guard by the question. She stammered in response, I think I can train myself. Such an answer seemed so pale and powerless. Lin Sun was queuing at the second interview point. When the people in front of him came out, their expressions were different, mixed with joy and disappointment. How hard is it to get into the student union, he wondered. At this moment, a girl suddenly grabbed him, her eyes burning. Handsome, can you add me on WeChat? Lin Sun shook his head. Sorry, I won't add you. However, just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly felt a strong gaze. He looked back and found that the person behind him had silently put his phone away. Am I being photographed? Finally, it was Lin Sun's turn. He walked into the interview room and was shocked by the interviewer in front of him. It was Su Qingshi. There was also a sunny and handsome boy next to him with an extraordinary temperament. Lin Sun's mind was in a mess, but he still introduced himself politely. My name is Lin Sun from the Department of Finance. Why do you want to join the student union? Yu Qingshua's voice sounded again. Lin Sun didn't know how to answer for a moment. He was thinking about Su Qingshi. He wanted to get in touch with her more, but he couldn't say it out loud. I want to train myself and become as good as my senior. His answer was very official, even a little flattering. Unexpectedly, Su Qingshi's mouth corners slightly raised, and she smiled like a flower. Lin Sun's heart tightened. Was this an acknowledgement of him? Or did the senior sister just find it funny? His face was slightly hot, and his heartbeat accelerated. At this time, the girl next to him interrupted. Lin Sun, you will have to participate in many activities after joining. Her teasing made the interviewers smile at each other. Lin Sun became the focus of everyone's attention for a while, and he was secretly proud of himself. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Yu Qingshua's eyes. So you are Lin Sun? He felt that this boy looked familiar, but he didn't expect that he was the freshman who had recently been involved in a scandal with Qingshi. He didn't look like anything special. What did Qingshi like about him? Everyone in the student union knew that Yu Qingshua had a crush on Su Qingshi, so in the student union, many people treated them as a couple. After all, they felt that only someone as outstanding as the president was worthy of a girl like the school belle. But the recent gossip on the forum shocked them greatly and refreshed the entire student union's cognition. Because in my impression, Su Qingshi's personality is very cold. Even when she was the vice president of the student union, she seldom communicated with others, let alone got close to boys. Even the president Yu Qingshi only talked to her, and the two of them didn't even have contact like having meals alone. But the campus beauty made an exception for a freshman. This is really explosive, isn't it? Yu Qingshua couldn't help but glance at Su Qingshi beside him. Seeing her looking at Lin Sun calmly, he thought for a moment and said to Lin Sun, Can I ask why you want to join the student union? Lin Sun subconsciously glanced at Su Qingshi. He joined the student union just to spend more time with his senior schoolmates. It seemed like there was nothing else for him. But of course he wouldn't say that. I want to join the student union to train myself and improve my abilities. I hope I can become an outstanding person like you, senior. It was a very official answer, and it also flattered the president. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up. Yu Qingxua and another girl were standing next to her and couldn't be seen, but Lin Sun could see them. He couldn't help but stay still for a moment. Senior sister, you look so beautiful when you smile. No. Senior, are you here to attract my attention? At the interview site, Lin Sun's mind was far away, and he stared at Su Qingshi blankly, completely forgetting where he was. Yu Qingshua's voice brought him back to reality. Junior, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Sun waved his hands hurriedly. Nothing, just thinking about something. The interviewers exchanged glances as if thinking, this junior really doesn't care too much. Then, the next question, Junior, do you have a girlfriend? As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent. Su Qingshi actually spoke. This was her first sentence in the interview. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly shook his head. No. Then, do you have someone you like? Su Qingshi continued to ask. Yes. Lin Sun did not hesitate, and in his heart he had already regarded the figure of the senior sister as someone he likes. If she asked you to quit the student union, what would you choose? Su Qingshi's eyes were like a glacier, pressing directly at Lin Sun. He thought seriously for a few seconds, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then I will listen to her advice and quit the student union. Hearing this, Su Qingshi's mouth showed a satisfied smile, which made Yu Qingxua next to him feel nervous. This kid really accidentally. After the interview, Lin Sun walked out of the classroom, but his mood was unusually calm, and he didn't seem to care whether to join the student union. In the dormitory, his roommates had already returned, and Wu De asked, how is it? Is it stable? It's probably going to be cold. Lin Sun shook his head helplessly. University is so competitive, it's best to get in, and it's okay if you can't get in. Lu Gang comforted. I just want to be a salted fish. Go Xingli looked helpless, his eyes still wandering on his phone. After a few days of waiting, the preliminary list was announced, but Lin Sun found that he was not on the list. He was secretly annoyed in his heart. He was obviously handsome and charming. How could he not pass? He quickly sent a message to the senior sister. Senior sister, I didn't pass the interview. Don't be discouraged. You are very good. Su Qingshi replied. Senior, don't you want me to join the student union? Lin Sun's heart tightened, and he was shaking with nervousness. Yeah. Su Qingshi's reply made him feel relieved, but a bold idea emerged in his mind. While chatting with Su Qingshi, Lin Sun learned that she was going to travel to Qinghai, Tibet during the National Day holiday, and he secretly made a note of it. At this time, Jiang Yunxiao sent a message. Junior brother, how are you getting along with Shirsha recently? Pretty good. Lin Sun replied. You can ask her to travel during the holidays. Jiang Yunxiao teased. Lin Sun's heart moved, and after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not impossible to confess during the holidays. With this idea, his heart began to burn, and he was determined to prepare a romantic confession during the holidays. In the following days, Lin Sun's mind was on how to surprise Su Qingshi, and his thoughts on the student union became less important in these waves. On the eve of the National Day holiday, the counselor held a mobilization meeting and reminded the students in a serious tone to pay attention to safety. At this time, the atmosphere in the classroom was as high as a balloon, and everyone discussed their holiday plans. Brothers, what are you going to do during the holidays? Go Xingli put his hands on Lin Sun and Lu Gang's shoulders and smiled brightly. Lin Sun responded calmly. Go home first to travel with my parents, and then consider other things. Lu Gang looked filthy. Of course I want to find a partner, brother Go. Why are you so depressed? Go Xingli immediately ignored Lu Gang and said, so what if you have a partner? We are still best friends. Lin Sun smiled helplessly. They already knew about his affair with the school beauty Su Qingshi. This instantly piqued Go Xingli's interest. Junior, don't you plan to ask the school beauty out to play during the holidays? Lin Sun shook his head. I'll accompany my parents first. After all, this is my first time traveling with them. Your life story is truly miraculous. It has been hidden for 18 years. Go Xingli said with emotion. My parents are doing this for my own good, and to help me cultivate my character. I really admire them. Lu Gang agreed. While a few people were chatting, Wuda sat aside and said seriously, I plan to stay in school and work to earn some living expenses. Lin Sun gave him a thumbs up, feeling deeply moved. When the holiday came, Lin Sun packed his luggage and walked out of the dormitory, but he unexpectedly saw a large group of people gathered at the school gate, surrounding a black Rolls-Royce. He felt uneasy. His mother was really ostentatious. Junior. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking back, Su Qingshi was standing not far away. The combination of white short-sleeved shirt and jeans made her look particularly charming. Senior, why are you here? Lin Sun looked surprised. I want to go back to the rental house too. Su Qingshi walked towards him, pulling a small suitcase. Lin Sun suddenly felt excited. He didn't expect to see his senior sister again before the holiday. Is this car yours? Su Qingshi asked. Yes, my mother is here to pick me up. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He didn't expect her to drive such a luxurious car. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. Then you will be famous, Mr. Lin. I really didn't expect this. Lin Sun shook his head helplessly, looking at the crowd, thinking to himself that he should just wait for his mother to come. Senior, where are you going tomorrow? He asked with concern. Go to Lhasa. Su Qingshi replied indifferently. Then you must pay attention to safety, especially altitude sickness. Lin Sun reminded with concern. Su Qingshi nodded and smiled. I know. The two looked at each other quietly, and Lin Sun couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm not used to not being able to see my senior sister during the holidays. Su Qingshi was stunned, and a blush flashed across her face. You are so talkative. Lin Sun smiled, his heart full of anticipation and a little nervousness. Chapter 82, The Richest Man's Identity Revealed. On the eve of the holiday, the school gate was crowded with students, all of whom were curious about the owner of the black Rolls-Royce. At this time, Su Qingshi passed by quietly, wearing a baseball cap that covered her beautiful face, but her figure attracted countless eyes. Lin Sun stood aside, feeling reluctant. Senior, you go first, I'll wait a little longer. Su Qingshi smiled slightly, turned around and left, and only when she got in the car did Lin Sun breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, his mother Gu Yinyan suddenly appeared beside him and patted his shoulder. What are you looking at, son? You are so absorbed in it. Are you waiting for some girl? Lin Sun avoided her gaze awkwardly. No. Gu Yinyan narrowed her eyes and teased. You are my son. I know what you are thinking. She then revealed that she had just talked about Su Qingshi with the principal and seemed very excited. Son, you better hold on tight. Don't let others snatch it away. Lin Sun smiled helplessly. Senior is not that kind of person. Gu Yinyan immediately said. Then you have to take action. Send gifts, arrange activities, anything is fine. Lin Sun sighed. I'll think about it. In fact, he didn't know how to express his feelings. Gu Yinyan suddenly noticed the crowd of onlookers at the school gate and asked in surprise. Why is our car surrounded? Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Don't you have any other low-key cars at home? Gu Yinyan shrugged and said nonchalantly. I came here directly after sending your dad to the company. Your dad's car is very high-end. I can't do anything about it. So, she took Lin Sun to the car without any care, which immediately attracted the exclamations of the onlookers. Who is that boy? He is actually a rich second generation. Lin Sun's identity was instantly exposed, and the onlookers talked about it. The public opinion soon involved Su Qingshi. Why is she with him? It turns out that she is attracted by his money. In full view of the crowd, the Rolls-Royce drove away in a cloud of dust. The person who took the photo quickly uploaded the scene to the forum. Lin Sun's identity became a hot topic. Wow, the junior brother is actually the richest man. This made some classmates look at him with new eyes. Zhang Yunxiao also sighed in the dormitory. The junior brother is taking the first step to take the initiative. Sitting in the car, Gu Yinyan asked with a smile, How do you feel being the center of attention? Lin Sun smiled calmly. Nothing, I'll get used to it slowly. He thought to himself that his life would probably change a bit after his identity was exposed. He was busy replying to various comments from his roommates and suddenly received a greeting from Senior Jiang, and he felt a surge of emotion. Mom, where are we going? Lin Sun asked. Gu Yinyan smiled slightly. Let's go eat first, it's getting late. Chapter 83, Noble Girl. Mom, it's just a meal. Is it necessary to choose such a high-end place? Lin Sun looked helplessly at the luxurious hotel in front of him, thinking to himself, is this his home? Gu Yin explained with a smile. Strictly speaking, this is not ours. It's your second uncle's. Lin Sun was stunned. I have a second uncle? His only impression of relatives was an aunt who lived in a remote mountain area, and he felt helpless when he thought of the journey of more than 10 hours. Your second uncle runs a chain of restaurants, and he worked hard with your father back then. Gu Yin continued. Lin Sun suddenly realized that there were so many secrets in his family. After entering the restaurant, the man in the suit saw Gu Yin's gold card, and his attitude instantly became respectful. My dear lady, please follow me. In a top-notch private room, Lin Sun was amazed by the waiter's enthusiasm. He looked at the table full of delicious food and sighed. Is this the life of the richest man? Gu Yin responded with a smile. You are the son of the richest man now. Come and eat whatever you want. Lin Sun found Guanbo standing nearby and took the initiative to invite him to dine with him. Guanbo, come over too. Guanbo hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Sun's persistence, he finally sat down. After the meal, Gu Yin and Lin Sun met their old acquaintance Lu Chuiying while waiting for the car at the door. Long time no see. I'm surprised to meet you here. Gu Yin greeted with a smile. Lu Chuiying looked at Lin Sun with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Is this your son? So handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Lin Sun shook his head. Not yet. Lu Chuiying's eyes lit up and she smiled excitedly. Then you can consider meeting my daughter. Mom, why don't you go into the restaurant? At this time, a voice came. Lin Sun turned around and saw a girl in a long skirt and with outstanding looks walking towards him. It was Lu Chuiying's daughter, Qinying. This is my daughter, Qinying, Lu Chuiying introduced. Hello, Ying. Lin Sun greeted politely, but in his heart he was thinking, this girl is no less than my senior. She is really good. Qinying smiled slightly. Hello, Aunt Gu, hello, Brother Lin. At this time, Lu Chuiying lost no time in saying, Ying, you should get in touch with Brother Lin more often. Chun Ying looked at Lin Sun. This boy seemed to give people a very comfortable feeling, and he was also a bit handsome. He had a very good personality. Did he just start college? She was already a sophomore, 1 year older than him. She just called him Brother Lin. I admire my mother so much. Chapter 84. The first day of the holiday. Hello, Brother Lin. Chun Ying's voice was like a spring breeze, even though she didn't look older than Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled slightly and nodded politely. Hello. You can exchange contact information. Young people should communicate more. Lu Chuiying took the opportunity to chime in. Chun Ying's eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and she said softly, How can you be so abrupt when you first meet? Gu Yin's heart brightened. This little girl had a simple mind, but she really had some means. Lin Sun glanced at her and then made an excuse. Excuse me, I have a call. After that, he took out his mobile phone and walked away, leaving everyone confused. Gu Yin smiled at Lu Chuiying. Go eat quickly, I have to pick up my husband. Obviously, she noticed that her son did not want to be involved with Chun Ying. After they entered the store, Lin Sun returned to his mother. Your excuse is too bad, kid. Gu Yin looked at him with a frown. Lin Sun was helpless. Mom, you obviously know that I like the senior. He secretly sent a message to Su Qingshi, but never received a reply. Soon, Guanbo drove over, and the mother and son got in the car and drove to Tainzixuan No. 1. This place is not a place for casual living. Even old money may not be able to afford it. Lin Sun was amazed at the luxury of the manor and felt that this was not a villa, but a small palace. Madam Master, Guanbo led the way respectfully, and Lin Sun followed his mother to visit various facilities. It was really that there was nothing you couldn't buy if you couldn't think of it. The gardeners and maids were also very respectful to him, and they all praised him for inheriting excellent genes. He returned to his room. Although it was spacious and comfortable, he felt inexplicably empty inside. He turned on his phone, but it was still quiet, with no messages. He sent a questioning question mark to the dormitory group, but there was no response after half a minute. So he generously sent a red envelope. Your red envelopes have all been received. A few seconds later, the group exploded and everyone started teasing him. At this time, Lin Sun made a video call to Fatty and was surprised by the change in Fatty. Why did you lose weight? Fatty said proudly, I am losing weight, and I am working hard with my girlfriend. Good job. Lin Sun encouraged, thinking to himself that he should spend more time with his parents during this holiday. At this moment, the senior finally replied to him. Chapter 85. Change of Mind. Lin Sun's phone vibrated, and he instantly became excited. The senior sent him a photo of her on the train. Senior, are you leaving now? Isn't the ticket for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock? He quickly replied, I'm going to the inner city to do some work, which is a half-hour drive away. The fairy senior's message warmed his heart. Thank you for your hard work, senior. I've been tired all day. He was full of anticipation and wanted to share his journey with her. Are you home? She asked with concern. Here I am, getting ready to go out and play with my parents. The moment Lin Sun replied, his heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't help but remember that he had told this little lie for her sake. The topic came to an abrupt end. Lin Sun reluctantly packed up his things and went to the living room, where his parents were sitting on the sofa, cuddling each other in a warm atmosphere. When they saw their son, they immediately pretended to be serious. Their acting skills were really amazing. Son, how was your rest? Gu Yinyin pulled him to sit down affectionately. What are you talking about? Lin Sun pretended to be relaxed. We are planning where to go for fun. Lin Batian answered cheerfully. Is it decided then? Is there any place you want to go? Asked the mother. How about going to bed? Lin Sun suggested tentatively with an idea in mind. Why do you want to go so far? Lin Batian was stunned, obviously a little surprised. I saw it on the internet. There are many people during the National Day holiday, but fewer people go there. Lin Sun explained with a smile. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Gu Yinyin decided excitedly. The family began to pack their luggage, and the next morning, they got on the SUV. Lin Batian was squeezed into the passenger seat, while Lin Sun and Gu Yinyin in the back seat laughed and talked all the way. The journey is nearly 2,000 kilometers, and it will take most of the day even if we drive fast. Lin Sun felt a little lost as he watched the scenery rapidly receding outside the window. If I had known earlier that I would have taken a private plane, I would have arrived in just a few hours. Lin Batian sighed. They arrived at the Padala Palace. As soon as Lin Sun got out of the car, he felt the pressure of the plateau and felt dizzy. This is altitude sickness. Don't move too fast. Gu Yinyin quickly supported him. After a night of rest, Lin Sun returned to the hotel, still thinking about his senior. He sent a message. Senior, have you arrived in Lhasa? At the hotel. Her reply was quick and simple. Are you going alone? He asked with concern. How is the altitude sickness? It's okay. I've been here a few times before. I feel like the whole world is spinning right now, he smiled bitterly. Then you have to be careful and don't do any violent movements. Lin Sun felt sweet at the senior's concern. The two talked about their plans to visit the Padala Palace, and Lin Sun smiled and said, I plan to stay there for a few days. It's so fun. After finishing the chat, Lin Sun lay down tiredly and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Su Qingshi was on the balcony of the hotel, staring at the dark night sky, feeling that something was missing. She subconsciously searched for the Padala Palace and began to make travel plans, with Lhasa as the first stop. The second stop was Mount Everest. After a moment's hesitation, she deleted Mount Everest and retyped. Padala Palace. Chapter 86. Looking back, I miss you. At the Padala Palace on the plateau, Lin Sun's mood was like the towering palace, excited and a little dizzy. Legend has it that this palace was built to marry Princess Wensheng. It is the place closest to the sky, as if it is under the protection of Guanyin Bodhisattva, carrying countless legends and dreams. I heard that there is an underground palace underneath, hiding countless gold and silver treasures, leading to Shangri-La. Gu Yinyin's eyes flickered as she looked up at the ancient building, full of admiration. I only care about how to make money. Lin Batian shook his head helplessly. As a businessman, he had little interest in these historical stories. Lin Sun was shocked by the grandeur in front of him. Although he didn't know much about history, he was deeply attracted by the magnificence. The three of them did not rush to enter, but took a few family photos by the lake to record the warmth of this moment. During the tour, Lin Sun gradually adapted to the altitude sickness. He tried to capture every beautiful moment and sent the panoramic view of the Padala Palace to his long-missed senior schoolmate, Su Qingshi. It's a little different from the photos on the internet. Su Qingshi's reply made him smile slightly, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Time flies during holidays. On the third night, Lin Sun felt empty inside and decided to go out for a walk alone. In the square, the Padala Palace was still shining brightly under the night sky. He took out a 50 yuan RMB note, and the palace pattern on the back made him feel very proud. Can you take a picture for us? A familiar voice brought him back to his senses. He turned around and saw a woman and her family. Lin Sun nodded and took a few pictures for them. The warm scene made him feel emotional. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cold voice. Junior, he was stunned, turned around, and saw the familiar figure, Su Qingshi. She was wearing a loose sweater, holding a camera in her hand, as if she had walked out of a dream. Senior sister, why are you here? Lin Sun asked in surprise, secretly delighted in his heart. I heard that the scenery here is nice, and I wanted to come and take a look. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Qingshi's eyes, which seemed to coincide with Lin Sun's thoughts. They looked at each other, and in an instant, the air on the plateau seemed to become sweet. Lin Sun plucked up his courage and said, I plan to go to Mount Everest tomorrow. Maybe we can go together. Okay. Su Qingshi's answer was like a spring breeze, which made Lin Sun feel warm. It seemed that they both had the same idea, but she was one step ahead. Chapter 87. Men and women taking photos under the palace. The night on the plateau was slightly cool. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi walked into a steaming hot pot restaurant, and the warmth immediately surrounded them. Lin Sun ordered a bunch of ingredients with great interest, hoping to let the senior sister taste his food discovery. Senior, do you like photography? He looked at the white camera beside her curiously. Su Qingshi tasted the fat beef elegantly and replied softly, It's a hobby. I want to record the beautiful moments. Can I take a look? Lin Sun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Qingshi did not refuse and handed him the camera. He flipped through it and saw many beautiful photos, but he felt a little disappointed. Why are there no selfies of you? On the phone. She smiled. Can you show it to me? He asked expectantly. No. She shook her head teasingly. After finishing the hot pot, the heat dispelled the chill. Lin Sun suggested, Tomorrow we can take some photos of the beautiful scenery during the day. Su Qingshi nodded, raised her camera, and pressed the shutter to capture this moment. She suddenly said to Lin Sun, Stand over there, I'll take a picture of you. Okay. He nodded excitedly and immediately stood in the center of the square. Move to the left a little, don't be too stiff, smile. She instructed while focusing on the camera. Lin Sun showed a gentle smile, and Su Qingshi felt warm in her heart. Senior, come here, I'll take a picture of you too, he said excitedly. Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. She took off her mask, and her beautiful face made Lin Sun lose his mind for a moment. It's so beautiful, he exclaimed sincerely. Go ahead. She smiled faintly, as if she was also infected by his enthusiasm. He pressed the shutter and took one photo after another full of youthfulness, until he suddenly ran to take a photo with another girl. Is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful, the girl exclaimed when she saw Su Qingshi. Would you like to take a photo? Lin Sun asked. Okay. Su Qingshi agreed with a smile. Lin Sun handed the camera to the girl. Thank you for your help. Following the girl's instructions, they got closer and closer, and the atmosphere changed quietly. We can do some intimate actions. The girl blinked, and Lin Sun's heartbeat quickened. He subconsciously looked at Su Qingshi's pink-red lips. He really wanted to kiss the girl in front of him. Now thinking about it, his heart was surging. Chapter 88. Emergency. On a cold night on the plateau, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi's time together was like the warm breeze of early spring, weak but exciting. The two of them were dining in a hot pot restaurant with great interest. Lin Sun tried to get close to the senior, feeling nervous and expectant. Senior, you carry a camera with you. Are you a photography enthusiast? He asked. Su Qingshi smiled and replied softly, It's just a hobby. Then, he took the camera and his fingers accidentally touched hers, and instantly there was a subtle tension in the air. During the photo shoot, the indifference of the senior sister and the nervousness of Lin Sun formed a sharp contrast. But the subtle touch between the two made the atmosphere more ambiguous. Suddenly, the shudder sound of the girl interrupted this tacit understanding. You are so sweet, she teased, and Lin Sun awkwardly withdrew his hand, feeling lost. Then Lin Sun suggested, Senior sister, let's go to Liangcheng. Su Qingshi was stunned, and her heart was warmed. She replied softly, Okay. Just as they were chatting happily, Lin Sun's cell phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Sun chatted with his mother without paying any attention, and didn't notice that Su Qingshi's face was gradually turning pale. She suddenly asked, Where is the bathroom nearby? Lin Sun was stunned, and then realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly hailed a taxi. Your girlfriend doesn't look well? Is she sick? The driver's words woke Lin Sun up. His heart tightened, and his eyes were fixed on Su Qingshi. In the car, Su Qingshi was holding her stomach slightly, and beads of sweat were quietly sliding down. Lin Sun asked anxiously, Senior sister, what's wrong? She slowly said, menstrual period. Lin Sun suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy, and his mind was instantly confused and lost. He had originally wanted to take advantage of this trip to have a closer relationship with the senior sister. Back at the hotel, Lin Sun was busy in the hotel room. The water in the kettle was boiling, and the knowledge about girls' menstrual periods was flashing on the screen of his mobile phone. His goal was clear, to make senior Su Qingshi happy. However, he didn't expect that her dysmenorrhea made her look a little pale and more fragile. Senior, let me help you, Lin Sun said as he covered her with a quilt. Su Qingshi's lips curled slightly, but her heart was touched by his concern. She pretended to be strong and said softly, my feet are a little cold. Lin Sun immediately looked serious, lifted the quilt, and grabbed her cold feet. Su Qingshi was stunned for a moment, and her heart was throbbing. At this moment, she really felt the warmth she had never felt before. Lin Sun asked expectantly, are you feeling better? She nodded slightly, but her heart was full of various emotions. When he started to order food with his mobile phone, Su Qingshi felt unprecedented care and warmth. She secretly wondered, should she try to accept the feelings of this junior brother? Are you nervous? Su Qingshi suddenly broke the silence and looked at him teasingly. Lin Sun hurriedly denied it, but thought to himself, am I doing what a friend should do? Thank you. Su Qingshi's voice was gentle, but it made Lin Sun's heart beat faster. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she was embarrassed by the concern. However, she then made an unexpected request. I want an ice cream cone. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment and thought, is this senior sister kidding? Absolutely not. He refused without hesitation. Su Qingshi's eyes were stern, revealing dissatisfaction, which made him face the challenge directly. If I say no, then no. Lin Sun's tone was firm. He didn't want to let his senior sister get cold for a cone. For the first time, Lin Sun looked her in the eye, unwilling to be outdone. For the sake of his senior sister's body, he got hard. Chapter 91, Open Your Heart. In the hotel room, Su Qingshi snorted and looked away unconsciously. She was a little afraid to look directly at this student who cared about her. She thought to herself, why did she become so shy because of his words? Lin Sun couldn't help being moved by her arrogant look and said gently, senior sister, after your period is over, I will satisfy you with as many ice cream cones as you want, okay? Really? Su Qingshi's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood. Lin Sun nodded but suddenly thought of something and asked, do you often have menstrual cramps? Since my sophomore year, Su Qingshi said softly, as if recalling those busy days. As the vice president of the student union, her life became increasingly busy, and her body began to overdraw. Then eat less ice cream cones. Lin Sun frowned. You just promised me. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Su Qingshi's voice, and she kicked her feet as if trying to break free from his arms. Lin Sun smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that the cold and aloof senior sister would actually lose her temper. She was so cute at this moment. Are you hot? The internet says that girls will feel particularly uncomfortable on the first day of their period. You must not catch a cold. Senior sister, lie down in bed obediently. Lin Sun said seriously. Then promise me that you will buy me an ice cream cone every day. Su Qingshi said without hesitation. Lin Sun had no choice but to nod. Okay, senior sister, I promise you. Humph. Su Qingshi snorted coldly and arrogantly, then slid down and lay on the bed, seeming to be somewhat dependent. Lin Sun looked at her, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Her fragile appearance made him want to protect her. Thinking about the ice cream cone, winter is coming, so it's not a big problem anyway. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so obscenely? Su Qingshi's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Senior sister, you are like a little girl now. Su Qingshi's face froze, but a trace of discomfort flashed through her heart. How could her aloof image collapse so easily? But she found that she seemed to be more and more dependent on this junior, and she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. Senior is also a human being and has emotions, Lin Sun said seriously. In fact, I always thought you were the kind of strong woman who didn't need anyone else in life, but I'm glad to see your true side. Su Qingshi listened quietly and was actually somewhat moved. She had never expected that this little brother had so many emotions hidden in his heart, and she had never noticed it. Lin Sun. She suddenly called him. Um, I didn't know you had so many troubles. I'm sorry. Su Qingshi felt a little guilty. It's okay. I'm just complaining. Lin Sun said lightly. Su Qingshi looked at him, and her heart softened unconsciously. She finally understood why she was willing to get close to this junior. Actually, I also want to get close to you. Chapter 92, Indirect Kiss. Lin Sun really didn't expect that senior Su Qingshi also had so many unknown secrets in her heart. He looked at her with a heart full of heartache. There was a sense of tranquility in the air, and Su Qingshi's pretty face flushed slightly, as if her thoughts were drifting away. Is it warmer? Lin Sun asked cautiously. It's okay. I'm warm with you holding me. Su Qingshi's voice was soft, but her heart was a little complicated. How's your stomach? Lin Sun asked with concern. The most painful stage is over. She forced a smile, but secretly sighed in her heart. That's good. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and decided to make her a cup of brown sugar water. He found a disposable cup, poured brown sugar into it, and poured hot water into it, with the fragrance of ginger filling the air. Senior sister, take your medicine. He couldn't help laughing out loud, and Pan Jilian's classic lines to Wu Dalong flashed through his mind. Su Qingshi stood up, and the playful scene instantly shocked Lin Sun's heart, and his eyes slid towards her figure uncontrollably. Her figure looked particularly attractive under the light, which made him blush instantly. But at this time, the senior sister was suffering from the pain of her aunt, and she immediately became alert. Drink this. Su Qingshi took the brown sugar water. Although it tasted ordinary, she still sipped it. She glanced at Lin Sun, who was concentrating with his head down from time to time, and she was secretly pleased in her heart. Junior, she said. Here. Lin Sun reacted immediately, full of anticipation. Can you cook brown sugar water? She asked suddenly. No, but I will learn. Next time your relatives come to visit, I will make it for you. Lin Sun answered seriously and made up his mind silently. At this time, the takeaway was delivered, and Lin Sun hurried to pick it up, bringing back a box of mineral water and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Why did you buy so much water? Su Qingshi wondered. Drink more hot water. Lin Sun was full of confidence. Thank you. She felt warm in her heart and began to sip the porridge, praising it. It tastes good. Lin Sun was so happy that he seemed to have eaten honey and silently gave the courier and the porridge shop owner a 5-star rating. Su Qingshi drank the porridge elegantly and occasionally glanced at him secretly. Junior, you can't finish it. She handed him a small box of porridge. Okay, senior sister, I'll take care of it. Lin Sun was stunned and was about to get up. Wait, Su Qingshi called him calmly. What's wrong? Lin Sun asked puzzledly. Don't waste it, just drink it. She said lightly, as if avoiding something. Drink the porridge she had drunk? Lin Sun felt complicated, but he finally took a deep breath and decided to follow her arrangement. He scooped a spoonful and was about to put it into his mouth when Su Qingshi's voice rang out again. That's my spoon. Lin Sun froze. Their eyes met. The air was so stagnant that it seemed like water could drip out. Oh my God! Didn't he just kiss her indirectly? He wanted to run away immediately, but he didn't know how to face it. Senior, I'm going back first. If you feel unwell, remember to tell me. I live nearby. He hurriedly ran out of the door, thinking only of the spoon. Looking at his flustered back, Su Qingshi couldn't help but laugh. Idiot. Chapter 93, Going to Liangqing Again. The fourth day of the National Day holiday. Mom and Dad, please be careful on the road. Lin Sun instructed Gu Yinyan and Lin Batian. Son, are you really not going back with us? Gu Yinyan asked with a puzzled look on her face. When they got up in the morning, the family planned to return home, but Lin Sun suddenly suggested not to go back with them, saying that he wanted to go out and play with a classmate. So we have the current scene. Lin Batian and Gu Yinyan are sitting in the car, and Lin Sun is standing outside the car window and giving them instructions. Lin Sun nodded. There are still 3 days left in the holiday. I want to go somewhere else. Why can't you take your parents with you? Gu Yinyan winked and smiled. Are you going to accompany a female classmate? Lin Sun gave his mother a subtle look. The latter understood immediately. Haha, okay, in that case, you can go and have fun by yourself. If anything happens, remember to tell Mom. I know, Mom. The car drove away slowly. Lin Sun watched his parents leave and stood there for a long time. Wife, why are you and our son acting so secretive lately? Are you hiding something from me, old Lin? Lin Batian asked in the car. Gu Yinyan rolled her eyes at him and said, You are always busy with company matters. When will you pay more attention to our son? Lin Batian smiled bitterly. There are indeed many things going on in the company right now. It will be fine after this busy period. As the year draws to a close, there will be more things to do. After he regained his status as the richest man, he did go out early and come back late, and he was a little neglectful of his family, for which he still felt quite guilty. Gu Yinyin said calmly, "It's enough to have enough money to spend. Just let them handle the company's affairs. Besides, even if you go bankrupt, I still have hundreds of billions. It's enough for our family to squander." She also had some savings of her own, which she had earned over the years. Although it was far less than what Lin Batian had, it was still very useful in an emergency. Lin Batian embraced his wife and said with a smile, "My wife's small treasury is our family's reserve fund. We can't squander it." Gu Yinyin pounded his chest. "My son has been getting close to a girl recently. Did you know that?" Lin Batian was stunned for a moment. Then he said with some surprise, "Doesn't that mean we will have a daughter-in-law soon?" Gu Yinyin sighed. "It's hard to say. I feel like my son feels too constrained when it comes to relationships right now. Haven't you noticed? Since the college entrance exam, my son's personality has changed a lot. He's not as cheerful as before." Lin Batian thought about it and said, "Well, that kid has matured and is gradually becoming more powerful." Gu Yinyin's face was full of black lines. "Get lost. Hee hee. What are you afraid of? My son has our support. He won't suffer any loss. How many girls are trying their best to marry into our Lin family?" Lin Batian said with a wry smile, "We can worry about other things, but when it comes to our son's relationship, it's better for him to experience it himself. Have you forgotten how we convinced you or my parents back then, and how many difficulties we went through to get together?" Gu Yinyin said with a complicated look in her eyes. Lin Batian seemed to be recalling the past and sighed. After seeing his parents off, Lin Sun walked towards the hotel where his senior was staying, pulling a suitcase in one hand and holding an insulated box in the other. No. After walking for a while, he couldn't wait any longer and took a taxi, which only took a few minutes. At this time, Su Qingshi had just come out of the bathroom. Her complexion looked much better than last night, and she had just changed into a daily set. Lin Sun sent her a message saying he had arrived. "Senior, are you done packing?" Lin Sun poked his head in and asked with a smile. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said calmly, "I just got up." "Oh." Lin Sun walked in dragging a suitcase. The fairy senior was wearing a new set of pajamas, which she brought for her trip. Her hair was still a little fluffy, and she looked like she had just woken up. "Wait a moment, I'll wash up first." Su Qingshi did not avoid Lin Sun and took her clothes to the bathroom to change. Lin Sun sat on the sofa. He took a look at the bag and his eyes fixed. "It's a lot less than last night. I guess the senior sister must have gotten up many times at night, right? That means you didn't get enough rest." Lin Sun stood up and cleaned up the room for his senior sister. He also boiled a pot of water for her. The second day after visiting relatives, you still can't be careless and keep drinking brown sugar water. Not long after, Su Qingshi came out of the bathroom. She had changed into formal clothes. She took a look at the tidy room and a smile flashed across her eyes. "Senior sister, hurry up and brush your teeth. I brought you breakfast." Lin Sun greeted. After washing up, Lin Sun had already prepared breakfast. One of the dishes was century egg and lean meat porridge, which Lin Sun bought specially from the store where he ordered takeout last night. He also bought an insulated box. In addition, there were eggs, steamed dumplings, and so on. When Su Qingshi saw the century egg and lean meat porridge, her expression paused. She couldn't help but think of the scene last night. She sat on the bed with a calm expression. Lin Sun brought the century egg and lean meat porridge and handed it to the senior with a spoon. The latter took it, and she looked at him. "Have you eaten?" Lin Sun nodded. "I ate it." "Sukinsi narit." At Lin Sun's request, Su Qingshi finished her porridge and ate 2 steamed dumplings. The fairy had a small appetite and said she was full at this time. Lin Sun had no choice but to finish the battle himself and eat the rest of the breakfast. Finally, he asked Su Qingshi to drink the brown sugar water. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi walked out of the hotel, carrying a suitcase in each hand. They wanted to catch a bus to Liangqing and booked a bus for 11:30. The two hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed straight to the station. The temperature was low in the morning. Because some relatives had come, Su Qingshi wore a coat and did not tie up her long hair to cover the back of her neck to avoid catching a cold. She also wore a mask, and in fact, she had a heat patch on her abdomen. With her hands in her shirt pockets, Her tall and slender figure was only visible to passersby, but her figure was also very good, and some passersby couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lin Sun looked at the senior and sighed. Thanks to the person who invented the mask, it can hide our beauty. The corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up under the mask. Senior, I guess you must be laughing, Lin Sun said with his eyes lighting up. Su Qingshi said calmly. No, you guess wrong. Lin Sun said seriously. How could I guess wrong? When Senior's sister smiles, her eyes are always very gentle, not as cold as before. Su Qingshi heard this, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. Guess what my expression is now? Lin Sun thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Fairy. Su Qingshi was stunned, and then her eyes became evasive. Brother Lin Sun, what's wrong, Senior? Why didn't I realize before that you were so good at teasing girls? I'm only flirting with Senior's sister. Chapter 94, The Charm of That Kiss. Lin Sun bought a seat next to his senior. There were 2 seats on one side of the train and 3 seats on the other side, and the 2 of them just happened to fill up the 2 seats. It has to be said that the flow of people during the holidays is too huge. Even after 3 days, the carriages are still crowded. Fortunately, Su Qingshi had the foresight to let Lin Sun go to the front. Lin Sun asked senior sister Su to sit by the window while he protected her. Lin Sun took out a thermos cup and placed it in front of the senior sister. He had prepared it in advance. He did his homework last night. Although today is the second day, Su Qingshi still feels a little uncomfortable. In addition, the carriage is full of strange smells. If she doesn't wear a mask, she might feel nauseous. Lin Sun came over and whispered to the senior sister. Senior sister, if you are sleepy, take a nap. I will call you when we stand up. It will take several more hours to get to Liangqing Station. The senior sister didn't sleep well last night, and now has dark circles under her eyes. Su Qingshi nodded gently. You are tired too, take a rest. The journey was very long, and they stopped along the way. People came and went in waves. Lin Sun felt a little sleepy. He shook his head, and his eyes fell on the senior sister. He found that his senior had fallen asleep. Leaning back in the seat, closing my eyes, it seemed very quiet. The train was very stable, so there was no bumpiness. This was indeed a good condition for sleeping. Looking at the peaceful sleeping face of his senior sister, Lin Sun felt a warm feeling in his heart. This is simply sleeping beauty. At this time, the next stop was about to arrive. The car suddenly slowed down, and the whole body shook. Su Qingshi's body suddenly tilted. Lin Sun was startled. He quickly moved his body and leaned towards the senior sister. Just then, Su Qingshi's head fell on his shoulder. Perhaps the senior was a little tired, and she was sleeping very deeply, so these movements did not wake her up. The senior sister leaned on his shoulder, and Lin Sun immediately smelled the scent of shampoo coming from her hair. He didn't dare breathe too heavily for fear of waking the sleeping girl. When passing through the tunnel, Lin Sun used the car window to see the situation of the 2 people at the moment, and he had the urge to keep the car driving. Not long after, Comrade Lin Sun's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he fell asleep. The 2 of them leaned against each other, and if you didn't know, you would think they were a couple. This heartwarming scene was also seen by others, who smiled kindly. They were young once, but time is merciless. Now they have gone their separate ways, struggling to make a living, and have no time to take care of their wives and children. Su Qingshi was awakened by a stomachache. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes, and then she realized that she was resting her head on something hard, and her gaze fell over. When did she fall asleep leaning on her junior? After she realized what was happening, Su Qingshi's pretty face turned visibly red, but she didn't rush to hide because she found that her junior had also fallen asleep. She rested her chin on his shoulder, her eyes fixed on his sleeping face. This boy has such good skin. They are not in a relationship yet, but the actions they take go beyond ordinary friendship. The key is that she did not reject it. Instead, she gradually put down her disguise under his gentleness and accepted his kindness to her. It seems that maybe it's time. Just as she was staring at her junior, the sleeping Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes. This was very ambiguous, because Su Qingshi was resting her head on Lin Sun's shoulder, so her facial features were less than 20 centimeters away from Lin Sun. Lin Sun happened to lower his head, and his eyes met the senior sister's. Both of them were stunned. Su Qingshi's body was extremely stiff. How could she have expected that her junior would wake up at this time? So embarrassing. I was caught peeking. Lin Sun stared at the senior sister's eyes. He did not dodge. The eyes were something Su Qingshi had never seen before. They were filled with tenderness, eagerness, love, and pity. She actually fell under his gaze. Lin Sun slowly lowered his head. Su Qingshi closed her eyes subconsciously. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of anything. Until her forehead was touched by something cold. Her pretty face turned red. Even the mask could not hide it, and a hint of drunken red appeared at the corners of her eyes. Senior sister, how long have you been awake? Lin Sun's voice was a little hoarse. He was resisting the urge to take off the mask of his senior sister and get close to her. But his remaining rationality told him that he couldn't do that. The senior schoolmate was so beautiful that if she showed it in the carriage, she would probably attract countless strange looks. He didn't want the two of them to be watched by others, so all his impulses and emotions turned into a kiss between his eyebrows. Su Qingshi closed her eyes and changed her posture. She originally rested her chin on his shoulder, but now she leaned sideways normally. Have no idea. She didn't dare open her eyes and look at Lin Sun, for fear that the moment she met his eyes, all her defenses would collapse in an instant. So she also forgot to question Lin Sun, how dare he do such actions. I feel confused. Lin Sun looked at his senior sister, who was pretending to be calm, but her face was flushed. His heart was moved, and he had a very bold idea in his mind. The two of them leaned against each other to rest like a normal couple. At first, they couldn't calm down, and both of them pretended to sleep. Later, they fell asleep again. Liangqing Station. The train arrived at the station, and everyone rushed to the door. After sitting for so long, Lin Sun said his but was flattened. Senior slowed down. Lin Sun walked in front with a suitcase in each hand, while Su Qingshi followed behind him to avoid being bumped by others. Looking at his tall back, Su Qingshi's eyes were gentle. Liangqing, this is where they first met. After leaving the station, Lin Sun first took Su Qingshi to eat something. They hadn't eaten anything in the car, and they were both very hungry. Su Qingshi looked at the light dishes in front of her, and then glanced at the delicious food in front of Lin Sun. She said expressionlessly, I don't accept it. Comrade Lin Sun said righteously, Senior sister, just bear with it for a while. Eat light food for the next few days. I will take you to eat delicious food after the time is up. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then lowered her head and ate in silence. Lin Sun watched his senior sister eat and felt relieved when he saw that she was enjoying the meal. At times like this, he has to be tough and put his senior's health first. After they finished their meal, Lin Sun asked her whether they wanted to stay in a hotel, rent a BB, or go to the villa owned by his family. Liangqing, this is his territory. Su Qingshi finally decided to rent a homestay for just a few days. Go to Lin Sun's house? Although she is aloof, it doesn't mean she is thick-skinned. I'm staying at the BB, and you're going back to the villa. Lin Sun was originally in a good mood, but he suddenly lost his mood after hearing these words. Finished. Huh? What are you talking about, senior? Do I have a villa in Liangqing? How come I don't know about it? Su Qingshi looked at him steadily. Junior, why are you so shameless? Chapter 95 Confession. In the end, Lin Sun returned to his original home, room 520 in Xingfu Community. I originally planned to see if this place had been rented out, but I didn't expect it to be still preserved the same as before I moved out. Lin Sun found the landlord. When the landlord saw that it was Lin Sun, his face was full of joy, and he called him Young Master Lin. Apparently, in this neighborhood, the identity of Lin Sun's family was no longer a secret. According to the landlord, this house was bought directly by Lin Batian and is their property. Even if no one lives in it, it cannot be rented out. After all, this is the house they have lived in for so many years, and the Lin family still has feelings for it. Lin Sun asked the landlord for the key to the house and was ready to move in after tidying up the place. He called his parents via video to report that he was safe. They were also very surprised to learn that he had arrived in Liangqing and that their son had moved back into his old house. They immediately felt that buying the house was the right decision. After finishing the tidying up, Lin Sun took a shower. Fatty is in the city where his university is located and has not returned to Liangqing, so it is impossible to find him to reminisce about the past. In Liangqing, it seems that Lin Sun only has Fatty as his friend. As for the others, his high school classmates, he lost contact with them after graduation, and even everyone in the high school group was a master of lurking. Lin Sun was still worried about his senior, so he sent her a message. The latter returned quickly. Su Qingshi rented a homestay, but according to her, the environment was not very good. She was deceived by the pictures promoted online, and it was quite expensive. How could Lin Sun sit still? He dressed up and went out. Well, he was simply worried that it would be unsafe for the senior to live there, not that he wanted to see her. ABB is different from a hotel. Just like a rental house, it has all the basic facilities. Lin Sun thought about buying some food and went over. Old hen stewed chicken soup, spare ribs fish. He bought all kinds of nutritious ingredients. The nutrition of the senior sister must be guaranteed during her menstrual period. So when Su Qingshi saw Lin Sun coming and carrying large and small bags of things, she was a little surprised. Senior, you must not have eaten enough. I'll cook something for you. Lin Sun cleaned the kitchen in a familiar manner. Fortunately, he had the foresight to replace the oil, salt, and other things with new ones. Except for the tableware, everything else was in short supply. Looking at Comrade Lin Sun's busy figure, Su Qingshi suddenly felt like she was being taken care of. She had this feeling before. She found that when Lin Sun was around, she didn't have to do many things herself, and Lin Sun didn't let her do them either. Well, this is a plus for my junior, but I don't know if he can maintain it after marriage. Bah, why did I think of that? It's true that when people have free time, they tend to think about all kinds of things. Lin Sun's meal was quite sumptuous and nutritious. He put his senior's favorite chopped green onions and coriander in each dish, which was full of fragrance. Su Qingshi's mouth was watering just by smelling it. I washed the dishes, served the rice, and poured a cup of warm water for the senior. One-stop service. Senior, the environment here is not very good. It's on the 5th floor. It's so tiring to climb up and down. How about living somewhere else? Lin Sun suggested during the meal. Su Qingshi said calmly, I've already paid, just stay here. Lin Sun immediately took out his mobile phone and started operating it. On the dining table, Su Qingshi's phone lit up and a message popped up. But Su Qingshi quickly pulled the phone away. But Lin Sun still saw it. He stared at the senior with wide eyes. Senior, that wallpaper. Oh my God, isn't that a photo of him and his senior? It's the photo of him and his senior last time, when they were catching dolls. The senior student actually uses the same wallpaper as him. Surprise! Lin Sun was so surprised. Su Qingshi had no expression on her face. You are mistaken. She pretended to read the message as if nothing had happened. But suddenly she was startled. Why are you transferring money to me? Lin Sun transferred 1,000 yuan to him. Lin Sun said, I paid for this house. When I came up just now, I found that the corridor was very dark and not very safe. Let's change to another one. Unless he could send the senior sister back every time, he couldn't guarantee that the senior sister would not be in danger when he was away. After all, she was too beautiful and could easily be targeted by bad guys. Su Qingshi looked at him with a smile on her face. There aren't as many bad people as you think. But I'm worried about you. Su Qingshi was stunned. How should she respond to this? Lin Sun took a deep breath and suddenly looked at Su Qingshi with an extremely serious look. Senior sister, I have something to say to you. Su Qingshi's heartbeat suddenly began to race. She lowered her eyes and picked up the rice and put it into her mouth. Lin Sun had the words on his lips, but he didn't know how to say them. Obviously, he had thought about it countless times in his mind and had put himself in the situation again and again, but when he really met the senior schoolmate face to face, he was still nervous. His heart seemed to be beating in his throat. What should he do? What do you want to say? Su Qingshi raised her hand and stroked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft. Lin Sun opened his mouth, but the long speech in his mind had already gone astray, and he felt like he had no idea where to start. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun failed. His eyes looked a little dim, and he lowered his head slightly to prevent the senior from seeing his emotions. The words nothing were about to come out. Suddenly, what a coincidence, junior brother. I also have something to say to you. Lin Sun looked up in bewilderment. What? Su Qingshi said calmly. I seem to have fallen in love with you. Ga. The air suddenly became quiet, with only the increasingly intense heartbeats of the two people echoing in their ears. Lin Sun's eyes were blank, and then his eyes widened. Did you hear it right? The senior just said that she likes him? Did the senior confess to him? Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi in amazement. Originally, he wanted to express his feelings to the senior in person. He didn't want to wait any longer. He felt that the progress between them was only a thin layer of window paper away. If he didn't do it now, when would he wait? He had been daydreaming for some time, thinking about the countless possibilities after confessing his feelings. Even if he was rejected, he had expressed his feelings and had no regrets. But her senior sister actually confessed to him before him. Lin Sun's soul seemed to ascend to heaven. The huge surprise caught him off guard. Seeing that Lin Sun didn't react, Su Qingshi lowered her head and used eating to hide her guilt. When she said that, she was extremely nervous and uneasy. She had never experienced love, and this was the first time she felt what it meant to love someone. She wanted to try to face this love. So under this circumstance, she spoke up because she was afraid that if she didn't speak up now, she would not have the courage in the future. Would the junior agree? Would he think I was joking? How should I let this go? Su Qingshi's mind was completely confused. I'm kidding. I'm serious. Senior. Su Qingshi suddenly looked up and stared at him in a daze. Lin Sun looked at her very seriously, and then he smiled. Senior sister, I am so happy and fortunate. I'm glad that while I like you, you also happen to like me. Chapter 96 Junior. You are too illegal. How does it feel to be liked by the person you like? Lin Sun felt that there was nothing better than this. He stood up slowly and walked towards Su Qingshi without saying a word. Su Qingshi didn't know what he was going to do, but she instinctively felt a little nervous. Her cold goddess persona was completely out of control today. She seemed like just a little girl in love, nervous and shy. Lin Sun pulled over a chair and sat down next to the senior. He moved closer to her and asked in a low voice, Senior, do you really like me too? Also, Su Qingshi's pretty face flushed. She didn't dare to look at him. She moved her head away and only uttered a light nasal sound. A simple expressed her feelings. The light in Lin Sun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his gaze became gentler. He reached out and grasped her little hand. The latter's body stiffened, but she did not struggle. Instead, she acquiesced to his behavior. Senior, what a coincidence, I like you too. The boy's low voice sounded, and Su Qingshi's eyes turned from cold to gentle. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Sun. I know. Lin Sun was surprised and asked, You know? She said calmly, Isn't it obvious enough, Junior? The last two words, Junior, were nasal and full of temptation. Lin Sun thought about it, and it was true. His behavior was indeed obvious, and the senior sister was so smart that she must have guessed it. However, she did not expose him, nor did she choose to stay away from him. Instead, she still got along with him. In other words, the senior sister did not dislike him. Too careless. Lin Sun secretly cursed himself for realizing it too late and waiting until now to express his feelings. No, it seemed like it was the senior who took the initiative, and he backed out at the last minute. If the senior student hadn't said this, he probably wouldn't have the courage to say it today. It's unknown when the two of them will be able to break through that layer of window paper. Thinking of this, Lin Sun was deeply moved. Senior sister, you are so nice. He held her hand tightly. Her small hand was cold and soft. He squeezed it gently, and it felt very comfortable. Lin Sun showed a relieved and happy smile. Can I pinch you? Su Qingshi said expressionlessly, but the blush on her face had not faded yet. Lin Sun smiled and said, I can finally hold my senior sister's hand openly. Senior, oh no, my girlfriend. Feeling Lin Sun's happiness, Su Qingshi also relaxed and smiled gently. Yes, the two of them are finally together. Is this what is called a two-way trip? It feels pretty good. Lin Sun. Let's try it. Good. Let's see if we can create a better future. From now on, they are a couple. Senior. Kiss. Su Qingshi's pretty face had already turned red. It's not like they had never kissed before, but it was only on the forehead, and that only happened when the mood was right. But now, having just gotten married, she seems unable to get into the role right away. She already has a partner. I haven't gotten used to it yet. The goddess blushed and said this calmly, looking extremely adorable. Lin Sun also realized that he was a little abrupt. He just felt that all this was not real and wanted to verify it. Not only the senior sister, he also couldn't adapt to it. Now both of them are a little excited. Then, I'll wait for you. Lin Sun held her hand tightly. Su Qingshi glanced at him. Then her eyes dodged a little, and she stammered, Come closer. Lin Sun was puzzled. Did the senior sister have something to say to him? He leaned over to listen. The next second, Lin Sun felt something cold touching his cheek. He shuddered, his whole body froze, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. She looked at her senior sister in astonishment, but the latter had already looked away. At this moment, her profile and earlobes were like cooked shrimps. Senior, did you kiss him? Grass. 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 Lin Sun found it difficult to express his feelings in words, and he kept roaring in his heart. It was the senior who took the initiative to kiss him. The kiss of the goddess. Isn't this too happy? After a long time, Lin Sun came back to his senses. He said seriously, Senior sister, how could you do this? Su Qingshi paused, then looked at him in surprise. Lin Sun said seriously, Senior sister suddenly gave me such an expensive gift. It seems a bit unreasonable for me not to return the gift, right? Su Qingshi had a bad premonition in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her waist. She felt a force coming from the hand. Her center of gravity was unstable, and she fell directly towards Lin Sun. She was about to scream, but the next second, her pretty red lips seemed to be blocked by something. Su Qingshi's eyes widened in vain, as if she didn't expect her junior to be so bold. Her lips were invaded, and she seemed to lose her breath. Her brain went blank, and her body suddenly became soft like noodles. She leaned on Lin Sun, forced to tilt her head back, and half closed her eyes to cater to him. It was the first time for both of them to kiss, a real mouth-to-mouth kiss. Their movements were unfamiliar and stiff, but they were reluctant to leave each other and continued to explore together. After a long time, when Su Qingshi was really about to suffocate, Lin Sun finally let her go. Su Qingshi buried her hot face in Lin Sun's arms, and the temperature on his face even made her dizzy. The goddess is shy. Oh my god, they're developing too fast, aren't they? Lin Sun found it a little unbelievable. Everything was just a subconscious action caused by the heat of the moment, and he himself didn't even know what he was doing. However, when I think about the way the two of them get along, it seems natural and normal. The two hugged each other, each being each other's shy ally, and could feel each other's rising and falling breathing and pounding heartbeats. Is this the smell of love? A few minutes later, Lin Sun supported his chin and looked stupidly at his senior, who continued to eat. He found that the senior sister today was exceptionally beautiful and charming, occupying all the space in his heart. Su Qingshi ate her meal while enduring Lin Sun's gaze. Her pretty face never returned to normal and remained rosy. What are you looking at me for? Eat. Her voice returned to its clear and cold tone, but it wasn't icy cold, and she sounded as if she was whispering nonchalantly. Lin Sun giggled. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Su Qingshi glared at him and said, so your previous show of weakness was all fake? The junior fellow student actually turned into a big bad wolf and attacked so fiercely that she could hardly resist. Lin Sun quickly shook his head. No, senior sister, I like you so much that I can't help myself. Su Qingshi said calmly, how much I like it. Lin Sun said seriously, senior sister, my love for you cannot be replaced by anyone else. You have taken up all the places here. For the rest of my life, there will be no room for anyone else except you. He pointed to the heart, his eyes serious and affectionate. Su Qingshi was stunned for a moment, and her heart started pounding again. Junior, if you keep doing this, you will be breaking the rules. Chapter 97, The First Day of Love. At dusk, the two of them strolled along the path in the park. The flowers and plants gave off a faint fragrance. The wind gently blew their hair, and the faint moonlight illuminated the quiet park. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil at the moment. This day had finally arrived. He had dreamed of the same scene before. Holding the hand of the senior sister, taking a walk in the park after dinner, the scene was so warm and enviable. He suddenly stopped, gently held her hand, his eyes warm. Are you tired? Su Qingshi shook her head. Much better. She was well fed and well kept warm, and she thought her period was just like that. Plus, with the concern of her junior, she was in a very good mood. Lin Sun paused and asked another question. Are you cold? The weather in October is not cold. It is even hot during the day, but it will be a little cool after the sun sets. Su Qingshi still answered patiently. Not bad. That's cold. Lin Sun said seriously, and then he suddenly put his arm around Su Qingshi's shoulders. Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Senior sister, this is my first time to fall in love. I just feel that it is a little unreal. I am not taking advantage of you on purpose. Su Qingshi said calmly. Then was it a pig you kissed just now? After saying that, she was stunned. It seemed like he was scolding her. Suddenly, she glared at Lin Sun. Lin Sun chuckled. It was the first day that the two of them confirmed their relationship, but they did not act awkward when they were together. It was as if they did not need rehearsal and could do some ambiguous actions naturally. Lin Sun thought that was when they had not yet confirmed their relationship, and after several ambiguous interactions with his senior, he had already gotten used to it. The campus belle of Nanjing University, the goddess in the hearts of countless people, was won by him today. Hey. Thinking of this, Lin Sun started to smile foolishly again. Su Qingshi looked at the dazed junior with a smile on her face. What are you laughing at? Lin Sun raised their hands happily and said, From now on, senior sister will no longer be alone. Senior sister, I will be with you. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Idiot, who said I am alone? I still have a mother and a brother. Lin Sun reacted, a little embarrassed, and said, I mean friends. Well, that's not right. What I mean is that you don't have to worry about having no friends. I'm enough. I will treat you well. Obviously, he was speaking like a fool, but it made Su Qingshi feel complicated. It seems like there is one more person in the room to keep me company and to eat with every day, and that feeling is not bad. Junior. Let's go there. I want to see my dad. Good. Lin Sun's eyes softened. He held the senior's hand tightly, then took out his cell phone and prepared to call a taxi. Suddenly, Su Qingshi reached out and took his cell phone away. A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Sun's eyes, but he didn't react too much. What's wrong, senior sister? Su Qingshi didn't say anything. She looked at the lock screen wallpaper of comrade Lin Sun's phone. You have it too? His lock screen wallpaper is exactly the same as hers. Lin Sun explained. Yes, this was taken by senior sister Jiang, and she later sent it to me. I have to state in advance that I didn't know she was able to take this photo. Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly and said, She also sent my photo. She said at the time that she only sent it to me. It was unique. Lin Sun. Oh my God, Senior Jiang, there's nothing I can do if you do this. You'd better be mentally prepared. How long has it been set? A few weeks. A few weeks, that is, the setup started just a few days after returning from that day. Su Qingshi had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Her junior had liked her a long time ago. What's the password? My birthday. Su Qingshi's pretty face froze. Seeing this, Lin Sun quickly changed his words. 001110. The senior student doesn't seem to know his birthday. Well, he didn't know hers either. Su Qingshi entered the password expressionlessly. When the screen switched to the desktop, she froze. Because the desktop wallpaper is still her, but it is different from the lock screen wallpaper. How did you get this photo? Lin Sun scratched his head. I asked the boss for it. Su Qingshi narrowed her eyes and asked, You also added the boss on WeChat? With her intelligence, she quickly discovered something was wrong. Finally, Lin Sun confessed his conspiracy with his boss. Okay, Junior. I didn't expect you to be so scheming, Su Qingshi said with a smile. This guy actually bribed the owner of the clothing store in order to get her photo. It really surprised her and made her angry and amused. Lin Sun quickly begged for mercy. Senior sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. You want to have a next time? No. I slipped up and said the wrong thing. There will definitely not be a next time. Snort. The fairy senior snorted arrogantly. Then she opened the photo album, clicked to share the photo of the two of them, and sent it to her own phone using Lin Sun's phone. She doesn't even have any photos of herself wearing a blue dress. It's so unfair that my junior has it. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the senior student did not blame him. The senior student hates being deceived. Don't let this kind of thing happen again in the future. If you want to take a photo, just tell me. Su Qingshi said slowly. Okay, senior. Lin Sun held her hand tightly. Su Qingshi shook his hand back and handed him the phone. Call a taxi. Under Lin Sun's operation, the Didi driver arrived quickly. Lin Sun was considerate enough to put a mask on the senior. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, Why are you wearing it? Lin Sun said seriously, Senior sister, you have to be aware of your own charm. I am protecting you. A smile flashed across Su Qingshi's eyes. I just like listening to your serious nonsense. Lin Sun. After getting in the car, Lin Sun confirmed the address with the driver. The two first went to the flower shop to buy flowers, the same flower shop as last time, but this time they bought 2 bouquets. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. Looking at the photo of the senior's father, Lin Sun's eyes revealed a complicated look. The last time he came here, he was just accompanying the senior as a friend, and now he came as Su Qingshi's boyfriend. Noticing that the senior was not in a good mood, Lin Sun slowly took her into his arms. The latter did not refuse, and leaned peacefully in Lin Sun's arms, staring at his father's tombstone in a trance. She began to tell Lin Sun about her family situation. Lin Sun listened quietly, hugging the senior sister, sometimes tightly, sometimes gently, to express his feelings. Chapter 98, Wild Fairy. 2 hours later, the two came out of the cemetery. Night had fallen, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Lin Sun could feel the coolness in his short-sleeved shirt. He looked at the senior sister. Although she was also wearing a coat, the coat was a bit thin as she was still in her special period. Senior, let's go back. Sukinsinari slightly. Lin Sun was about to call a taxi when Su Qingshi suddenly said, let's go for a walk. Lin Sun was a little surprised. This place was more than 10 kilometers away from the BB, and it was not early anymore. It was already 9 o'clock, but he didn't refuse. He was happy to be with his senior anywhere. The two held hands and strolled along the path. Senior, there are still 3 days left in the holiday. Do you want to go home and visit? Lin Sun asked for her opinion. He felt that the senior sister should go home and visit. Su Qingshi was silent for a long time before she replied, okay. It's not that she has a bad relationship with her family. On the contrary, her family is very harmonious. It's just that everyone is busy with their own things, and they don't care much about each other. But when they get together, they're still a happy family. The senior sister's home is not in Liangcheng, but her father's previous job was in Liangcheng. Of course, they also lived in Liangcheng for a period of time. However, since Su Sheng's sacrifice, in order to make it easier for Su Qingshi to go to college and her brother to work, Su's mother decided to move to South City. That is the city where Nanjing University is located. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Then I will buy a ticket for you. Lin Sun supported the senior student going home to be with her family. Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked, do you really want to be separated from me? For some reason, Lin Sun felt a chill on his back. He immediately said, no, senior sister. I just want to make you happy. I definitely don't mean that. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and tilted her head slightly, not looking at him, but the corners of her mouth were trembling, as if she was trying to hold back a smile. Lin Sun glared. Okay, senior sister, you did it on purpose. I didn't, she denied calmly, with a sly look in her eyes. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, put his arms around the senior sister's waist, and pulled her into his arms. Su Qingshi was caught off guard, and he succeeded. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. What are you doing? Lin Sun took off her mask with his other hand, revealing a flawless and beautiful face. Lin Sun was stunned. Senior, you are so beautiful. Su Qingshi's pretty face suddenly turned red, and her long eyelashes began to tremble. Being held in the arms of her junior so domineeringly and hearing his words of praise for her, a feeling of joy arose spontaneously. A woman dresses up to please herself. She is also a girl. If she is praised by the person she likes, she will be happy and proud because she has the capital. Lin Sun slowly lowered his head. The height difference between him and the senior sister was not too big. Basically, if he lowered his head, he could touch her face. Senior, I want to kiss you. Lin Sun's suppressed voice was a little magnetic and full of temptation. He was just expressing his own thoughts and had no intention of seeking the senior's opinion. So as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Qingshi's lips were sealed before she could say anything. Su Qingshi passively closed her eyes and endured the attack of her junior. Her hands unconsciously stretched out and wrapped around his neck, responding awkwardly to his love. What a cold goddess. Now she has fallen into the mortal world. The senior schoolmate seemed to have some kind of magic, and Lin Sun had no resistance at all. The feeling of falling into a fairyland deeply attracted him. After a long time, the kissing couple reluctantly separated. Both of their faces flushed, and they were breathing heavily, especially Su Qingshi, who had a watery gleam in her eyes and looked so delicate and weak that people couldn't help but want to conquer her. Lin Sun took a deep breath, turned around, squatted down, and calmed himself down. What's wrong? Su Qingshi had doubts in her eyes. It's okay, senior. I'll calm down, Lin Sun said in a humming voice. God knows how good the senior sister's figure is. He has no resistance even when he gets close to her, not to mention when he kisses her. That touch directly ignites him, and the primitive desire burns his mind. No, he has to restrain himself, otherwise he will really be unable to resist. However, he had absolutely no resistance to the senior. What is it like to have a girlfriend who is like a fairy? Su Qingshi was also adjusting her mood, and she didn't react when her junior suddenly attacked her. After squatting for several minutes, Lin Sun stood up and sighed. I almost embarrassed myself in front of my senior. I turned around and looked at the senior's sister, and found that her face was serious at this time. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, "Senior, what's wrong?" Su Qingshi took a deep breath and said, "Are we moving too fast?" Ah! Lin Sun was surprised. Su Qingshi looked at him calmly. "Today is a reward for you. From now on, if you want to kiss me, you must get my consent." Lin Sun was confused. He was a little slow to react when his right to kiss was suddenly taken away. What about hugs? It depends. Holding hands. When no one is around, yes. Looking at Lin Sun's stiff expression, Su Qingshi raised the corner of her mouth. She is a very conservative girl, and the current progress is a bit sudden for her. If this continues, she might lose her mind and fall into it. Of course, she still lacked understanding of her own charm and overestimated Lin Sun's resistance. Lin Sun thought about it and realized that this was true. He was indeed a bit bold and scared the senior student. "Restrain yourself. Lin Sun, you have to restrain yourself." Su Qingshi looked at him, and a part of her heart softened again. She took the initiative to hold his hand. "Of course, what I mean is from now on, tonight you can hand in hand." Um. Ah. What about the kiss? With every question Lin Sun asked, Su Qingshi's voice became smaller and smaller, and her cheeks became redder and redder. Lin Sun's disappointment was instantly swept away. He took the senior's soft hand and said with a smile, "There are still a few hours until the end of the day, so I won't let you go." Su Qingshi glanced away, not daring to look him in the eye. "Wow, look, Mom, there are wild fairies." At this time, a mother and son passed by, and the little boy pointed at Su Qingshi in surprise, looking excited. His mother was also surprised at the looks of Lin Sun and the other two, but she still stopped her son from being rude. "Don't just point at people casually." She gave them both an apologetic smile. Lin Sun smiled back, and he took off his mask when he kissed the senior just now. Resealing Su Qingshi's stunning beauty, Lin Sun turned to the little boy and said seriously, "This is my brother's girlfriend." The little boy said innocently, "Brother, you are so awesome that you can make a fairy your girlfriend. When I grow up, I want a fairy to be my girlfriend too." Haha. Watching the mother and son leave, Lin Sun turned to Su Qingshi and said with a smile, "Let's go, my girlfriend." Su Qingshi raised a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if in the spring breeze. Yeah. The two of them walked slowly into the distance, and the street lights stretched their shadows very long. Chapter 99 Encounter. The two first returned to the BB where the senior sister lived. Lin Sun helped pack up her things. He couldn't let the senior sister live here alone, no matter what. Su Qingshi didn't refuse. Since her junior insisted so much, she would just follow his advice. She thought Lin Sun was going to take her back to the Lin family's villa, but Lin Sun reassured her that the place he was taking her to was not the villa. This actually made Su Qingshi feel relieved. She had just confirmed her relationship with Lin Sun, and was not yet ready to go to his house like this. The two took a taxi to number 520 Xingfu Community. "Is this where you used to live?" Su Qingshi looked at the house curiously. The house is not very big, but it feels cozy for a family of 3 to live here. Su Qingshi can imagine that scene. Lin Sun nodded. "I've cleaned it up again. You can stay in the room I slept in before." There were only 2 rooms in the house. One was his, and the other was his parents'. Lin Sun felt it was inappropriate to let the senior live in the room where his parents had lived before, so he asked her to live in his room directly. Su Qingshi did not refuse. "After I finished packing, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I want to take a shower." Su Qingshi spoke lightly. Lin Sun understood immediately. He said, "Senior sister, please prepare your clothes first. I will boil some hot water for you." He has a water heater at home, but it has been used for a long time, and it heats up a bit slowly. After taking a shower, they returned to their rooms. Of course, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi lived in separate rooms. Although he was already the senior's boyfriend, they had not yet reached the point of sleeping in the same bed. Lying on the bed, Lin Sun recalled what happened today and was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Today is October 4th, the day he and his senior confirmed their relationship. Also, today he held hands with his senior sister 5 times, hugged her 3 times, and kissed her twice. Thinking of the kiss with his senior schoolmate and the wonderful touch, Lin Sun smiled foolishly in the quilt. He took out his cell phone and wanted to share the good news. Senior Jiang? Or roommate? Or the parents? Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell them that he and the senior were in a relationship. and he planned to keep it secret. If he made it too public, it would be bad for both him and the senior. Given the senior's fame in Nanjing University, if he knew that she already had a boyfriend, wouldn't he, as her boyfriend, have to face a group of rivals all the time? No. Let's keep a low profile. He opened the senior's WeChat chat interface and sent a message. Lin Sun. Animated expression, is the fairy there? The senior student should not be asleep at this time either, as she replied to the message quickly. Fairy senior. Aren't you sleeping yet? Lin Sun. Senior sister. I can't sleep now, what should I do? Fairy senior. What are you thinking about? Lin Sun. I miss my senior so much that I can't sleep. In the next room, Su Qingshi buried herself in the quilt. She held up her cell phone, looking at the message sent by her junior schoolmate, and smiled. Lin Sun was not the only one who couldn't sleep. She was also not sleepy. Her whole brain was thinking about everything that happened today, like a loop. She and her junior finally got together. She raised a happy smile at the corner of her mouth and replied to him. Junior, it's time to go to bed. Lin Sun. Okay, senior. Okay. It was strange. Although he was very excited, Lin Sun fell asleep soon after he finished chatting. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Sun got up early. The door of the other room was closed, probably because the senior student hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Sun smiled slightly. After spending 2 minutes brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went out. Half an hour later, Lin Sun came back with breakfast and some dishes in his hands. Of course, the dishes had to be prepared for lunch, and he even bought half an old hen to make soup for his senior sister. Not long after Lin Sun came back, the door of the senior sister's room opened. She walked out sleepily, wearing loose pajamas, but her proud figure could not be concealed and was faintly visible, giving off a kind of lazy beauty. Senior, time for breakfast. Lin Sun greeted. Su Qingshi seemed to be still asleep. She stared at Lin Sun blankly for a moment before nodding. Okay. She washed up first, without changing her clothes, and sat at the dining table in her pajamas. Lin Sun bought quite a lot of breakfast, enough for 3 people. He sat opposite her, and they looked at each other. They couldn't help but think of what happened last night, and their eyes quickly turned to the morning. Sin? Explain. Lin Sun organized his words and said, We are already together, right? So kinsi nadi yentli, this. Lin Sun felt relieved, but he had to admit that when he woke up in the morning, he still felt a sense of unreality that he was really with his senior schoolmate. The relationship between the two seemed to have been broken, a little subtle, but Lin Sun seemed to find that it was very natural for him and the senior to become a couple. But she's so pretty. Lin Sun stared at Su Qingshi blankly, his mind full of random thoughts. Su Qingshi's cheeks became hot when he looked at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. Have you seen enough? Lin Sun chuckled. I have to take a closer look. I never dared to look at senior sister carefully before, but now I can. The senior student laughed. Can you see the flowers? Lin Sun said seriously. Senior sister is much prettier than flowers. Su Qingshi's cheeks turned even redder. This junior fellow is a bit frivolous, and he can't help teasing people with every word he says. But she was very happy. Senior, what are our plans for today? Lin Sun asked. Because my senior's home is in South City, I decided to go back tomorrow, so that I can go to school after the holiday. So today, I am still free. Su Qingshi pondered for a while and said, I'll listen to you. She didn't know where to go for fun. Anyway, she was outside now, so it didn't matter where she went. Of course, as long as she was with Lin Sun, it didn't matter where she went. Then let's go to the amusement park, Lin Sun said excitedly. He had already thought about taking his senior to the amusement park. He heard that it was a must-visit dating destination for couples. Su Qingshi nodded. Okay. After breakfast, Su Qingshi went back to her room to change clothes, and Lin Sun made brown sugar water for her. Today is the 3rd day. The dysmenorrhea has passed, but my body is still a little weak. Lin Sun had everything he needed at home, so he quickly cooked a small pot of brown sugar water according to the instructions in a book. Lin Sun scooped a bowl of the dish and walked happily towards his senior's room with the finished product. Since the door of the room was half open, Lin Sun didn't think much about it and pushed it in directly. The lights in the room were off, and it was a little dim. But when Lin Sun saw the scene in front of him, his whole body froze like a sculpture. The scene before his eyes made Lin Sun's heart beat faster, and his blood began to boil. Chapter 100 Playground. In the dim room, a beautiful figure stood by the bed, changing clothes. From Lin Sun's angle, she had just lifted up her top, revealing her slender waist. Even though he couldn't see it clearly, the outline was extremely seductive. Not a trace of fat. The senior is changing clothes. Lin soon froze in place, looking at the senior's schoolmate in front of him, who was also frozen in place, at a loss as to what to do. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were. Lin Sun's voice trembled, and he stammered so hard that he didn't even know what he was saying. Su Qingshi said calmly, "Get out." "Okay, senpai." Lin Sun turned around and walked out of the room, closing the door. In the darkness, Su Qingshi breathed a sigh of relief. Her pretty face had turned red at this moment, but unfortunately Lin Sun didn't see it. She walked to the door and made sure it was closed before changing her clothes again. Thinking back to when she was caught changing clothes by her junior, even though she didn't reveal anything, the scene still made her blush. "Hey!" She sighed softly. Outside the door, Lin Sun's eyes were still dull, and countless fragments of that beautiful scene appeared in his mind. A few minutes later, Su Qingshi walked out of the room. The two looked at each other and then looked away at the same time, their cheeks slightly red. "Senior, drink some brown sugar water." Lin Sun handed her the bowl of brown sugar water. Su Qingshi took it and drank it obediently. Su Qingshi wanted to cook lunch, but Lin Sun wouldn't let her. "How can I let my girlfriend touch water when she has her period?" Soon, Lin Sun placed one fragrant dish after another on the table. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun wearing an apron and suddenly felt that this feeling was not bad, as if she was at home. "Thanks for your hard work." Su Qingshi supported her chin with one hand and looked at him busying around with a faint smile. Lin Sun's face was still covered with beads of sweat, but he was extremely satisfied. "It's not hard. It's my honor to cook for you, senior." He took off his apron, served the rice to the senior, poured a bowl of chicken soup, and then sat opposite her. "Try this old hen soup. It's delicious." Su Qingshi took a spoon and scooped a spoonful of soup into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, it seemed as if all her taste buds were opened, and it was full of fragrance. "Not bad." She praised lightly and scooped another spoonful casually. Her actions alone were enough to show her satisfaction with the dishes. Lin Sun chuckled. For him, being able to cook a meal for his beloved senior schoolmate and having her find it delicious is already a great happiness. After lunch, the two decided to go to the amusement park. Of course, you should relax during the holidays. Lin Sun bought tickets for two people, and he asked the senior which one she wanted to play. The latter thought about it and looked at the roller coaster flying in the air. Lin Sun followed her gaze, and suddenly his face froze. "Are you afraid of heights?" Su Qingshi obviously noticed this and looked at him with a smile. Lin Sun adjusted his expression and said seriously, "How is it possible? Just like that? How could I be afraid?" Su Qingshi looked at him suspiciously and felt amused. "Then go sit on that one." "Hey, wait, senior. Doesn't your stomach hurt anymore?" Lin Sun quickly grabbed Su Qingshi and asked her seriously. The latter shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's the third day. It's much better now. It's just a roller coaster." Lin Sun wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's over." The attempt to change the subject failed. However, seeing that the senior sister seemed very interested, he decided to sit with her. He was not afraid of heights, but he was somewhat afraid of the thrill of flying through the air. After all, the protection was just a seatbelt. If there was a malfunction, his life would be over. Su Qingshi was not afraid at all. She felt an inexplicable sense of excitement as the roller coaster rushed forward, but her ears could not bear it. Because Lin Sun beside him was screaming with his eyes closed, and he looked like he was about to die. "Oh, timid brother?" After getting off the roller coaster, Comrade Lin Sun's legs were so weak that Su Qingshi had to help him down. Lin Sun collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Just as he was about to take a breath, his stomach suddenly churned. He quickly stood up, rushed to the side, and started vomiting violently. "Well, I vomited everything I ate at noon and last night. Drink some water." Su Qingshi handed him a bottle of water and patted his back. "How do you feel?" After vomiting, Lin Sun's face turned several shades paler. "Senior, I thought I was going to die." Su Qingshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can it be that serious? Lin Sun swore that he would never ride a roller coaster again. Several years later, when a porcelain doll-like girl led Lin Sun to the amusement park again and pointed at the roller coaster, he was silent. Considering Lin Sun's condition, Su Qingshi had to help him sit on a bench to rest. "Sorry, senior sister, you didn't have fun, did you?" Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi with guilt. Su Qingshi shook her head. "There's no need to say this." She moved closer to Lin Sun and gently rested her head on his shoulder. I don't really like to play. I just want to accompany you. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart and was deeply moved. Lin Sun, what's up, senior? I want to eat ice cream. No. Su Qingshi snorted. Then I'll buy it myself. Lin Sun hugged her slender body and said no. Su Qingshi's face flushed red, and she glared at Lin Sun in reproach. Let go. Lin Sun looked determined and righteous. No, not unless you promise me not to buy ice cream. It feels so comfortable to hug my senior sister. What should I do if I don't want to let go? Su Qingshi huddled in his arms. Although she was wearing a mask, she was still a little shy when she noticed the gazes of passersby. She could only whisper, "There are so many people here." Lin Sun approached her with a smile. Then can you let me hold you when no one is around, senior sister? Sukinsi. Junior, are you still the junior I know? Ro! Su Qingshi's tone sounded both angry and shy, which made Lin Sun feel itchy. Even the dizziness caused by the roller coaster was much reduced. Senior is really his lucky star? Senior, let's go play somewhere else. Then I'm going to the haunted house. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun's stiff face, and a smile appeared in her eyes. She did it on purpose. Are you sweating all over, Junior? Lin Sun felt that if he didn't stand up a little, his position as a husband would be weakened. So he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, let's go. In a haunted house, the ghosts inside are actually played by humans, and the atmosphere created alone makes people feel nervous. Lin Sun had a nonchalant expression. This place is too fake, isn't it? It's not professional. There's nothing to be afraid of. Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently. You pretended to be so calm. If you hadn't held my hand tightly, I would have almost believed it. Chapter 101 Cinema. After coming out of the haunted house, Lin Sun's face was calm and nothing seemed unusual. But Su Qingshi, who was being held by him, had two blushes on her face, and the mask that concealed her beauty had disappeared. She stared at Lin Sun with her cold eyes, looking a little gritting her teeth. Lin Sun felt a chill and didn't even dare to look at her. It turned out that in the haunted house, Su Qingshi secretly scared him several times, and Comrade Lin Sun's heart was almost frightened to death. As a result, he didn't say anything, directly punished her with family rules, dragged Su Qingshi to a corner, and showed his toughness. Just when the two were getting into the mood, they discovered that there was an NPC hiding and peeking at them. Su Qingshi was so shy that she pulled Lin Sun out. Lin Sun thought of the excitement just now, and he subconsciously touched his lips. The next second, I felt a pain in my waist. Senior, be gentle. Ouch! Su Qingshi looked at him coldly. Have you become much braver? Huh? Lin Sun quickly begged for mercy. What a beautiful girl. Oh my God. Isn't she too beautiful? She's like a fairy. Such a beautiful girl actually has a boyfriend? What a pity. They're such a good match. Wow. They look like a sister-brother relationship. Oh no. Why does he have such a beautiful girlfriend? And I've been single for 20 years? Look in the mirror, and you'll know why. Without the mask, Su Qingshi's appearance was immediately revealed. Even without makeup, her appearance was absolutely flawless. Especially her skin was very good. It looked the same with or without makeup, delicate and smooth. The gorgeous and charming lady, a beautiful lady with a good temperament, immediately attracted the attention of passersby, who began to talk about her in amazement. If some men hadn't seen Su Qingshi being held by Lin Sun, they would have probably come over and added her on WeChat the first moment. Su Qingshi frowned slightly. She felt a little uncomfortable being watched, as if she was being treated like a monkey. Lin Sun naturally didn't want his fairy to be coveted by others, so he took Su Qingshi and ran away. That's right, running. But soon he thought of his senior sister's health, stopped again, and changed to a quick walk. What's wrong? Su Qingshi was surprised by Lin Sun's reaction. Lin Sun said seriously, Senior sister, I want to hide you. His senior sister is so attractive. He loves her, but is helpless. How many love rivals are there? A hint of tenderness flashed across Su Qingshi's brows. I'm already your girlfriend. Why are you still so cautious? Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Senior sister is too outstanding. I am afraid that I will lose confidence. Su Qingshi looked at him. Her heart moved. She held his hand tightly. Don't care about other people's eyes. I only care about you. Other people have nothing to do with me. I only care about you. A light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and his mood suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. Thank you, senior sister. I like you so much. Su Qingshi blushed. Just open your mouth. Lin Sun smiled, and shook his head at the same time. He would definitely face many challenges in the future if he was with his senior sister. He knew that his senior sister had many suitors, so he would not back down. He also wanted to become better and make everyone feel that he was worthy of his senior sister. When it was evening, Lin Sun took his senior schoolmate out for dinner. Instead of going home to cook, they found a restaurant to eat at. In fact, as long as Lin Sun wanted, he could have the most expensive dinner in Liangcheng, but he had other plans tonight. Senior, how about we go to a movie tonight? Lin Sun held the hand of his senior and walked on the road to help digest the food. Su Qingshi nodded. Yes. It doesn't matter what I do, as long as Lin Sun is with me. Lin Sun bought a ticket towards the back, because if he went too far forward, the movie wouldn't have had much atmosphere. After buying 2 more buckets of popcorn, the two entered the cinema. The movie starts at 7:30. It is a newly released romance film. Looking at the introduction, it seems a bit sad. The movie is called Your Wedding, which tells a pure love story between the male and female protagonist that spans 15 years. It aptly reflects the distant but clear first love memory in everyone's heart. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi sat next to each other. He looked at the senior from time to time and found that she was watching very attentively. So he reached into the popcorn bucket, grabbed some popcorn, and put it to her mouth. The latter looked at him and did not refuse. He opened his little mouth and accepted the feeding. When the plot reached its climax, the whole audience was shocked and many audience members burst into tears. A couple was sitting in front of Lin Sun. The girl threw herself into her boyfriend's arms and cried bitterly. The boy quickly took out the prepared tissue to wipe her tears. Lin Sun subconsciously looked at the senior sister and found that the latter's eyes were also a little glistening. Perhaps it was because she was too engrossed in the movie and the plot was too sad. Lin Sun's attention was also attracted by the movie. The hero and heroine fell in love at first sight in high school, supported each other as they grew up, and then faced the entanglement and regrets of life choices. The audience can deeply feel the purity and sincerity of the two people's emotions. Because most of them have been there. Lin Sun's attention was not mostly on it before, so he was a little unable to put himself in the situation. So he simply reached out his hand, put his arm around the senior sister's waist, and with a little force, pulled her into his arms. The senior was feeling a little depressed and needed a hug from her boyfriend. Su Qingshi leaned obediently in Lin Sun's arms, opened her mouth, and said softly, "Eat." Lin Sun's heart melted when he saw such a senior schoolmate, and he quickly fed her. Su Qingshi was originally quite sad, but Lin Sun kept stroking her back with his palm. She could feel his comfort, and her mood improved. While he was absorbed in the movie, she secretly glanced at him. When Lin Sun lowered his head, she shifted her attention away calmly. Soon, their attention was no longer on the movie, but on the couple in front of them. The girl was crying and choking, and she even hiccuped. The boy kept whispering to her and kissing her, completely ignoring the eyes of others. The girl was immediately attracted by her boyfriend's power and stared at her boyfriend in a daze. When the boy kissed her again, she put her arms around his neck, and the two of them stopped watching the movie and started kissing directly. Lin Sun, Sukinsi, what the hell is this young man doing in the dead of night? Su Qingshi's pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked away while glaring at Lin Sun. Don't look. Lin Sun quickly lowered his head and looked at her. Senior sister, let me look at you. Su Qingshi snorted coldly. Lin Sun was indeed looking at Su Qingshi, but as he looked at her, his gaze changed a little. Su Qingshi's heart skipped a beat, and her breathing became rapid. The two of them were purely influenced by the couple in front of them, and their hearts were itching at this moment. Su Qingshi was about to leave Lin Sun's arms, but Lin Sun was a step faster and lowered his head to kiss her pink lips. Senior sister, your lips are so tempting. I have no resistance at all. Well, the author wants to take a break and report to the organization, hoping for approval. Chapter 102, Calling Boyfriend. After coming out of the cinema, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi walked side by side. The movie is pretty good. Lin Sun took the initiative to speak and tried to find a topic to talk about. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, "Then tell me what the movie is about." Lin Sun, what was it about? How did he know what it was about? I watched a section of it, but as soon as I kissed the senior sister, my mind drifted away and I couldn't remember anything. Su Qingshi secretly reached out and pinched his waist. This guy just does bad things. Senior, are we going back? Lin Sun asked. She was tired after playing all day, and Lin Sun was worried that her body couldn't take it. Su Qingshi nodded. Okay. If she wasn't visiting relatives, she could also go shopping at the night market. This place is less than 3 kilometers away from Xingfu community, and it takes about 20 minutes to walk. The two of them chose to walk at the same time. After reaching home, the day is over, and tomorrow the senior will embark on a journey to South City. The two of them will be separated for a few days. The two of them walked as if they were taking a leisurely stroll, watching the bustling night market. The aroma of barbecue kept wafting into their noses, which was very tempting. The night market in Liangqing is very lively. Because it is a small city, the public security here is not that strict. Many places have special night markets, and you can come in and set up stalls when the time comes. It's really lively. Looking at the crowd, Lin Sun sighed. Do you know how much money they can make by setting up stalls? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Lin Sun was surprised. I haven't asked this. They are busy all day, especially at night markets like this, where they have even less time to rest. I asked an Annie at the night market, and she said that sometimes they can make money by setting up stalls, but sometimes business is slow. The night market is open until 2 a.m. When they close their stalls, they have to wash dishes and sort out garbage. When they get home, they basically only sleep for a few hours before getting up to prepare ingredients for the evening. In the evening, they set up their stalls again, and the cycle repeats. Lin Sun was moved as he listened to the senior's explanation. It's really not easy for ordinary people. He was just an ordinary person at the time, so he could understand it very well. The evening breeze was cool, so Lin Sun took the senior's hand and passed the warmth to her. Su Qingshi did not refuse. She gradually got used to Lin Sun's closeness and was not so shy about some intimate actions. Senior, when are we going to make the official announcement? Comrade Lin Sun asked with some anticipation. Su Qingshi glanced at him gently and said, Whenever you want, then it's fine. Lin Sun smiled. I'm afraid that after we make it official, the suitors who admire you in school will spit at me and drown me. Su Qingshi was amused by his words. Then why are you so bold? Are you so bold as to be with her? Lin Sun understood what she meant and whispered, I can't control myself either. I really like you so much. Su Qingshi's cheeks were burning. Thanks. Thank you for your love. I like you too. How about we buy some midnight snack? Attracted by the fragrance, Lin Sun felt a little hungry. Su Qingshi nodded. Okay. Lin Sun took his senior schoolmate to the night market without delay. Because of her great beauty, she stood out in the crowd, and many people turned their eyes to her. What a pretty girl. The night market was very lively, and there were many beautiful women dressed very coolly, full of youth and vitality. There was no shortage of pretty girls either, but even though Su Qingshi was dressed conservatively, she was still the most dazzling presence in the crowd. It's hard not to notice that temperament. The senior student followed closely in the footsteps of the junior student, holding his big hand, and walked forward with difficulty on the more crowded path. The night market is so lively. Boss, how much is this mutton pot? 30 yuan a copy. Is it spicy? A little bit. Okay, I'll look at the others. Lin Sun took the senior sisters to visit one by one. The night market not only had barbecue, but also various toy stalls and clothing stalls. There are shooting games, ring toss games, dart games, and everything else. Senior, do you want to play shooting? When Lin Sun saw the shooting, he immediately thought of the last time, and he asked the senior. When Su Qingshi saw this, she recalled that they had not confirmed their relationship at that time, but they were quite ambiguous with each other during that time. The naughty brother even took the initiative to hold her in his arms under the pretext of teaching her how to shoot, which made her feel embarrassed. But now, they're already dating, and ambiguous actions are acceptable. It can only be said that the initial ambiguity left a deep impression on them. Good. Lin Sun asked about the price and bought 2. There are 30 bullets in one gun here. You will get a reward only if you hit more than 20 of them. The reward is still a doll. Lin Sun tried it and felt that the power of this gun was not as strong as the last time. Many shots hit the balloon, but it did not explode. In the end, he only hit 16 shots. Hit rate half. It was Su Qingshi's turn. She was already attracting attention, and when she held the gun, many people started taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, and more people gathered around to watch. Su Qingshi really did not forget Lin Sun's true teachings. She hit 8 of the first 10 shots, and Lin Sun helped her count. After the game, he hit 19 bullets. Although it did not meet the redemption conditions, it was 3 more than Lin Sun. Bang, bang, bang. There was applause from all around. Of course, they have to support the beauties. Let's go. The two didn't care that they didn't get the doll. They just came there to have fun. Senior is amazing. She became proficient in it in just one try. Lin Sun praised her, saying that she had failed last time, but this time she had surpassed him. A talented player, Su Qingshi pursed her lips gently, feeling a little happy in her heart. After all, she had overcome another difficult and important subject. They originally wanted to buy some midnight snacks, but they ended up strolling around the night market for nearly an hour. When they left the night market, Lin Sun was carrying the midnight snacks, while Su Qingshi was wearing a fleece coat and her hair was tied up. Lin Sun picked out a hairpin for her, and she used it right away. She put her hair up and secured it with the hairpin. Her temperament was that of a typical beautiful girl from a small family. Lin Sun couldn't resist it. The two walked back to Xingfu community and had a midnight snack right away. After that, Lin Sun did not forget to make some brown sugar water for his senior. Good night, senior. Good night, junior. After washing up, the two looked at each other, said good night to each other, and returned to their rooms. Maybe this feeling is really good. The next morning, Lin Sun got up early. Today was the day when his senior sister was going home, so he got up to pack her things. After the senior student opened the door, she turned around and shrank back into the quilt, watching Lin Sun clean up with squinted eyes. The bed was so comfortable that she didn't want to get up. Lin Sun looked at her lovingly and said, "If you're still sleepy, go to sleep first. I'll clean it up for you." "Well, thank you, Junior. Um, call me boyfriend. Thanks to my boyfriend for helping me." "So good. Childish." Hey. Chapter 103, I already have someone I like. While Lin Sun was packing his luggage, Su Qingshi fell asleep as expected. Lin Sun looked at her sleeping face. A trace of heartache flashed across his eyes, and he tried to pack his luggage as quietly as possible. The senior sister didn't have many things. Some of her clothes were hung on the balcony. Lin Sun collected them, but he felt a little embarrassed when he saw her intimate clothes on the way. Seeing the senior sister's underwear, his heart beat faster and faster. It took Lin Sun half an hour to finally close the senior sister's suitcase. He walked to her side and looked at her sleeping face quietly. After watching for a few minutes, Lin Sun patted her shoulder and said, "Senior, get up." Su Qingshi was in a light sleep at this time, so she opened her eyes when Lin Sun called her for the first time, but her eyes were still a little confused. "What time is it?" "It's almost 9 o'clock. Lin Sun looked at her lovingly. Su Qingshi stared at Lin Sun calmly. The computer was buffering. Then she stretched her body with her hands and feet. After that, she stretched out her hands to Lin Sun and said calmly, "Carry me to wash up." Lin Sun was eager to find it. He smiled and said, "I am willing to serve the princess." He put his hand around the senior's waist, and the latter cooperated by leaning back to allow him to pass his hand through, while she wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Sun picked up the mermaid like a princess and walked towards the bathroom. Perhaps because they were about to part, the senior schoolmate was particularly clingy today. She didn't want to do anything and just wanted Lin Sun to do it. Lin Sun naturally enjoyed doing this, and he was also fascinated by such a lazy senior sister. Lin Sun had already bought breakfast, so he just had to heat it up and eat it. At the dining table, Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun. "Where are you going?" Lin Sun replied, "I'll stay here for a while and then go back to school. There are still 2 days left before the end of the holiday, and he has had enough fun." Su Qingshi nodded. "Yes." After breakfast, I sent my senior sister to the station. Su Qingshi wore a white mask and a long skirt, looking like a gentle and homely fairy. Her hair was tied up and pinned with the hairpins that Lin Sun bought for her. She looked like a typical big sister. At the entrance of the station, Lin Sun looked at the senior schoolmate who was about to enter the station with reluctance in his eyes. The next time we meet is 2 days later. But he had just entered the passionate period of love, and the thought of having to wait 2 days before he could see the senior schoolmate seemed like a torment. "I'm going in, you can go back." Su Qingshi pulled the suitcase and waved at Lin Sun. Comrade Lin Sun nodded. "Senior sister, you must be careful. Remember to call me if anything happens." Su Qingshi nodded gently. "My camera, remember to keep it for me." Before leaving, she handed the white camera to Lin Sun for safekeeping. Lin Sun nodded seriously. "Don't worry, senior sister." He begged the senior for a long time last night before she agreed to give him the camera, so of course he wanted to develop the photos in it. Many of them are photos of the two of them together. The senior student entered the station, and Comrade Lin Sun stood there and watched for a long time. At this time, a message came from the mobile phone. "Fairy Senior, get in the car." Lin Sun immediately sent a message back. "Be safe." He took Su Qingshi's white camera turned around and left the station. Lin Sun. Just then, a surprised voice was heard. Lin Sun stopped and looked at the person who was speaking in surprise. Seeing the person coming, he was a little surprised. Are you Qin Hao? Isn't this the monitor of his class in high school? Qin Hao, who had pursued Su Qing and was the star of the graduation banquet. I didn't expect to meet him here. Qin Hao was pulling a suitcase. He was not as high-spirited as before. He looked much more haggard and a little thinner. He no longer had the confidence he had before. Lin Sun didn't know that not long after the last graduation party, the Qin family got the next blow they deserved. All of the Qin family's cooperation chains in Liangcheng were destroyed. Having offended the richest family, almost no one dared to have anything to do with their Qin family. Of course, the key is that the Lin family has never taken the Qin family seriously. Other families are bystanders and take the initiative to stay away from the Qin family. This has made it impossible for the Qin family to gain a foothold in Liangcheng. Qin Hao didn't expect to meet Lin Sun here. He said calmly, "Young Master Lin is already the son of the richest man in the country. Why is he still in this small Liangcheng?" Lin Sun frowned. Why does this kid seem so aggressive? He simply put away his sympathy and said calmly, "Liangcheng shouldn't be your home, right? Is there anything wrong with me being here?" Qin Hao's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he lowered his eyes. "Yes, this is your territory." Lin Sun didn't want to get entangled with him, so he said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You can do whatever you want." He was about to leave when Qin Hao saw him and said, "Wait." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Do you have any news about Su Qing?" Qin Hao gritted his teeth and finally asked. Lin Sun was a little confused. "Didn't you break up? Why are you asking this?" He didn't know why Qin Hao and Su Qing broke up, but they had no relationship for a long time. How come Qin Hao still had feelings for Su Qing? A hint of sadness flashed across Qin Hao's face. "I am sorry for her." After breaking up with Su Qing in a rage last time, he never saw her again. Later, after the college entrance examination results came out, he went to Jiang University and Su Qing went to Nanjing University, the same university as Lin Sun. After all, he still missed Su Qing. How to say it? Su Qing was very good in every aspect and was the best girlfriend he had ever had. However, the matter was done and his family had fallen into bankruptcy, so it was impossible for him to look for that girl again. Seeing Lin Sun at this time, he couldn't help but ask about her. Lin Sun said calmly, "She is in Nanjing University and is doing well, don't worry." Qin Hao looked at him. "Do you still like her?" Lin Sun shook his head. "Don't worry, I don't like her anymore." He stopped disliking Su Qing a long time ago. Qin Hao took a deep look at Lin Sun and said, "She should still like you." Lin Sun said calmly, "This has nothing to do with me. If you were me, would you accept her?" Qin Hao shook his head. No. He also would not accept a woman who betrayed him. Lin Sun shrugged. "Just live your life well. To be honest, you two are not from the same world. You should face the reality and stop thinking about those unnecessary things." After a pause, he looked at Qin Hao. "She only cares about whether she is doing well and doesn't care about how you feel. Besides, I already have someone I like." After saying that, Lin Sun walked around him and left the station. Qin Hao looked at his back with complicated eyes. Chapter 104 Photo Album. After leaving the station, Lin found a copy shop and after some work, he printed out the photo with his senior schoolmate. Not many, just a few dozen. Lin Sun looked at the photos in the camera. There were hundreds of them. Many of them were taken by his senior schoolmate in the past, and most of them were landscape photos. Lin Sun communicated with his boss and decided to print out all the photos and make an album to give to his senior. When the boss heard this, he thought the god of wealth had come to his doorstep. With a few hundred photos, he can earn a few $100s. During the few hours, Lin Sun did not stay in the copy shop all the time. Instead, he took this opportunity to buy 2 photo albums. He spent a long time choosing one with a nice cover. The cover of the album was a cherry tree, and the blooming cherry blossoms were extremely beautiful. What's more, it was a set. Hundreds of photos were freshly produced as the printer machine was smoking like crazy. While Lin Sun was organizing the photos, the boss stared at the machine in deep thought. Is it a profit or a loss? Walking out of the copy shop, Lin Sun was holding a bag full of photos. He was alone now, but he didn't think much about it since the holiday was almost over. He thought about it, then took a taxi to the Forest Royal Court. "Hello, master." As soon as the hotel receptionist saw Lin Sun coming in, her eyes suddenly lit up. She was not the receptionist from last time, but she knew Lin Sun. Just kidding. All the staff in the hotel might have Lin Sun's photo firmly engraved in their minds. The receptionist did not dare to shrink inside the counter and hurried out, walking towards Lin Sun with her graceful curves, showing a warm smile. Master, you are here. Do you want to eat? Lin Sun smiled slightly. Hello, I want to see the manager. Is he here? The receptionist nodded quickly. Yes, yes. I'll notify the manager right away. She quickly picked up the intercom and called. When the senior executives heard that their young master had arrived, they were immediately alarmed and immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed to the front desk. The manager was drinking with the boss of a company at the time. When he heard that the young master was coming, he stood up immediately with a serious face. Old Huang, where are you going? The boss asked in confusion. I just took 2 sips of the wine. Where are you going? Huang Manting hurriedly put on his suit and said, Boss Lon, I'll drink with you another day. I have something important to do, so I'll excuse myself first. After saying that, he quickly ran out of the private room. President Lon? Lin Sun was invited by the staff to the VIP room to take a rest. During this time, several executives came to ask him if he wanted to eat something, but he refused. A group of hotel executives stood in a row respectfully, looking at their young master curiously and cautiously. Is this the son of the biggest boss? He has delicate features and looks really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The older executives were thinking about how to introduce their daughters to the young master, while the waiters were thinking about what kind of girls the young master liked. Soon, after a short wait, Huang Manting finally arrived. Oh, young master, why are you here? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Huang Manting's face was filled with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Lin Sun smiled and said, I just came to take a look and have a meal. I hope I didn't disturb you guys? Everyone shook their heads. Are you kidding? How could we bother you? You are the young master of this restaurant. We are so busy serving you. Huang Manting's face was full of respect. So, what would you like to eat today, young master? We have senior chefs in our restaurant, and we can cook anything. Lin Sun said, let's talk about this later. How many of you are okay now? I'm talking about girls. Huang Manting was stunned, and then some indescribable thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Why did the young master say this? We are just a regular restaurant. Could it be that the young master has a hobby in that area? I have to admit that he had really misunderstood. He thought the young master wanted to drink with him. Their Forest Royal Court is a well-known high-end restaurant, but unlike other hotels, they only provide dining services here. It is a very formal hotel and does not provide services such as accompanying drinking. But the man in front of them is their young master. If the young master wants it, then they must have it too. Huang Manting also wanted to please Lin Sun. After all, if he had a good relationship with this young master, maybe he could climb up in the future. Thinking of this, he quickly smiled and said, How many do you need, master? I'll arrange them. They are all top-notch in appearance and will definitely satisfy you, master. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces suddenly became strange. However, the young and beautiful waitresses were secretly excited. Looking at Lin Sun expectantly, Lin Sun was stunned. He felt as if something was wrong. When he saw Huang Manting's ambiguous smile, he suddenly understood and his face turned dark. Manager Huang, who do you think I am? Ah! Huang Manting was stunned. Lin Sun said speechlessly, I just want you to find a few people to help me, preferably girls with good hands. Oh. Huang Manting reacted immediately, with embarrassment on his face. He quickly called a white-collar worker. Shall you go and arrange for a few skillful employees to come over for the young master? Good manager. When several female employees in uniform stood in front of Lin Sun, he cleared his throat with a cough and said, Well, I called you here because I want you to do me a favor. Here is an album with many photos. Please help me put the photos in it, but I have one request. Don't damage it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face showed confusion. No way, that's it? Young master, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing? Bah! How could they think of the master like that? Maybe this is the hobby of rich people. Several female employees were also somewhat surprised, but still felt a little disappointed, as they thought their chance had come. In this way, Lin Sun handed the task of organizing the photo albums to several female employees, and he went to eat under the leadership of Huang Manting. I have to say the food in this restaurant is delicious. I didn't get to eat there last time due to some incidents, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Lin Sun secretly decided that next time he went on a date with a senior, he would take her out to eat something delicious. He had previously asked the senior if she wanted to come to his family's business to shop around and eat, but she declined, saying she wasn't ready yet and would talk about it next time. Lin Sun didn't force it. Under Huang Manting's personal introduction, Lin Sun ate with gusto. It must be said that Huang Manting was quite capable to be a manager. He could recite every dish fluently, which really opened Lin Sun's eyes. At the same time, in a private room, several female employees were carefully putting photos into albums. Suddenly, a female employee picked up a photo, and her eyes suddenly widened. Ah, what happened? Did you ruin the photo? It's over. No way. The other female employees turned pale and looked over in horror. No, no, look, this girl is so beautiful. The female employee holding the photo pointed at the girl in the photo with a look of surprise. Chapter 105: The Warmth of Home. When Lin Sun finished his meal, a female employee came over with a photo album and handed it to Lin Sun respectfully. Master, it's done. Lin Sun took it with some joy. Thank you. He opened it and took a look. The photos were indeed put into the album without any damage. Moreover, the female employees were very careful, and they sorted them according to the chronological order on the photos. Give it to my senior. She should be very happy. Okay. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm leaving now. Huang Manting immediately led a group of his men to see the young master off. Young master, take care. Lin Sun nodded, took his things, and left. Huang Manting looked at Lin Sun's disappearing figure and sighed. Young master has a really good personality. Others also expressed their agreement. If it were any other rich second generation, how could they have the time to talk to them? They just gave orders directly. Manager, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. At this time, a female employee suddenly spoke up. Oh. Lin Sun returned to Xingfu community. There were some vegetables in the house, so he cooked a meal. I have to say, now that my senior is gone, I don't enjoy my meals anymore. After finishing dinner, Lin Sun returned to his room. As soon as I lay down, I received a WeChat message from Su Qingshi. She has arrived in South City and returned home. She also posted a photo with the background of her neighborhood. My senior sister's home is also in a residential area, but it is more luxurious than the Xingfu residential area. Lin Sun turned over, lay on the bed, and started chatting with his senior. He bought a ticket for tomorrow morning and returned to school a day earlier. But sadly, even a day earlier, there were no high-speed rail tickets left. There are too many tourists, and most of them want to come back a day earlier. After all, it is the end of the holiday, and tourists are returning one after another. There was no other choice, so Lin Sun had to inform his mother. Without saying anything, Gu Yanyan called the Liangqing branch and asked them to send someone in a car to take her son back to university. Son, go back to school directly? Lin Sun nodded. If we take the bus tomorrow morning, we won't be able to get to school until the evening, and the next day we will basically be off for the holiday. Gu Yanyan looked at her son in the video with an inexplicable look in her eyes. How was your trip to Liangqing this time? Lin Sun smiled unconsciously. Very good. Aren't you going out to play with your classmates? Where is she? Gu Yanyan asked intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Sun replied. She went home in the morning. Going back? Not playing for one more day? Then can't I just go back with you tomorrow? Gu Yanyan asked a series of questions, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her tone. Lin Sun didn't think about what his mother was thinking. He said, Mom, I've been traveling for so long, I have to go home, okay? Okay. Hey, my son is grown up now, but he is hiding something from his mother. Gu Yanyan showed a look of heartache. Lin Sun's mouth twitched. What was going on? Why did he feel something was wrong? Did his mother discover something? Fortunately, my mother didn't ask any further questions, so the two of them ended today's video. At the same time, in building number 1 of Tyne Zixuan, Gu Yanyan just hung up the phone, switched to a page, and clicked on a photo. If Lin Sun were here, he would definitely exclaim, because isn't the content of the photo a photo of him and his senior schoolmate? The photo is a bit blurry, obviously not the original one. It was taken with another phone. This little bastard went on a date secretly without telling me. Although Gu Yanyan's tone was a little sarcastic, she did not hide the smile between her eyebrows. Oh my, what a perfect match. The girl is so pretty, and my son looks a little silly standing next to her. Lin Sun. Is there anyone who treats his son badly like this? Thank you. At this time, Guanbo came over with a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Gu Yanyan. The latter said, Guanbo, take a look at this photo. What do you think? Guanbo was startled and looked over curiously. When he saw the two people in the photo, he smiled. Isn't this the young master? And a little girl. They seem to be in the Potala Palace. Gu Yinyan nodded. Yes, I didn't expect that girl to come too. My son even lied to me and said she was just an ordinary classmate. Guanbo had a kind smile on his face. They looked quite a good match. Gu Yinyan immediately smiled. Really? I think so too. It's just that I haven't met her, so I don't know what her personality is like. I will definitely ask Suner to bring her back to meet me some other day. Guanbo smiled slightly and did not respond. He knew that the master and the mistress were quite concerned about the young master's marriage recently. But it seems that the young master already has a girl he likes. Alas, we can't sell our granddaughter. South City, Hohot Community. Su Qingshi hadn't been home for a long time. During the summer vacation, she stayed at home for a while, but her mother was still busy at that time, so only her brother came back. A few days later, her brother returned from vacation to work. She was bored alone, so she ran to Liangsheng. She took the key out of her bag, opened the door, and went into the house. What surprised Su Qingshi was that the lights in the room were still on. Sure. Why are you back? A surprised voice was heard, and a kind woman in ordinary clothes and an apron came out with a plate of food. This is Su Qingshi's mother, Yang Meihong. Su Qingshi was stunned. Mom? Why are you back? She herself didn't even notice that her voice was trembling and a little surprised when she spoke. In her opinion, her mother has always been busy. Because of her career, she has always had a lot of work and spends little time at home. Yang Meihong smiled slightly. I just took 2 days off. I'll stay here for 2 days. I have to go to work tomorrow. Su Qingshi glanced into the room. Brother isn't back yet? Yang Meihong smiled and said, Your brother is busy with work and has been on a business trip these days. So, are you alone? Su Qingshi didn't ask. She looked at the increasing number of wrinkles on her mother's cheeks and felt very uncomfortable. She found that since they grew up, they had less communication with their mother. If she hadn't come back today, mother would have eaten alone. How lonely would that be? At this moment, Su Qingshi had mixed feelings. She was suddenly very grateful to her junior. If he hadn't asked her to go home, she probably wouldn't have thought that her mother would be at home. Mom, is there any extra food? I'm hungry. At this moment, she put aside her cold and aloof image outside, and her tone was a little coquettish. Yang Meihong was also very surprised and excited about her daughter's return. But as a person who had lived for most of her life, she hid her excitement very well, but her eyes were still a little wet. Hey, yes, Mama's cooked enough food. You sit down first, I'll serve you the food. Yang Meihong hurriedly trotted to the kitchen. Su Qingshi looked at her mother's busy back and suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly saw out of the corner of her eye that there was a briefcase on a stool not far away. On the briefcase was a piece of paper with a watermark of Nanjing First People's Hospital on it. That is, the hospital's examination report? Chapter 106. Yes, both of them. Early the next morning, Lin Sun got up and washed. At this moment, he was eager to go home and couldn't wait to go back to school. Oh no, he couldn't wait for the vacation to end. This way I can meet my senior sister. At 9:04, Lin Sun locked the door and went downstairs with his suitcase. As soon as he left Xingfu Community, Lin Sun was about to call his mother to ask when the car would arrive. Master! At this time, a white-collar woman in uniform walked towards her. Lin Sun paused while making the call. He looked at the woman in surprise. Hello, it's... The woman smiled professionally. Hello, young master. My name is Bai Ge. The president's wife notified me to come and pick you up and take you back to South City. Lin Sun understood. Thank you. Have you been waiting for a long time? As soon as he came out, the other party came over, which showed that the other party had arrived here in advance and was waiting for him to come out. Bai Ge smiled politely and said, Not long ago. I just arrived not long ago, too. In fact, she had come a long time ago. They were just a branch of the headquarters. How could they not take it seriously when the president's wife called to inform them personally? What's more, she was here to pick up the young master. Bai Ge plays a secretary-like role as the branch manager, but she still came here in person, and she also made a lot of preparations last night and would not allow any mistakes to happen this time. She had been waiting outside the community early and had been waiting for almost 2 hours, but she did not dare to disturb the young master's rest. Bai Ge is 32 years old this year. She exudes a mature and capable temperament. She wears a white-collar suit, black-framed glasses, and light makeup. She has a decisive and efficient air. She is a beautiful woman with a score of over 85. There is a hint of maturity in every move. Lin Sun did not dare to look at her for too long. It was not because he was attracted to her, but because he already had a girlfriend after all, so he had to be a loyal boyfriend. Then let's go. Master, let me get your luggage. Baigu wanted to help Lin Sun take the suitcase. Lin Sun quickly waved his hand. No thanks, I can do it myself. After saying that, he dragged his suitcase towards the car. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Ji's eyes, and then there was some amusement. The young master seems a little shy, but he's still a younger brother. Without thinking too much, she twisted her mature waist and walked quickly towards the car in high heels, opened the trunk for Lin Sun, and then opened the door for him herself. The car was a Porsche, and it belonged to her boss, who used it temporarily. It can be seen that the call from the president's wife directly attracted the attention of the branch leaders. Master is attending university in South City. Baigu was sitting in the driver's seat, having changed her high heels and flat shoes because she was driving. Lin Sun sat by the window and looked at the scenery outside. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. Yeah, what a coincidence. My brother also works in Nanjing and is a teacher. Baigu chuckled. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He asked, Sister Bai, is your brother a teacher? Sister Bai. Baigu was a little surprised by how Lin Sun addressed her, but she felt comfortable hearing it. He smiled and said, yes, but it's not NTU, it's an undergraduate college. That's pretty good too. Lin Sun nodded. Being able to be a university teacher showed that he had very good abilities. Sister Bai, do you work in Liangcheng or Kyoto? Master, you should just call me Secretary Bai. Baigu smiled bitterly. After listening to it, she felt that it was not appropriate. At the same time, he replied, I work in the branch office in Liangcheng and am currently the secretary of the general manager. Lin Sun nodded. Thank you for your hard work this time. It's my duty to serve the young master. Baigu said with a smile. To get to South City, one has to take the highway, and even then it would still take 5 or 6 hours to get there. So Lin Sun leaned against the car window and fell asleep. Baigu was driving quietly. She glanced at Lin Sun through the rearview mirror and found that he had fallen asleep. She considerately adjusted the air conditioner temperature for him and turned down the volume of the player. Looking at it this way, the young master is really handsome and looks like the boy next door. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Her bestie just happened to like this one. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Lin Sun woke up. He looked at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding and asked, how long will it take? Master, there is still 2 hours left. We have been driving for 3.5 hours. Baigu replied. Lin Sun nodded. Then he looked ahead. Is there a service station nearby? The nearest one is still 20 kilometers away. Then stop there for a while. You must be tired after driving for so long. Baigu was stunned. This young master is quite a nice person. She had met many wealthy young men, but this was the first one with such a gentle personality as the young master. I heard that the young master was raised in poverty by the president. Well, if she gives birth to a son in the future, she will raise him in poverty. Soon, they arrived at the service station, and Lin Sun and Baigu got out of the car. Baigu was dressed in a white-collar uniform, exuding maturity and charm, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's really rare to meet such a beautiful woman at a service station. But no one dared to approach her. Just kidding, the car she drives is something we can't afford even if we work hard all our lives. Would she be interested in a loser like me? Baigu turned a blind eye to these looks. She had been in the workplace for so many years and had become as steady as an old dog. Lin Sun went to the toilet, and when he came back, he brought a bag of snacks for Baigu. There's nothing else. Just eat some bread to fill your stomach. Baigu stared blankly at the snacks in his hand, a little confused. It was so strange. She felt like she had gained something from today's mission. After 20 minutes of repair, Baigu said it was time to go. The car started again. At this time, 307 dormitory complex. The leader of Causeway Bay, brothers, who will save me? Causeway Bay's leader. Photo. Lin Sun was chatting with his sons in the dormitory group. Goshengli sent me a photo of a bicycle parked on the side of the road with a flat tire. Lin Sun. What's going on, brother Go? When your hair brushes my gun. Haha, awesome. Who told you to ride a bicycle back to school classic, brother Go? Causeway Bay boss. Who wants to? Who knew there would be so many people after the holiday? I couldn't even get a ticket. Wu Fa and Wu Tian. I feel that the bed in the dormitory is extremely comfortable. Everyone. Causeway Bay boss at Liugangza. Where are you? Help? Liu Gang replied immediately and sent a photo of a man and a woman holding hands together. Liu Gang. I'm on a date, so I'm busy. Causeway Bay boss. Rebellious son. Expelled from 307. Causeway Bay's leader. Emoji. Causeway Bay's leader. Emoji. The first emoticon is a man who wants to eat fish in a TV series, crying with his eyes closed, with the text, "Kill them." The second one is still him with the text, "Yes, both of them are done." Chapter 107. No one can shake his trust in his senior. In the end, it was Lin Sun who asked about the location of his good son. Hey, who made him an old father with such love, as strong as a mountain. At this time, Go Xingli was sitting on the side of the road. There was a bicycle parked next to him. The tire had burst and even fell off. He was not afraid of the scorching sun because of the reflection of the sunlight, his whole face was almost close to the phone. Just then, a Porsche stopped in front of him. Go Xingli was shocked. Whose luxury car was this? A Porsche. Why did he stop? Was it a kind-hearted driver who came to help him? At this moment, the back seat window slowly rolled down, revealing Lin Sun's kind face. My dear son, I am late. Go Xingli, a 4-0. Brother Lin, why is it you? What the hell? His roommate is here? He thought it was some kind person. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Why? You seem disappointed? Then I'll leave. No. You're here already, he. Go Xingli hurriedly leaned on the car window with a flattering look on his face. Lin Sun smiled and said, Then are you touched that your father came to save you? Go Xingli was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, My dear, I treat you as my brother, but you want to be my foster father, this. As he was speaking, Go Xingli suddenly noticed the presence of the white dove. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly cast a questioning look at Lin Sun. Lin Sun deliberately didn't look at him. Go Xingli gritted his teeth and said, Adoptive father, I am so touched that you can come and save me from the dire situation. Lin Sun was satisfied and motioned for him to get in the car. Okay. Go Xingli had no luggage, only a school bag, and got on the bus quickly. You don't want this bicycle anymore? Lin Sun took a look at his bicycle and asked. Go Xingli's eyes fell on the bicycle, and he sighed. This useless thing, I'll just sell it as scrap metal to the ant passing by. Young master, if you don't mind, I can have someone come and transport it to school. Bai Ge said at this time, This Porsche belongs to her boss, and she doesn't dare to bump into it. How can I feel embarrassed about that? Go Xingli immediately smiled. But Bai Ge just smiled politely and did not answer him, but waited for Lin Sun's opinion. Seeing this, Go Xingli quickly poked Lin Sun's thigh. The latter rolled his eyes and said to Bai Ge, Then thank you for your help. It's okay, sir. It's just a small matter. Bai Ge smiled politely and started to call people. Go Xingli looked at Lin Sun sourly. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Didn't I say it? My family is the richest in Manhwa. Besides, didn't I see a Rolls-Royce on my last day off? Compared to that, this car is a little worse. Go Xingli pointed in the direction of the white dove and asked, Who is this sister? Lin Sun introduced. This is the manager's secretary of my branch, Bai Ge. Secretary? When Go Xingli heard this, a look of regret appeared on his face, and he immediately lost interest. This sister is so attractive, but she is a secretary. Isn't there a saying on the internet? Secretaries do things when there is work, and do nothing when there is nothing. Soon, Bai Ge made contact and started to restart the vehicle, heading towards Nanjing University. An hour later, the car arrived at the gate of Nanjing University. Although this Porsche is not as dazzling as the last Rolls-Royce, it also attracted a lot of attention. After all, it is a luxury car. In college, most of the cars we see are BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Audis, etc. A car like Porsche is relatively rare. Lin Sun and Go Xingli got out of the car. Of course, Bai Ge also had to get off the car to help comrade Lin Sun unload the suitcase. As soon as she came out, there was another round of exclamations. Beautiful lady! This is a white-collar worker that is not available in universities. Moreover, this figure and appearance can easily kill a large number of university girls. Fuck, mature young woman. What a pretty girl, no, that's a queen, a real queen. From the way she's dressed, she seems to be a white-collar worker in a certain company. Whose company can have such a gorgeous woman? What a great figure. Isn't this better than those girls? Yujia YYDS. Humph. She may be pretty, but the campus belle of Soochow University, am the real YYDS. I don't think they can be compared. They're in different age groups. If the school beauty reached this age, she would probably be even more attractive. Lin Sun also sensed that something was wrong. If this was photographed, wouldn't it lead to a scandal? He quickly said to Bai Ge, Thank you for this time, Secretary Bai. You should go back first. You must be tired after driving for so long. Find a hotel to rest. It will be fine to go back tomorrow. Bai Gus smiled slightly. Master, you are too polite. It's nothing else. I will leave first. Lin Sun nodded quickly. Finally, under Go Xingli's reluctant gaze, Bai Gu drove away. However, their photos will probably be posted on Tieba. Hey, why are you still watching after you leave? Lin Sun patted Go Xingli's shoulder. The latter nodded quickly. Okay. Hey, buddy, your family is so rich. You must have a lot of resources, right? Lin Sun was puzzled. What resources? I want to find a high-quality girl. Just as the two were about to step into the school gate, a voice called him. Student Lin Sun? Lin Sun stopped when he heard the voice and turned around with some confusion. Do so many people know my name? I saw a tall and handsome boy walking over. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He recognized this person. He was the president of the student union, Yu Qingxua. As soon as he appeared, many girls gathered around him. Yu Qingxua was also very famous in Nanjing University. Not only did he have excellent grades, but he also looked like a male celebrity and was loved by those who were obsessed with looks. Senior? What's wrong? Lin Sun looked at him in confusion. Yu Qingxua smiled and said, Nothing. It just looked like you, so I called out, but I didn't expect it was really you. Lin Sun nodded and was about to turn around. At this time, Yu Qingxua suddenly said, By the way, regarding the student union recruitment last time, I'm very sorry that I didn't admit you. You are very outstanding. Lin Sun's expression did not change. You are too polite, senior. I didn't think too much about it. That's good. Actually, I originally wanted to admit you, but Qingshi told me that she thought you were not suitable for the student union, so... Yu Qingxua suddenly said cryptically. Qing Dynasty poetry. Lin Sun's eyes changed. Not only him, but even Go Xingli felt something was wrong. Are you familiar with the senior? Lin Sun asked calmly. The other party was trying to sow discord, but how could he be fooled? He was very clear. I heard that the other party also likes senior sister. Haha. But sorry, want to alienate us? You underestimated me too much. No one can shake his trust in his senior. Chapter 108 Looking for the Principal. We are both in the student union. We can be considered classmates who have worked together for 2 years. We can be considered friends. Yu Qingxua spoke in a gentle tone, but he emphasized the 2 years very strongly. You haven't been able to woo the senior girl after working together for 2 years. What are you showing off? It's obvious that the senior girl doesn't like you. Lin Sun laughed in his heart, but he said calmly, Senior sister has few friends. As far as I know, she only has one friend. He has now been upgraded to a boyfriend. Of course, there is no need to explain it to them in detail yet. Yu Qingxua's face froze visibly, and he felt a little guilty. Lin Sun then asked, Does the senior like the senior? Yu Qingxua stared at him. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Then I wish you good luck. Yu Qingxua's mouth twitched. Shouty Lin, I heard that you also like Qing poetry? Lin Sun also did not hide. That's right. But it seems that my junior is already in love? Yu Qingxua raised his eyebrows. Lin Sun was stunned. Where did this come from? Don't you know? It's already spread in the forums. They all say you're being kept. Puff! Puff! Lin Sun and Go Xingli fell down at the same time. What did you say? Keeping. Lin Sun's eyes widened, and he didn't come back to his senses. Yu Qingxua nodded and said, That's true. You were picked up by a luxury car on your day off, and someone took a photo of you and posted it on Tieba. After a pause, he continued, And today, you were sent to school by a white-collar beauty, and you were probably photographed as well. Lin Sun was speechless. Are these people just bored? Is he being kept? How is it possible? Who can afford him? Except my senior. Lin Sun glanced at Yu Qingxua and suddenly felt that the person in front of him might not be very noble. Clothes? Hey, did you misunderstand something? How can my brother be kept? He is... Okay, brother, go, let's go. Lin Sun stopped Go Xingli, who wanted to defend him, and pulled him into the school. Yu Qingxua looked at their backs quietly, and his eyes suddenly became less gentle than before. Qingshi, I will make you understand that this boy is not worthy of you. Hey, buddy, why are you pulling me? Go Xingli broke free from Lin Sun's hand. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Why do you still want to argue with them? Go Xingli. I just can't stand that guy's arrogant face. What the hell is that? He's uglier than me, but he's so arrogant. Lin Sun. Brother Go, where does your confidence come from? Although Yu Qingxua is not a very good-looking person, his appearance is also very good. Maybe there are few people in the whole Nanjing University who are more handsome than him. Brother Go's appearance, well, about the same. My friend, you are the richest man. Show your identity and blind their eyes. Go Xingli suggested. Comrade Lin Sun looked like he had everything under control. Don't worry, I'm not going to suffer any loss, am I? Reveal your identity directly? No, he wants to solve the problem from the root. Even if Lin Sun is the richest man, he cannot shut everyone's mouth. People are free to discuss, and he cannot stop them from saying anything. But what if we uproot the carrier they are discussing? Let's go back to the dormitory to put our things down first. Lin Sun even logged into the Tieba account specially. And sure enough, the photos of him being picked up by a luxury car today were all over the place again. Shocking. The school beauty's rumored boyfriend is suspected to be kept by a rich woman. Nanjing University scandal. A young handsome guy was picked up and dropped off by a high-quality white-collar beauty in a luxury car, suspected of being kept by someone else. Lin Sun's face suddenly darkened. Being kept? With my conditions. Why can't I keep someone else myself? When Lin Sun saw the comments below, he almost smashed his phone. Fuck, this Lin Sun is really a popular star in Nanjing University. Another gossip? Isn't Lin Sun the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? How come he is involved with a rich and beautiful girl outside? Isn't that simple? This Lin Sun must be kept by a rich woman out there. He has delicate features, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He was picked up by a Rolls-Royce last week. I thought his family was very rich. I didn't expect he was being kept by a woman. How can a man like this possibly be worthy of my school beauty goddess? My youth is back. My youth is back. Damn it. Lin Sun became angrier and angrier as he looked at it. He put away his phone and handed the suitcase to Go Xingli. Brother Go, please take it to the dormitory for me first. I'll be back soon. Before Go Xingli could come to his senses, Lin Sun ran away. Outside building, principal's office. Report. Enter. It was Lin Sun's first time to come to the principal's office. The space inside was quite spacious, with only a desk and a set of sofas. The principal was a bald, middle-aged man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was working on documents with his head down. Hello, principal. Lin Sun greeted politely. Principal Du Hai nodded and subconsciously looked up at Lin Sun, wanting to ask if there was anything wrong. Suddenly, after seeing Lin Sun's appearance clearly, he paused, then moved his glasses down with one hand, and suddenly exclaimed, ouch. Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin? The principal stood up exaggeratedly, then walked around the desk and shook Lin Sun's hand cordially. Mr. Lin, oh no, classmate Shaolin, why are you here? Are you having any difficulties with your studies? Lin Sun was a little confused by the principal's enthusiasm. It turned out that the principal knew me? Are you kidding? How could I not know him? He is the benefactor who donated several buildings to our school. Although the principal had never looked for Lin Sun, he was still very concerned about this young man. Especially when Mr. Lin's wife came to him last time and expressed her willingness to invest in the construction of the school, he was immediately moved to tears of gratitude. That Lin Sun was about to speak when the principal interrupted him. Sit down first. After saying that, he quickly walked over to close the door, then turned around and poured Lin Sun a cup of tea. Student Lin donated several buildings to our school. On behalf of Nanjing University, I would like to express my gratitude to Student Lin. I have never had the opportunity to thank him in person. I didn't expect to meet him today. Du Hai said with a smile. Lin Sun said modestly. This was also donated by my father in my name. That means that classmate Lin has a good father who loves you very much. The principal flattered her directly. Lin Sun's heart moved. He didn't expect the principal to be so polite to him. Then he had something to think about. Principal, I came to you this time because there are some problems that some students cannot solve. The principal waved his hand and said, Student Lin, please go ahead. If nothing else, I can still do something at Nanjing University. Lin Sun immediately told them what happened on Tieba. After hearing this, the principal was immediately a little angry. These little bastards, instead of making good use of resources to study, they actually caused these problems. He didn't really pay attention to the forum, but now the school sponsor crossed out. This student is in trouble because of this incident, and as the principal, he should step forward to solve the problem. Chapter 1092 Choices. Student Lin, don't worry about this matter. This kind of atmosphere in school is due to the school's poor education. We will definitely give you justice. In the principal's office, the principal spoke righteously to Lin Xuandao. Lin Sun asked calmly. Then according to the principal, what should we do? The principal smiled and said, Does Lin have any good suggestions? Lin Sun said seriously, I think the existence of Tieba has had a great impact on my study and life. It's not that I'm stingy. If it were other students with bad attitudes, they would probably not be able to bear it. So, I suggest severe punishment. The principal nodded seriously. Okay, this must be dealt with seriously. Don't worry, classmate Lin. I will give you an explanation within 2 days. Lin Sun nodded. Thank you, principal. After leaving the building, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Money makes the world go round. If he didn't have a family background, no one would pay any attention to him. The reason why the principal was so polite to him was, firstly, that this was not a big deal in itself and did not harm the fundamental interests of the school, and secondly, his family really gave too much. Just a few steps out, Lin Sun received a video call from his senior. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Why would the senior call him? When the call was connected, Lin Sun saw a beautiful face, and a hint of tenderness unconsciously appeared on her face. He hadn't seen his senior for 2 days, and he missed her very much. Senior. Su Qingshi's face remained cold, and she said softly, Are you okay? Judging from her tone, she already knew what happened in the school forum. Lin Sun felt warm at heart. The first thing the senior sister did was to ask if he was okay. As expected, the senior sister was the best. It's okay. I can handle it. They've gone too far. In the video, when Su Qingshi said this, her face was frosty and her whole body exuded a cold aura. The comments at school also made her very angry. Everyone has a mouth, and we can't stop them from saying anything. It's okay, Lin Sun said calmly. Su Qingshi suddenly looked at him steadily. Shall we make it public? Lin Sun was surprised. Why? Huh? You don't want to? The senior student's words carried a hint of danger in her voice. Lin Sun cursed himself for his slip of the tongue and quickly shook his head. No, don't misunderstand me. I'm just worried about you. Su Qingshi said calmly. They have said this about you. Can I just sit back and do nothing? Her boyfriend was slandered so badly that as his girlfriend, she should bear the consequences together with him. Su Qingshi is a domineering person. Since she has already acknowledged Lin Sun's existence, she has to be with him no matter what she faces in the future. When others insult Lin Sun, they're insulting her, Su Qingshi. Lin Sun felt touched. He could clearly feel how kind the senior was to him. Well, how could the president win over a senior who loved him so much? Lin Sun immediately told the principal about his visit. Su Qingshi was silent for a long time before she gave a thumbs-up gesture. Awesome. Senior sister, have you returned to school? Lin Sun asked, changing the subject. He carefully discovered that there was an obvious hint of fatigue between the senior sister's brows. Is she tired? Lin Sun suddenly felt distressed. Didn't you get enough rest these 2 days? Su Qingshi chatted normally. Her expression was not as cold as before. She said slowly, It's okay. I'm a little tired from the journey. I've already arrived in South City. Lin Sun said quickly, I'll go find you. No need. You just arrived at school, and you must be tired. Have a good rest. Su Qingshi refused. But I miss you so much. Lin Sun showed a pitiful expression. Fortunately, there were not many people around, otherwise they would definitely look at him strangely. Hearing those words that sounded like a confession, the lines on Su Qingshi's face softened. See you tomorrow. Good. After hanging up the video call, Lin Sun turned and walked towards the dormitory. The slight dissatisfaction caused by public opinion disappeared after this phone call with the senior student. Senior can really heal him. Just as Lin Sun turned to leave, 2 figures walked into the outside building. Lin Sun knew one of them, Yu Qingxua. At this moment, he asked the middle-aged man beside him with a puzzled look on his face. Dean, what does the principal want to talk to us about? Dean! The middle-aged man is the dean of the finance department, Pang Fanian. The dean was also confused. I don't know either. The principal just called me and asked me to come to him immediately and asked you to come along. He didn't say anything else. The 2 of them entered the principal's office together. Coming. The principal had regained his serious expression at this time and looked at Pang Fanian calmly. It depends on the good students you are in charge of. Pang Fanian? He was totally stunned. Principal, what are you talking about? He didn't know what he had done to make the principal say that. Yu Qingshua's heart sank. The principal seemed to be coming at him aggressively. Hiss, could it be that? At this time, the principal suddenly set his eyes on Yu Qingshu. Xiao Yu, I let you be the president of the student union so that you can shine for the school. Do you know what happened recently? Yu Qingshu bowed his head slightly and said, Principal, It's my fault for not managing the students properly. He was already certain that the matter on the forum had been reported to the principal. Tiaba was actually created by the student union and was initially used as a medium for internal student communication within the school. Now that something has happened, of course we have to contact the student union. Dereliction of duty? You should have known about it a long time ago, right? The principal snorted coldly. I see this public opinion has been going on for a long time, and it is targeting the same person. How can this be tolerated? If this gets out, how will others view our Nanyang University? People who don't know may think that our Nanyang University is isolating a student. Damn, he was really angry. If the target of public opinion was someone else, it would be fine, but this went straight to the richest man's house. No, not even if it's someone else. The principal also realized the seriousness of this matter. Yes, I will issue a statement to stop this kind of thing, Yu Qingshua said seriously. Pang Fanian, who was standing by, also quickly expressed his opinion. Don't worry, principal. We will handle this matter well. Because the president of the student union is from their department, the school's resources will be prioritized towards their department. As the dean, of course, he has to be stable. The principal hesitated for a moment and said, there is no need for a statement. I will give you two choices. One is to suppress these things within 2 days and publicly explain to the public, especially the students who are implicated. The other is that, in my opinion, this forum should not exist anymore. Dean, Yu Qingshua. Well, principal, the Tiaba system has now begun to take shape. If it is withdrawn, this school will probably explode. Yu Qingshua's face looked a little ugly. So you only have one choice. The principal drank a cup of tea calmly. Yu Qingshua and the dean looked at each other. The principal suddenly spoke up. Don't think I'm joking. Do you know who the target of this public opinion is? Chapter 1, 10, Isn't the senior sister too cute? Sons, Daddy, I'm home. Lin Sun walked into room 307 in a good mood. Before he even entered the door, the voice had already been heard. But several roommates were looking at him with worried expressions. What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for just a few days. And you don't recognize your dad? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Go Xingli and Wu De looked at each other. The former touched his chin and nodded, saying, You can still laugh foolishly. It seems that everything is fine. Wu De nodded. Lin Sun's face darkened. What are you talking about? Go Xingli came closer and put his arm around his shoulders. What's wrong? Lin Xuanyan said calmly. Then it won't be easy to grasp. 6. Master Lin. Go Xingli gave the thumbs up. Lu Gang hasn't come back? Lin Sun glanced at the dormitory and found only Wu De and Go Xingli. That guy's probably still having fun in bed somewhere. Go Xingli rolled his eyes when Lu Gang was mentioned. As he was getting ready for the holiday, Lin Sun packed his luggage. As he hadn't lived there for a few days, the bed, table, and other things were all covered in dust. It took him a lot of effort to tidy them up. It was still early, so Lin Sun lay on the bed and played with his cell phone. Suddenly, he found a new friend adding his verification. When I clicked on it, I saw the note was Su Qing. Her again? Lin Sun frowned and added him to the blacklist directly. He will nip any thread in the bud. Men and women are the same. As a result, just as he blacklisted the other party on WeChat, he received a text message. Can you come to the west gate of the library? I have something to tell you. Comrade Lin Sun did the same thing and blacklisted her mobile phone number. So, ignoring Su Qing's harassment, Lin Sun opened the senior's chat box. Senior, have you arrived at the rental house? At this time, Su Qingshi had already arrived at the dormitory. Oh, sure. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Jiang Yunxiao pounced on him in her pajamas. Because her movements were so large, the hem of her pajamas was lifted up, revealing her white belly button. Her flat belly did not have much fat. She hugged Su Qingshi tightly, and before the latter could react, she was almost knocked down. He looked at her coldly. Let go. Jiang Yunxiao smiled awkwardly. Ha, it's still a familiar smell. You are indeed my best friend. My best friend always has a cold face. Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly. You didn't go home during the holidays? Jiang Yunxiao shook his head depressedly. Don't mention it. I wanted to go home, but you don't know, my mom was so idle that she arranged a blind date for me. Oh. Su Qingshi showed a hint of curiosity on her face and asked with interest, What's the result? Jiang Yunxiao waved his hand and said, Of course I don't agree. I don't even dare to go back home. My mom calls me more than 10 times a day to urge me to get married. I just pulled out my SIM card and spent a lot of money to get a new one. So, Is it that exaggerated? Is your mother so anxious? That's right. I'm only 22 and haven't graduated from college yet. How could I possibly fall in love? Who falls in love so early? Jiang Yunxiao curled his lips. Su Qingshi's face froze slightly, and then she said calmly, "Actually, you can also try to find a boyfriend. What are you looking for? That kind of thing." Huh? Sure. What did you say? Jiang Yunxiao was about to complain when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked fiercely at Su Qingshi. The latter felt a little uncomfortable with her sudden serious gaze. "Any questions?" "This is a big problem," Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed. "It's so rare to hear such words from you, isn't it?" Su Qingshi turned and walked towards her bed, saying, "It's actually not bad to be in a relationship. At least there's someone to talk to, so you won't feel lonely." Jiang Yunxiao walked up to her bestie with a suspicious look on her face. Sure. Tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me?" Su Qingshi said calmly. "No, you're lying. You weren't so talkative before." Jiang Yunxiao looked very confident. "People change," the goddess replied coldly. Jiang Yunxiao touched her chin and looked at her best friend making the bed. She found that her best friend seemed different in some way, but she still seemed the same as before. Did you go out to play with your junior during the holiday?" Because the SIM card was removed from his mobile phone, Jiang Yunxiao basically didn't read any messages. Su Qingshi paused and said nothing. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widened. Hey. You hesitated? You actually went on a date secretly without telling me. Su Qingshi glanced at her. What do you mean by carrying you on your back? What is your relationship with him? We are friends. Yes, friends. Jiang Yunxiao said hesitantly. Friend? You shouldn't care about so many things, right? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Sure. Don't change the subject. How far have you guys progressed? Jiang Yunxiao came over curiously. Want to know? Su Qingshi crossed her arms over her chest. The already spectacular pair of rabbits were suddenly squeezed to appear even more lively and plump. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes were lighting up. I really want to know. I won't tell you. Su Qingshi raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Jiang Yunxiao's face froze, as if he was constipated. Su Qingshi ignored her best friend. She felt her phone vibrating in her pocket, so she took it out and took a look. It was sent by my junior. Junior. Senior. Have you arrived at the rental house? Junior. What should I do? I'll miss you as soon as I have free time. Seeing this message, Su Qingshi's cold face bloomed into a gentle smile as if ice and snow were melting. This scene made Jiang Yunxiao stunned. My best friend's expression is over. It's a sign of falling in love. The ice goddess actually melted. You don't need to ask to know that it must be related to boys. It goes without saying that it must be related to my junior fellow student. What happened during this National Day holiday that she didn't know about? No, I have to ask my junior later. The little brother is very honest, and will tell her if asked. Lin Sun, who was lying dead in the dormitory, also received a reply from his senior. Fairy senior, then find something to do. Lin Sun, no, I don't want to. Once I get busy, I don't have time to think about you. Fairy senior, animated expression, you kid. Lin Sun, do you want to have dinner together tonight, senior sister deleted girlfriend? Fairy senior, not tonight. Lin Sun, tomorrow night? Fairy senior, makeup lessons. Seeing the message, Lin Sun's face froze, and he suddenly remembered that he had to make up for the classes he missed during the National Day holiday. Damn extra classes. Lin Sun, expression crying. Fairy senior, be good, come to the rental house and cook for me on weekends. Good. Lin Sun couldn't help but imagine the fairy senior saying this word to him in person to comfort him. Ouch! My heart. Isn't the senior sister too cute? Chapter 111, is Lin Sun really the richest man? Sons, come out and greet daddy. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. It is well known that 307 has a rebellious streak, and everyone wants to be the father. No need to ask, Lu Gang is back. The other three glanced at him sideways, and then went about their own business. Lu Gang pretended to be angry. What's wrong with you? We haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't you express your deep longing for each other? Go, Xingli chuckled. Lu Gang. Lu Gang came close to Lin Sun and said, Brother, what are you doing? Are you getting crow's feet from laughing? Lin Sun glanced at him calmly. Which bed did you come out from? Lu Gang chuckled. It can be seen that he has a very good relationship with his partner. Hurry up and clean up. I haven't even had dinner because I was waiting for you. Okay. That's very loyal. After Lu Gang finished tidying up, the four roommates walked out of the dormitory in a mighty procession. Hey, have you noticed? Many people around us are looking at us with some strange eyes. On the way, Lu Gang discovered something and asked in confusion, "Don't you know what's happening on the forum?" Go Xingli looked at him in surprise. Lu Gang shook his head. "I didn't read the post." Wu De immediately recounted what happened to Lin Sun today. "Damn, these guys are just bored." Lu Gang cursed angrily when he heard it. Of course, he did not ask Lin Sun the reason. In his opinion, he had watched Lin Sun grow up, crossed out. He understood Lin Sun and knew that he was definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, he was the child of the richest man in Long Country. How could he be kept by someone? "It's okay. It's not necessary. I've already solved it," Lin Sun said in a relaxed tone. "How did you solve it?" Lu Gang asked curiously. Go Xingli and Wu De were also a little confused. They knew that the matter had been resolved, but they didn't know how it was resolved specifically. Seeing this, Lin Sun did not hide anything and briefly recounted his experience of going to see the principal. After hearing his words, several people looked at Lin Sun with admiration. 666, awesome. I won't even lean on the wall. I just respect you. Awesome. You blew up the enemy's headquarters directly. Damn capitalism. Is this the charm of being the richest man? Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun as if he were his father and hugged his arms with both hands. "Godfather, when will you donate a building to my family?" "Dad, I want one too." Go Xingli came over from the side and grabbed Lin Sun's other arm. Wu De silently hugged Lin Sun's thigh. Oh, what a beautiful scenery. Students passing by all looked at the mentally retarded child with concern. Lin Sun. They went to the cafeteria while playing around. I have to say, after getting used to the free set meals outside during the holidays, I felt a little uncomfortable eating in the school cafeteria. Huh? Look, the content on the forum is gone. At this moment, Lu Gang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Several people were stunned, and then they all clicked on the forum. Just as Lu Gang said, all the posts that dominated the hot search list have been deleted, and the key point is that the negative news about Lin Sun has disappeared completely. It's so efficient. Lin Sun thought secretly. He knew that the principal had shown his power. After browsing for a while, they found that the content on the forum was all useful, and all the gossips and the like were gone. Officially deleted. Soon, a post was pinned to the top. It was an official post from the website, which meant to rectify inappropriate comments on the forum and warn students not to post negative public opinions. Many people were puzzled and left comments under the post. What does the official mean? No more gossip. Have you noticed that the most important news about the school beauty and Lin Sun has disappeared? Yeah, I can't find it even after searching. What's going on? Could it be that the person behind him took action? Hiss. Is there a hacker boss behind Lin Sun? Does he have a mysterious identity? The boss is back to play the pig and eat the tiger? Have you read too many novels upstairs? I think they have connections behind the scenes and contacted the school directly to come forward. As messages continued to be released, everyone had a hunch that this new student named Lin Sun was no ordinary person. Many people started speculating. However, some people even made some unpleasant comments, but they were deleted by the authorities in less than 2 minutes, and their accounts were also banned. Lin Sun put down his phone and started eating. I've worked up an appetite. On the evening after the holiday, the class will hold a meeting to refocus the class. The counselor Lu and stood on the podium, first checked whether everyone was present, and then made a speech. Everyone was safe and sound during the short holiday, and the happiest person was the counselor. "Teacher, I want to talk about something here. It's about something on the campus forum. This matter concerns a classmate in our class. The school has also dealt seriously with the improper comments on the forum, so I hope everyone will not look at others with strange eyes." No one expected the counselor to talk about this, and everyone knew that the person he was talking about was Lin Sun. Lin Sun is considered a celebrity in their class. However, because the latter had a more easygoing personality, his classmates had a good impression of him, and no one talked about him. Lin Sun didn't expect the teacher to say this, but he didn't think much about it. It was a bit too much to make up a story, but the problem was that there was really something fishy going on between him and the senior. Whatever you want, go ahead and be jealous. The class meeting was over in less than half an hour. Lin Sun, is what's on the forum true? A girl came over and asked quietly. Lin Sun looked at her in surprise. Which one are you talking about? The girl said excitedly. It's your family who picked you up in a luxury car. It's worth tens of millions. Didn't someone say that classmate Lin Sun? You are being kept by a rich, white, and beautiful woman? Another girl also took over the topic. Lin Sun shook his head. That's not the case. Everyone was surprised. Hearing it is one thing, but hearing it from the person involved is another thing. What's the situation? Oh, don't you understand this? My brother is the richest man in Long Country. Go Xingli came over from the side. Cut. Are you polite? How old is Lin Xuansai? Is he the richest man in Dragon Country? Everyone expressed disbelief. Brother, just reveal your cards. Go Xingli looked helpless. Lin Sun was speechless. Showdown? He didn't want to play these low-end games at all, right? But Go Xingli had already exposed his identity, so he didn't plan to hide it anymore. He sighed and said slowly, I am not the richest man in Dragon Country, but my father is. GA. At this moment, the whole classroom fell silent. Are you kidding? The girl from before widened her eyes. The richest man in Long Country is named Lin. If classmate Lin Sun guessed correctly, then that should be it. At this time, the squad leader spoke up. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 112. The squad leader is Huang Chuyan, a native of Kyoto. She has heard a lot about things in Kyoto. So when Lin Sun said that his family was the richest man in Long Country, she suddenly realized that the richest man in Long Country really had the surname Lin. If this is true, isn't it too much of a coincidence? The son of the richest man is actually in their class? Hiss, is this true? Is Lin Sun's family so rich? Oh my god, he hit it so well, didn't he? I don't think he has the temperament of a rich kid. Shocking. My classmate is actually the richest man in Dragon Country. Is it like writing a novel? I'm going to publish a book right away. It will definitely be a big hit. All the students in the class were shocked and then fell silent, looking at Lin Sun silently. The silence at this moment was deafening. The girl at the beginning looked at Lin Sun with shining eyes. Student Lin, is this true? Lin Sun nodded. It seems to be like this. Wow. For a moment, everyone looked at him differently. Some people even went out of their way to look up the information about the richest man in Dragon Country, and a voice was heard. Lin Sun. What's your father's name? Lin Batian. Where did you live before? Li Yangteng. There was another silence, because Lin Sun's answer was the same as what was circulated online. The richest man in Long Country has lived in seclusion in Liangshan for more than 10 years. His assets have not only not decreased, but have doubled. Not only that, he recently announced that the richest man has a son. It turns out that Suabian was hiding the son of the richest man, and they knew nothing about it. Sixth brother. However, some girls looked at Lin Sun with sparkling eyes, and it seemed that if there were fewer people around, they would have approached him directly in person. Lin Sun stood up, his vest was exposed. He had to run away. 307 several people left the classroom silently, leaving their classmates in shock. Look how shocked they are. On the way, Go Xingli laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? You act like you are the richest man. Lu Gang said expressionlessly. Go Xingli's voice suddenly stopped, and he glared at Lu Gang. You really want to destroy my stage, right? Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Yo, you still want to fuck me? Come onorevole. Seeing Lu Gang showing off his muscles, Go Xingli felt a little scared. He quickly grabbed Lin Sun's arm and said, My friend, you have to stand on my side. Lin Sun said in a kind voice. You are all my sons. I will treat you all equally. Damn it. Fuck him. Upon hearing that Go Xingli quit, Lu Gang's face turned black. The two of them immediately made peace and directly set up Lin Sun. Hey, what are you doing? There are so many people. Lin Sun's expression suddenly changed. Come and take a look. My son is single. If you like any of them, please take them away. I don't want 998. I only want 98. Go Xingli's social bull physique exploded, and he started shouting. Students passing by took photos. Lin Sun. You know what? Lin Sun is handsome. And when he heard Go Xingli shouting that he is single, some girls actually came up to him. Can you add me on WeChat? The girl wore a mask, and her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, seeming a little embarrassed. No problem. WeChat is easy. Go Xingli's eyes lit up, and he quickly let go of Lin Sun's hand and took out his cell phone from his pocket. The other three. The girl was frightened by his action. She pointed at Lin Sun shyly and said, I want his WeChat. Go Xingli's face turned dark. Ha. Lu Gang laughed unkindly. Beauty, it's the same if you add me. I'll send my WeChat to you later. Go Xingli said seriously. Nonsense. The girl seemed to have guessed something and ran away quickly. Brother, go. You scared her away. Roll. Ha! While playing, Lin Sun suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You guys go back first. I have something else to do. After saying that, he ran away, leaving a few people confused. Brother Lin, what are you in such a hurry for? Lu Gang asked curiously. Are you going to chase that girl from before? Shameless. Go Xingli looked heartbroken. Look, isn't that the school beauty Su? Wuda suddenly saw something and exclaimed. As soon as he said this, Lu Gang and Go Xingli were both shocked. When they saw Lin Sun running towards the school beauty with excitement, their faces suddenly became strange and they looked at each other. Let's go. Go and take a look. Su Qingshi wore a long skirt for the first time in a long time, with her long black hair loose and a black notebook in her hand. Her tall and slender figure immediately attracted countless eyes. Senior, Lin Sun's surprised voice came, and he had already come in front of Su Qingshi. Seeing Lin Sun, Su Qingshi's eyes flashed with tenderness. Just finished class? Lin Sun chuckled. No, we had a class meeting and it just ended. He glanced at the notebook in Su Qingshi's hand. What are you doing, senior sister? Su Qingshi said calmly. The student union was having a meeting and it just ended. Lin Sun glanced around and secretly moved closer to the senior sister, wanting to hold her hand. My dear friend. At this time, several roommates came over. Lin Sun jumped back a meter like a frightened rabbit. A flash of panic crossed his face. But he looked at his roommate calmly and asked, Why are you here? Su Qingshi looked at his exaggerated appearance and felt amused in her heart. But her expression remained that of a cold goddess. Go Xingli and his friends looked at the school beauty, then at their roommates, and suddenly felt that it was a bit hasty for them to follow them. My dear, we just wanted to ask you if you want to have a midnight snack. Go Xingli said this while winking at Lu Gang. Oh, yes, yes. Lu Gang nodded quickly in agreement. Lin Sun knew all about their gossip and rolled his eyes. Then he introduced them to the senior sister openly. Senior sister, they are my roommates. Go Xingli immediately continued. Yes, yes, we are his roommates. My name is Go Xingli. Oh my god, isn't the school beauty's aura too strong? Why did he shrink a little? Lu Gang and Wu De were not as boastful as him and introduced themselves by their names politely. Su Qingshi also showed an extraordinary demeanor in front of everyone and nodded slightly. Hello. The other party's response made the three people flattered. They didn't expect that Lin Sun just introduced her, and the school beauty really responded to her. It's confirmed that Lin Sun has a close relationship with the school beauty. Su Qingshi suddenly looked at Lin Sun. Let's go for a walk. Lin Sun nodded. He glanced at his roommates, and they tactfully found excuses to leave. Your roommate is quite lively. Walking on the campus path, Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. Lin Sun smiled slightly. They look funny. Roommate? Su Qingshi smiled faintly. Then she opened her arms towards Lin Sun. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Sun wondered. The senior student said calmly, Hold. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then his heart suddenly blossomed, and he took the senior sister's hand with a smile. Chapter 113. Encounter with Computer Science Beauty. At night, some students go to class, some stay in the dormitory, and there are a few people on the road. Lin Sun took the senior schoolmate's hand and walked towards a deserted place. Are you tired? Lin Sun looked at the senior and asked softly. The senior sister is so beautiful, especially her profile. Her skin is crystal clear and delicate, which makes people's heart beat faster. Didn't senior sisters get acne during puberty? Su Qingshi shook her head slightly. Fortunately, I've recovered and don't feel tired anymore. She looked at Lin Sun. Her eyes were watery in the dim light, and she said, We had a meeting tonight, and we also talked about what happened on the forum. Lin Sun frowned. What do you mean? Su Qingshi said slowly. The Tieba incident has alarmed the principal. Now the entire student union is in the process of rectification. Any loopholes that are not conducive to the development of the school must be held accountable by the relevant persons in charge. For example, the Tieba, the president has ordered the relevant departments to clean up all the negative posts on it and re-regulate network management. At this point, she looked at Lin Sun and said, It should be because you reported it to the principal. Lin Sun smiled slightly. They have slandered me so much. If I don't fight back, do they really think I am easy to bully? It's good enough that they didn't fire me from the forum. Su Qingshi looked at him with a smile in her eyes. When she first met him, he was still an immature boy, but now this boy was growing up. This is a good thing. But will this embarrass you, senior? Lin Sun thought of something and looked at the senior worriedly. The latter said calmly, "No, I basically don't have time to take care of the affairs of the association now, and I am also preparing to resign from the position of vice president." "Why?" "Too tiring. I don't like it." Lin Sun gave a thumbs up in his heart. So handsome. The two walked hand in hand for a while. Whenever someone passed by and looked at him, Lin Sun would subconsciously let go of his senior's hand. Su Qingshi looked at him speechlessly. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Sun scratched his head. "Well, if the senior sister is recognized, I'm afraid that Tieba is about to stir up another storm." Su Qingshi said as a matter of course. "Who can see that it's me in such a dark place?" She stretched out her hand, staring at Lin Sun, and said calmly, "If you let go again, you are not allowed to hold my hand for a week." "What's the problem?" "If he can't hold hands for a week, Lin Sun will go crazy." He quickly grabbed her little hand and said seriously, "I won't let go again." Su Qingshi snorted lightly, turned around, and raised the corners of her mouth at an angle where Lin Sun couldn't see. Lin Sun also let go at this time, not to mention that it was dark and no one would recognize them. Besides, the senior sister didn't care. There was no reason for him to panic. "Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming." "What?" "Dating a senior seems a little unreal." "Why?" "After this national day, everything seems to have returned to normal." "Then how can you believe this is true?" Is that so?" "Mm." Just under the street light, the girl stood on tiptoe and gently pressed her lips against the boy's mouth. "How sweet. Isn't this too romantic?" A couple was passing by and saw this scene. The girl exclaimed with stars in her eyes. The boy glanced at the two people kissing and smiled like an ant. Then he lowered his head and kissed the girl lightly. "I wish them happiness. We will be as happy as them." "Eh, is this corny or not?" The girl said words of disdain, but couldn't hide her smile. The two left chatting and laughing. Because of the angle, they didn't know that one of the two people kissing was the campus beauty of their school. "Senior, it seems they have left." The boy's slightly muffled voice sounded. The girl slowly left the boy, her beautiful face flushed red. Lin Sun felt as if he was in the clouds, and a feeling of satisfaction arose spontaneously. "Now, does it feel real?" Lin Sun smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. "Not yet, one more time should be enough." As soon as the words fell, a hint of coldness appeared in the senior sister's eyes. Lin Sun quickly surrendered. "Really? It's so real. I feel the deep affection that senior sister has for me." Su Qingshi glared at him. Shameless. Lin Sun smiled foolishly. "Take me back to the dormitory." "Okay." Lin Sun took the initiative to hold the senior student's hand and sent her back to the dormitory. The latter glanced at him, but did not refuse. As expected, the time spent together is always short. It felt like only a few minutes had passed before Lin Sun arrived downstairs of the seniors' dormitory. The two of them were no longer holding hands at this time. After all, there were more people in the girls' dormitory building. There were still a few girls who looked at them with strange curiosity. Many people know Lin Sun's appearance and name. After all, he's the protagonist who has dominated the top of the forum for nearly a month. However, over time, it seemed that his appearance next to the school bell had become a habit for everyone. I don't know if they were together or just friends. "Senior, go to bed early." Su Qingshi nodded. "You too." "So, I'm leaving?" Comrade Lin Sun had a look of reluctance in his eyes. Su Qingshi said, "Wait for me for a moment. I have something for you." Lin Sun's eyes lit up. "Okay, senior sister." He was quite happy to be able to spend more time with the senior. Su Qingshi nodded, turned, and walked into the dormitory building. Lin Sun thought about it, then walked 7 or 8 meters further away from the girls' dormitory. Be well behaved. But someone still found him. "Hi, Lin Sun." Hearing someone calling his name, Lin Sun looked over with some surprise. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful girl dressed in cool clothes walking towards him. Tight vest, short jeans, fair skin, and slender long legs. It turned out to be Chu Weiwei, whom he had met several times. Before Lin Sun could speak, Chu Weiwei walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Why are you near the girls' dormitory? Are you sending your girlfriend off?" Lin Sun nodded. "Yes." Chu Weiwei chuckled and said, "You're lying. Are you waiting for me?" She had also heard about Lin Sun's deeds and was very interested in him. A person who could cause chaos in Tieba actually let the organization behind Tieba clean up his mess. His background seemed to be not simple. I heard that his family drives a Rolls Royce. Chu Weiwei's heart moved. The other party said that he was sending his girlfriend away, but he was just trying to fool her. Because she knew that Lin Sun was close to the school belle and must have a crush on her. But how could the school belle be so easy to pursue? So if he was here, it must be for something else. Of course, what she said just now was also a joke. Lin Sun didn't know that she had imagined so many plots in her mind. When he heard her words, his face darkened. Student Chu Weiwei, I don't know if you live here, okay? And aren't you from the computer department? Chu Weiwei's eyes lit up. How do you know? Wow, man, my charm has not diminished at all. This guy must have secretly remembered me. Chapter 114, The Iceberg Melts? Hearing Chu Weiwei's words, Lin Sun was speechless. The other party always took the initiative to talk to him, and it was hard for him not to recognize her. Then you can't really be waiting for your girlfriend, right? Chu looked at him in surprise. Lin Sun said calmly, no. Chu Weiwei was stunned by the question. But, don't you like the school beauty? Lin Sun nodded. Yes. Whenever someone asks him if he likes the campus beauty, he will admit it openly, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. So you still have a girlfriend? Don't you like the campus beauty? Chu Weiwei felt that even she could not catch up with a girl as outstanding as the school belle. She might not be able to find a boy worthy of her in the whole Nanjing University, so she never dared to think about it. Lin Sun's girlfriend is the school beauty? Is this a joke? This is not funny at all. But Lin Sun said with a strange expression, is there a possibility that my girlfriend is the school beauty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Weiwei was amused by this. This guy is dreaming. Senior. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Sun in front of him suddenly waved excitedly behind Chu Weiwei. The latter was stunned and turned around subconsciously. When she saw the pretty figure, her eyes widened immediately. Su Qingshi, the campus beauty of Nanjing University, the goddess in the hearts of countless people. She is actually standing there. Could it be? As soon as Su Qingshi walked out of the dormitory door, she saw Lin Sun, but she found that there was a beautiful woman standing next to Lin Sun. She raised her eyebrows curiously, but her expression remained unchanged, and she walked straight over. Of course, Lin Sun couldn't let the senior sister come over. If she saw him standing with a girl, she might feel uncomfortable. So he took the initiative to walk towards him quickly. Why is it so far away? Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently. Lin Sun said with a smile, it's better to stay away, otherwise you will be regarded as a hooligan. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. She glanced at the girl who was following Lin Sun, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Who is this? Lin Sun felt the sudden aura of his senior schoolmate and was startled. Not good. Senior. She's a classmate from the computer department. She recognized me when she passed by just now, but there is nothing between us. Comrade Lin Sun explained with pure eyes. The corner of Chu Weiwei's mouth twitched. She looked at Su Qingshi. It was the first time she saw this talented girl from Nanjing University up close. She was a little amazed. Even with that kind of makeup, her appearance was impeccable. There was really no way to compare herself with her. Hello, senior. My name is Chu Weiwei. I'm a freshman in the computer science department, and I also live here. Chu Weiwei pursed her lips and smiled, politely extending her hand to Su Qingshi. The latter glanced at her calmly and shook her hand back. Department of Finance, Su Qingshi. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and shook it gently. Then she withdrew her hand. Such a soft hand. Chu Weiwei's heart moved. She is worthy of being a goddess. Senior, what is your relationship with Lin Sun? Chu Weiwei asked puzzledly. Su Qingshi asked back. What is your relationship with him? Lin Sun was already nervous standing aside. He felt something was wrong and was afraid that Chu Weiwei would say something nonsense. Chu chuckled and said, actually, there's nothing between us. I just sang a song with Lin Sun during military training, and later we met while running on the playground. But I'm quite interested in him. Lin Sun, good man. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? I'm still here. Su Qingshi's eyes showed realization. She said why the girl in front of her looked familiar. It turned out that she was the one who sang with her junior at the military training party. Looks good. Are you interested in my junior? It seems that my junior is quite charming. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi's expression did not change. She spoke in a cold voice, her tones seeming to keep people at a distance. Then you can end your interest. He already has a girlfriend. Chu was slightly startled, her pupils dilated. Who is it? Su Qingshi said calmly. I. Ga. Chu Weiwei's face immediately became dull. When she heard the school beauty admit their relationship with her own ears, she was really shocked. How is it possible? Why is this happening? Is Lin Sun's girlfriend really the school beauty? No, it should be that the school beauty really has a boyfriend. How crazy will they be if this gets out? Su Qingshi ignored her and turned around and took the still dazed Lin Sun away. Lin Sun didn't expect that the senior sister would admit their relationship so openly. It really surprised him. Isn't the senior sister so cute? What are you daydreaming about? Seeing that his junior was lost in thought, Su Qingshi raised her hand and waved it in front of his face. Can't bear to part with that girl? Lin Sun shook his head like a rattle. No, how dare I? I belong to a senior. Su Qingshi smiled with satisfaction. You are sensible. She should be interested in you. Although the other party admitted it, Su Qingshi could still see it. Well, he is still standing there, looking over from time to time in disbelief, and has no intention of leaving at all. Lin Sun said seriously, there is only a place for my senior sister in my heart. Although it was a bit irrelevant, Su Qingshi was in a good mood. She suddenly handed him the coat in her hand. Lin Sun just realized that the senior sister was holding a coat in her hand, and she looked familiar no matter how she looked at her. This coat. You guessed it, it's yours. It turned out that the last time he went to the rental house, he forgot to take his coat with him, so Su Qingshi took it to the dormitory. Zhang Yinxiao discovered it at that time and thought she was having an affair with some boy, but Su Qingshi stopped her with a word about her brother. Oh, I forgot to take it last time. Senior sister hasn't thrown it away yet. Lin Sun reacted and quickly took it. Why throw it away? I won't throw away your things. Hearing this, Lin Sun was immediately moved and felt pink bubbles suddenly appear around him. Senior, you are so nice. Lin Sun grabbed the clothes and subconsciously put it to his nose and sniffed. It's the smell of senior. Su Qingshi was amused by his expression and said calmly, well, it's getting late and a little chilly, let's go back. Lin Sun nodded. Then you should go to bed early, senior sister. Lin Sun looked back every 10 steps and saw his senior sister still standing there watching him leave. He felt warm in his heart. After waving at her, Lin Sun did not look back and soon disappeared from Su Qingshi's sight. She stared quietly in the direction where he disappeared with a touching smile on her lips. Not far away, Chu Weiwei fell silent after seeing this scene. It can be seen that these two people really look like a couple, and it was also the first time she saw such an expression on the goddess' face. It turns out that the iceberg is not a real iceberg. It just melts into water only for the people she cares about. Chapter 115, Encounter in the Cafeteria. The next morning, there were no classes. Lin Sun was sleeping soundly, but he seemed to feel someone was staring at him, so he opened his eyes due to this uncomfortable feeling. What the hell? As soon as he opened his eyes, two big faces were less than 20 centimeters away from him. They are Go Xingli and Lu Gang, respectively. Lin Sun was so frightened that his sleepiness disappeared instantly. He sat up suddenly and looked at them speechlessly. What are you doing? Do you know that scaring people can kill them? Lu Gang looked at him seriously. Brother, what time is it and you're still asleep? How late did you party last night? Lin Sun was confused. What time is it now? Aren't there no classes? What's wrong with sleeping a little longer? 8:30. Lin Sun's mouth twitched. It was only 8:30. Tell me the truth. What did you do with the school beauty last night? Go Xingli looked curious. Lin Sun said unhappily. What else can we do? We're just taking a walk together. Hints? Yes. Did you kiss? The two of them stared at Lin Sun with their eyes wide open. What haven't you done yet? Oh shit. They kissed each other? My dear, are you dating the school beauty? Go Xingli looked at Lin Sun with great curiosity. Lin Sun nodded calmly. Yes. Ouch! Go Xingli turned around and cried out in his hands. Awesome. When did this happen? Lu Gang was surprised. Lin Sun smiled and said, during the holidays. No sensational confession? No, just express your feelings. 6. It must be said that Go Xingli and the others found it hard to accept that the school beauty was taken away by her roommate. Alas, from now on there is one less single girl, and I have lost another chance. Go Xingli looked heartbroken. Lin Sun and Lu Gang were speechless. You spoke as if you could chase the school beauty. But when they said this, Lin Sun remembered that their confession was indeed too sudden. There was no ceremony, and it always felt like something was missing. He thought about it and decided to give the senior a surprise. He originally thought that if two people really liked each other, they could still be together even if they expressed their feelings face to face. However, how could there not be surprises in the identity of a senior schoolmate? Awesome, brother. You actually caught up with the goddess of all the boys in the school. Lu Gang gave him a thumbs up. Lin Sun said modestly, "Good luck." Go Shengli's face darkened. "Keep pretending. I'm going to slam my shoe into your face." It's so bullying. Now there is another single person in their 307, and as the boss, he is unwilling to accept this. The school beauty was won by their roommate, and they all felt like they were dreaming. In the past, they wondered what kind of boy could be worthy of the school beauty, and now their roommate had won her. However, given Lin Sun's status, it seems acceptable for him to be paired with the school belle. His family is the richest in Manhwa, and he is handsome and has a good personality. Thinking this way, Lu Gang and the others could accept it. Lin Sun, who was woken up, was no longer sleepy. After getting up and washing up, he looked at Lu Gang and said, "Brother Bing, let's go for a run?" Lu Gang became interested when he heard about fitness exercise. "Okay, I have nothing to do, let's go." The two men put on sneakers and asked Go Xingli if he wanted to join them. The latter rolled his eyes and fell directly onto the bed. Including the holidays, Lin Sun hasn't run for a long time. He was out of breath after running just 2 laps. Lu Gang didn't know if it was because of this or because he was exhausted from working too much during the holiday, but his body was soon soaked with sweat. The two happened to meet an acquaintance. It was Zhao Jie who had competed with them in the 100-meter race last time. He was in training. Seeing Lin Sun and the other man, he was also somewhat pleasantly surprised. "What a coincidence. You guys are here to train too." The two nodded to him. "How about another competition?" Zhao Jie raised his eyebrows as he looked at Lu Gang, who was a little out of breath. The latter's face was full of black lines. "You are taking advantage of the situation. Do you have too many deer?" Zhao Jie looked at Lu Gang with amusement. "Roll!" Zhao Jie looked at Lin Sun and said, "Brother, you are awesome. You are a famous person in the school." He had also heard about what was happening on the forum, especially the fact that the other party was close to the school beauty, and he couldn't help but feel envious. If the school belle was so nice to him, he would be willing to be talked about every day. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Black people, right? How can you be popular when you have been criticized so much?" Zhao Jie asked curiously. "Then you and the school beauty." Lin Sun replied, "Friends." Lu Gang glanced at him, but didn't expose him. Zhao Jie breathed a sigh of relief. "I feel relieved that we are still friends." "Lin Sun, don't you like the school beauty? Why don't you chase after her?" Lu Gang asked Zhao Jie puzzledly. The latter sighed. "I have also gone to the library to wait for the school beauty before." Lu Gang was startled, then asked curiously, "Then what?" "She didn't even look at me." Puff! A few people talked while walking, and then started running again after they recovered some strength. 11 o'clock noon. The two ran for nearly 40 minutes and only walked towards the cafeteria after resting. "Causeway Bay boss. Anyone here to eat? Bring 1 portion, 3 tails, a fried egg, a fried chicken drumstick, a portion of bean sprouts. Love you, heart." Go Xingli sent a signal asking for food to the dormitory group. Lin Sun and Lu Gang, who happened to be browsing their phones, looked at each other. One silently quit WeChat, and the other silently put away his phone. Didn't see it. The two of them didn't pack their food and ate directly in the second cafeteria. Lin Sun finally understood why most people went to Canteen 2, even though Canteen 1 was closer to the dormitory. The second canteen is cheap, has a wide variety of food, and the food is delicious. Lin Sun would check in with his senior every day and send messages like good morning and good night every day. Su Qingshi was not indifferent and would respond one by one. Just like he sent a message early in the morning, the senior student replied 10 minutes later. After Lin Sun prepared his meal, he took a photo and sent it to his senior with the caption, "Just finished running and having dinner with my roommate." Just a few seconds after sending the message, the senior student did not reply. Lin Sun didn't care and started eating with Lu Gang. Suddenly, Lin Sun was patted on the shoulder. He turned his head in confusion and was suddenly stunned. "Shui elbow, senior sister?" With his mouth full of rice, Lin Sun's speech became unclear. "Senior? When did she come? What a surprise, right?" Su Qingshi just walked into the cafeteria when she received Lin Sun's message. She quickly found him through the background of the photo. Lu Gang looked up when he heard the noise and was immediately speechless. Why is he speechless? Because he has a premonition that he is going to eat dog food. "Senior, are you packing?" Lin Sun swallowed a mouthful of rice and asked in confusion. Su Qingshi really wanted to pack up, but when she saw Lin Sun here, she changed her mind. Eat here. As she spoke, she walked to the seat next to Lin Sun and sat down. Chapter 116, There's a Turtle on Your Face. As the school beauty sat down, more and more eyes turned towards this side. No matter where the school beauties are, they're always the most dazzling ones. As expected, the boy who could get close to the school bell was Lin Sun. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Sun with sour eyes. This was not the first time that the school beauty had come into close contact with Lin Sun. So far, there had never been anyone in the entire Nanjing University who could make her treat him like this. They had speculated before about the relationship between Lin Sun and the school bell, but later, they discovered that the school bell and this freshman didn't seem to be relatives, but more like a couple. But they didn't act very intimate in front of others. After Su Qingshi sat down, she propped her chin with one hand and looked at the food in Lin Sun's bowl. Is it delicious? Lin Sun nodded. Not bad. Su Qingshi looked at him quietly. Lin Sun reacted and asked, Senior, what do you want to eat? Same as you. Okay. Lin Sun stood up and went to buy food for his senior. This made Lu Gang feel a little awkward sitting there. He didn't dare to say anything and just kept his head down eating. Su Qingshi sat where she was, her eyes following Lin Sun in the crowd. Senior Su, what a coincidence. You're also eating here. At this time, several girls passed by, and when they saw Su Qingshi, they immediately took the initiative to say hello. The latter nodded gently, hello. They are also members of the student union, but they are one grade lower than her. When several girls saw Su Qingshi responding to them, they immediately came up to her enthusiastically and started chatting with her. Su Qingshi was not indifferent to them and would basically reply a few words. Lu Gang was eating nearby and sighed inwardly, thinking that goddesses are indeed goddesses, and their levels are all different. Just from the conversation between them, you can see the gap between the two. The conversation is not on the same level. Senior, your meal is here. Lin Sun quickly brought over the meal that he had ordered for the senior sister, and in his arms he was holding a few bottles of drinks. He gave one to Lu Gang, and he and the senior sister each had one. Thanks, Su Qingshi said softly. But this scene shocked the girls. One of the girls with braided hair looked at Lin Sun in surprise. I've heard of you. You seem to be the junior that senior sister Su takes good care of. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He just found that the other party was chatting with the senior student and guessed that the other party must be someone the senior student knew. He nodded. Hello, my name is Lin Sun. My name is Xian. I'm a sophomore, and I'm in the student union. We're in the same department as senior sister Su. Xian looked at Lin Sun with some enthusiasm and curiosity. She asked Su Qingshi, Senior Su, this junior brother is not your cousin, right? That's what the rumor said, but now they saw with their own eyes that the senior was getting so close to this boy, and they were very surprised. That boy even helped senior sister Su get food. Even a fool could see that there was something special between them, right? Su Qingshi said calmly. No. Then, Xian wanted to ask something, but was suddenly stopped by the girl next to her. This is senior Su's private matter. Let's not ask. Xian reacted and nodded quickly. Yes, I'm sorry, senior sister Su. The latter said coldly. It's okay. Seeing this, the girls had no reason to stay any longer and found excuses to leave. Senior, they seem to respect you very much. Lin Sun ate his meal and looked at Su Qingshi curiously. Su Qingshi said calmly, it's just that I'm usually quite strict with them, maybe because they have more relationships at work. Oh. Eat quickly. Okay. After dinner, Lin Sun did not send Su Qingshi home, and the two separated at the cafeteria door. By the way, do you want to bring some food to Brother Go? Lin Sun remembered and looked at Lu Gang. The latter shook his head. It's okay. Wu De's already helped him fight. Lin Sun nodded. The two returned to the dormitory. Go Xingli was operating the keyboard quickly while cursing, with a meal placed in front of him. Shit, it fell off again. Dog game, unload it. Go Xingli smacked his keyboard angrily, then turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate like crazy. Hey, a kid who is addicted to the internet. Lu Gang was wiping his body with a wet towel and immediately shook his head when he saw this. Brother Go, what rank have you dropped to? Lin Sun asked curiously. Go Xingli glanced over with a cold gaze, his eyes somewhat dim. Brother Lin, save me, help me get points. Lin Sun turned around silently, with his back to him. Are you kidding? A rookie, is helping you score points? I'm afraid you'll push me to the toilet after I lose points. At 2:30 in the afternoon, we had college English class, and the 4 students from 307 entered the classroom on time again. When they travel in groups, their speed is generally slow. The afternoon class was quite boring, and Lin Sun couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to watch videos. He has a very good foundation in English. College English is just some basic knowledge, so he learns it very easily and doesn't need to listen to lectures much. To keep up with current affairs, Lin Sun was scrolling through the latest popular videos. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat, which was sent from the dormitory group. The leader of Causeway Bay. Brothers, look, the teacher didn't look in the mirror before she went out today. There is a black mark on her face. Upon hearing this, everyone in 307 looked up at the English teacher and found that it was indeed the case. The black mark was obviously not a birthmark, but more like a drawing by someone with a pen. Lin Sun saw Go Xingli quietly hold up his phone and operate it. Not long after, a picture was sent to the group. Lin Sun clicked on it and saw that it was a secretly taken photo. The photo showed the enlarged face of his English teacher. However, Go Xingli's photography skills were not very good, and he took the photo of the teacher's nostrils. The picture was so funny that he almost laughed out loud. And that black mark turned out to be a turtle. It is also called Wangba for short. Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is the turtle a tortoise? But I'm still very curious. Well, the teacher must be married and have children. I'm afraid the children at home are naughty and drew them secretly. Puff, cough, cough. At this moment, a suppressed laugh sounded very abruptly. Suddenly, everyone in the classroom looked towards the source of the sound, and it turned out to be Go Xingli. The students were both amused and confused. Go Xingli is somewhat famous in the class. After all, he looks funny and is very lively in class. My classmate, do you have any opinion on the teacher's lectures? The English teacher looked at Go Xingli with a puzzled look on his face. No, teacher, Go Xingli said seriously. Damn, I was actually amused by the photos I took. He just turned the photo he took of his teacher into an emoticon, so I couldn't help but laugh. The English teacher looked at him suspiciously and was about to speak when a girl suddenly reminded him. Teacher, there is a turtle on your face. English teacher? Everyone. Did people say so? Chapter 117 Sports Day. Ha! The students in the class immediately started laughing. The English teacher thought the girl was joking and immediately showed a look of dissatisfaction. This joke is not funny. It's a real teacher. Several classmates spoke up immediately. The English teacher looked at them suspiciously, then picked up her phone and opened the front camera doubtfully. When she saw what was drawn on her face suddenly froze. Teacher, was this drawn by your child? A classmate asked with a smile. The English teacher said calmly, it's almost certain. Everyone immediately felt that the child would not escape a severe beating. I feel sorry for him, her. In my heart for a second. During the class, the English teacher went to the bathroom to wash off the marks before coming back. Okay, let's continue with the class. Get out of class is over at 4 o'clock. Not long after I walked out of the classroom, I received a message in the class group saying that I had to make up classes from 7:40 to 9:10 in the evening. Suddenly, several people started cursing. Going to eat? It's too early. I'm going to play ball. I'm going for a run. I'm with Brother Liu. Go Xingli was the most idle person in the dormitory, so Lin Sun and others stuffed the things in their hands into his hands and asked him to help take them back. Go Xingli. There were not many people on the playground at around 4 o'clock, but Lin Sun spotted a familiar figure. His eyes lit up and he trotted over. Seeing this scene, Liu Gang rolled his eyes fiercely. Well, this morning is not enough. Let's do it in the afternoon, right? On the track, a tall girl wearing a sun-protective long-sleeved shirt is jogging, and her curvy figure is eye-catching. Lin Sun came over almost by smelling the scent, and he recognized the senior at first sight. What a coincidence, senior. Comrade Lin Sun ran with Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently. As she was adjusting her breathing, she did not talk to Lin Sun but nodded. When he ran halfway around, a figure suddenly rushed past him. It was Liu Gang. A real man never looks back, and Liu Gang quickly shook off the two men. The sun was still quite strong at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and sweat quickly soaked their clothes. But the strange thing is that Lin Sun didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt like he had endless energy. He felt that he couldn't act so weak in front of his girlfriend. The two of them kept running until 5 o'clock, then they slowly changed from running to walking. At the same time, on the other side of the playground, Liu Gang and Zhao Jie were looking at Lin Sun and the other person. Could the girl next to him be the school belle? Zhao Jie asked uncertainly, still unwilling to give up. What do you think? Since she can abandon me, her best brother, she must be her lover. Lu Gang curled his lips, as if expressing his dissatisfaction with Lin Sun. This guy just ran over to the school beauty and completely forgot about her when he saw her. Alas, I raised him in vain. Zhao Jie immediately looked like he was heartbroken, and his aura was a little weak. Do I really have no chance? I'm obviously more handsome than Lin Sun. Lu Gang patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother, you beat him in terms of body shape, but as for looks, I won't say anything. Zhao Jie, don't have such ideas. There's so many girls out there. Don't hang yourself on one tree. You are destined to never catch up with the school belle. Lu Gang advised. People still need to have dreams. Zhao Jie said seriously. You're just imagining things. Zhao Jie looked at Lu Gang coldly. If he could defeat this soldier, he would have to give him a good beating. Are they really together? Zhao Jie looked at the two people who were talking and laughing, and was shocked to find that the school beauty also had a smile on her face. Oh shit, you guess? I guess your uncle. Zhao Jie hugged Lu Gang directly, looking like he was going to fight him to the death. However, Lu Gang threw him to the ground smoothly with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boy, sports students don't know how to fight. Your elder brother is still your elder brother. Come on, call me brother. Lu Gang pressed Zhao Jie proudly. There were two girls nearby, looking at Lu Gang with shining eyes. They had just witnessed Lu Gang showing off his skills and couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Zhao Jie. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? This funny scene also fell into the eyes of Lin Sun and the others. That's your roommate, Su Qingshi said in a declarative sentence. Lin Sun nodded. He was a little confused. Why did Lu Gang start fighting with Zhao Jie? There will be registration for the sports meet tomorrow. Will you participate? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Sports meet? How come I didn't know about it? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, We are preparing to recruit people, but we haven't started yet. She's the vice president of the student union and knows a lot of news in advance. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Can I sign up? Su Qingshi nodded. The quota is open to all students in the school, based on the department. After registration, they will have to go through a screening process and finally select the candidates to represent the department. Lin Sun hesitated. I'm afraid that even if I sign up, I won't be able to pass the selection, right? He's a complete amateur. His qualities may be better than those of ordinary people, but it is unlikely that he can participate in a sports meet. Su Qingshi said calmly. Just think of it as forcing yourself to be self-disciplined and exercise regularly. Besides, maybe there will be unexpected surprises at that time. Will senior sister participate? Lin Sun asked curiously. Su Qingshi nodded. I plan to sign up for the 400 meters, 100 meters, and high jump. 3 subjects. Lin Sun had admiration in his eyes. Both of the subjects the senior student signed up for are sprinting. Judging from her appearance, she should be very confident. Then I'll report it too. Since the senior has participated as her boyfriend, how can he not accompany her? Su Qingshi asked. What are you participating in? Lin Sun thought about it carefully. The last time he tried a 100-meter race, he was left behind by more than 10 meters. It was unrealistic. For 200 meters, it felt like they were in the same group. As for 400 meters, after thinking about it, he found that he seemed not to be very good at sprinting. Long-distance running? 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. He has recently been able to keep up with the speed of Lu Gang and others and can finish the race, but not very fast. Tangled. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. It seems that there is no advantage. Su Qingshi shook her head. You can't think like that. You think you have no advantage because you haven't tried. It's useless to just think about the strength of your opponent without working hard. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Then senior sister, can you help me choose? Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, then said, You can sign up for the 400-meter race. You can ask your roommates. If they are interested, you can team up and sign up for the 400-meter relay race. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Great idea. With soldiers around, they might actually give it a try. As for Go Xingli and Wu De, the latter is a member of the team and has good physical strength, and Go Xingli also plays basketball and has potential. Thinking about it this way, Lin Sun felt that it was feasible. Chapter 118, Caller ID. Sports meet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In dormitory 307, Go Xingli looked like he would rather die than surrender. You're kidding. Running is so tiring. Playing basketball isn't that tiring. And I can't win. I'm not going. Lin Sun and Lu Gang looked at each other. The two had already discussed it when they were on the playground. Lu Gang felt that he had a great advantage in participating in the sports meet, so he also planned to sign up. It seems that playing basketball is more tiring than running. Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Besides, I also participated. In addition to 4 by 400, I also participated in 300 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters. Go Xingli looked at him speechlessly. You are a professional. How can this be compared? He knew that Lu Gang was a former soldier, so shouldn't physical fitness be easy for him? Brother Go, I heard there are a lot of girls at the sports meet. Maybe you can find your partner then. Lin Sun coaxed him. Go Xingli's eyes lit up, and a look of interest appeared on his face. Really? Of course it's true. As far as we know, many people want to sign up, especially girls. Right, brother soldier? Lin Sun looked at Lu Gang and gave him a wink at an angle where Go Xingli couldn't see. Lu Gang nodded seriously. That's right. Go Xingli looked suspicious. Why do I feel like you were trying to scare me? Of course not, Lin Sun said with a smile. If we can qualify, we will not only earn credits, but also get certificates of honor, medals, and even bonuses. How many, are we the kind of people who would bow down for that little bit of bonus? Go Xingli said seriously. Free breakfast for a week. Make a deal. Go Xingli quickly agreed. Good boy, he finally got what he was waiting for. If you had said so earlier, how long would he have remained stubborn? Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun speechlessly. The latter nodded in agreement. Our 307 is still not pure enough. Brother Go, as the dormitory head, you need to correct the atmosphere. Get lost. I'm not the dormitory head, and you didn't agree. Go Xingli glared at the two of them. Who said that? Who dares to disagree with Brother Go being the dormitory head? I'll be the first one to agree. Lin Sun looked righteous. Yes, I have no objection, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. Lu Gang expressed his opinion. Go Xingli then revealed a satisfied expression. Very good. You must always remember that I am the father of this dormitory. That's too much. You want a rebel? Seeing that the other party actually wanted to call him father, Lin Sun and Lu Gang immediately stood on the left and right. The three of them started fighting each other. Go Xingli was certainly no match for the two and was quickly defeated by Lu Gang. Okay, Brother Go, why are you squeezing so tightly? I don't know where to put my special moves. Like, oh damn it, how dare you insult your father? Expel me from 307. Yo, you're still not honest? 1,000 consecutive kills. Watch out. Ouch! Half an hour later, Go Xingli lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, covering his chrysanthemums and crying silently alone. Bang! Lu Gang and Lin Sun smiled victoriously and high-fived each other. With Brother Go joining us, the only one left is Wu De. He should be able to play basketball well. Not long after, Wu De came back. When he heard that the three roommates in the dormitory had signed up, he did not refuse and signed up as well. The relevant registration procedures will be distributed in 2 days. The senior said that we just need to give her the list. Lin Sun announced, Tisk, TSK, TSK. A few people were caught off guard by the dog food and rolled their eyes. Lin Sun chuckled. He looked at Lu Gang and said, Brother Bing, you have the best physical fitness among us, and you have also received systematic training, so I will leave the tactics to you. In short, Lu Gang was regarded as a coach. The latter nodded. Then I will make a training plan, and we will practice cooperation. Since we are going to participate in the school sports meeting, we should show our strength. I feel tired just listening to it. Go Xingli said dejectedly. Come on, Brother Go. We are with you in spirit. Go Xingli. After confirming it, they went to eat, chatted about gossip, and went to class after dinner. The first week after the holiday was quite full of classes, and Lin Sun was basically doing makeup lessons. He seldom saw his senior, and only replied to her a few words on the phone. At the same time, he sent the names, student numbers, and mobile phone numbers of several people in his dormitory to his senior student, asking her to help register. Soon, related activities were announced on inception, and each class information group also received similar notifications, stating that the school sports meet was about to begin, and students were encouraged to sign up enthusiastically. I'm finally through this nightmare week. On Friday afternoon, as the bell rang, students left the teaching building with happy steps. The remedial class week exhausted the men in 307. They had to get up at 8 a.m. almost every day. None of them slept well and had dark circles under their eyes. Tomorrow is the weekend, so you can't make up for the missed classes, right? A notice was sent in the class group. There is no need to make up for the class tomorrow. Where are we going now? Drink wine and eat meat. Let's go. The four of them hadn't had a meal together for a long time. After returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, they left the school and came to a barbecue stand they often visited. In the girls' dormitory, Su Qingshi had just finished a design. She took off her office glasses and rubbed her brows tiredly. Sure. Why don't you take a shower? Zhang Yunxiao was lying on the bed leisurely, wearing a facial mask and watching TV series. Seeing that her best friend had finished her work, she couldn't help but say. Su Qingshi said calmly. Right away. She glanced at Zhang Yunxiao and asked, Have you finished the design? Zhang Yunxiao said in a tone of giving up. It's okay. A small design is not difficult for a talented girl like me. There is still 1 week left. I will do it next week. Su Qingshi glanced at her and said, Then you will find out how painful it is to cram at the last minute. This design is quite technical. Even for her, it took her half a day to sort it out. For a talented woman like Jiang, well, it would probably take her a week. Don't panic. My roommate is a talented girl anyway. If I can't get help from someone else, I'll just hug your long legs. Zhang Yunxiao stuck out her tongue. Su Qingshi was left speechless by her words. She was considering whether to charge Zhang Yunxiao for copying her homework in the future. Hey, sure. Why don't you play with your junior recently? Zhang Yunxiao suddenly asked. Su Qingshi said calmly. Less gossip, more learning. Zhang Yunxiao said seriously. As your roommate, I have the obligation to save your love journey. I am known as the military advisor of the female Zhuge Liang of Nanjing University. Self-appointed, Zhang Yunxiao already knew that her best friend was in a relationship. Of course, she had used coercion and bribery to get the information out of her junior. It must be said that when Zhang Yunxiao got the news that day, she was in a daze for the whole day. Obviously, her best friend's love affair had a huge impact on her. In her opinion, it was an event that would go down in history. Just then, Su Qingshi's cell phone suddenly rang. She was a little surprised because not many people knew her phone number and almost no one called her regularly. I took the phone and saw the name Lin Sun on the caller ID. Chapter 119, Going Home with Senior. Drink. Go Xingli is a very smart guy. Don't let him hide the wine. Lu Gang held the wine bottle in one hand and pressed Go Xingli's shoulder with the other, looking like he would deal with anyone who cheated. Go Xingli's face turned red like a monkey's, but his eyes were dazed and his words were tongue-tied. Hide the wine? What nonsense. Give it all to me. The leader of Causeway Bay, needs to hide the wine? He wants to win the wine, but he is too late. Comrade Lin Sun looked drunk, and he looked at the two of them with stars in his eyes, occasionally revealing a vague smile. He didn't know how long he had been drinking. After ordering a lot of dishes, they worked until 8 o'clock. After eating and drinking, they started to drink. The alcohol content was not high, just ordinary Yinjing beer. They finished one bottle after another. During this period, they also played a lot of games such as Nyo Nyo, Sengong, and Truth or Dare. As luck would have it, he lost a round, so he chose to take a big risk and called his girlfriend to confess his love in front of his drinking buddies. Lin Sun himself didn't know what he said. Anyway, his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Later, the senior student hung up the phone first. Finally, Go Xingli ended the fight between the two men by raising the white flag. Lu Gang came to Lin Sun with a glass of wine in his hand and said, Brother Lin, it's your turn. He still had half a deck of cards in his hand, and he dealt one to Lin Sun and one to himself. Speak. Lin Sun shook his head to sober himself up and said, Drink below 10. Lu Gang smiled and then turned over his card. He was lucky because it was a 10. Huh, looks like you're going to get hurt. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Master Gao Jin, I am a disciple of the god of gamblers. With a low growl, he pinched his card between two fingers and flipped it over. Ha! Old K. Lu Gang raised his eyebrows, thinking that this guy was quite lucky, but he continued to send the second one. 6 o'clock. I saw that the second card of the 6 cards was a 6 of diamonds, which was exactly 6 points. Lin Sun sneered. It's only 6 points. Any of my cards is bigger than yours. He had already turned over the cards, and it was an 8. Drink! Lin Sun pointed at him excitedly. Lu Gang drank the glass helplessly. Something is wrong. He was able to control Go Xingli just now, so why can't he control Lin Sun? In the next round of Sangong, Lin Sun won again. In the next round, Lu Gang played Nyo Nyo, but Lin Sun turned the tables with Nyo Nyo. What the hell? Are you cheating? Lu Gang drank a few cups and felt a little drunk, staring at Lin Sun with his eyes wide open. Rebellious son, how dare you disobey your father? You dealt the cards. What does it have to do with me, Lin? Lin Sun also glared at him. Lu Gang, my buddy, let's drink with him together. Go Xingli came over and put his arm around Lin Sun's shoulders intimately. Okay. Today either you guys lie down or I hiccup. The three of them drank recklessly and spoke without thinking. Wuda ate the barbecue silently and drank a few glasses. When he saw the situation getting out of control, he dared not drink anymore. Alas, in the end, he still had to shoulder the responsibility of leading them home. Being a father isn't easy. My dear, you are so loyal. I will introduce the village beauty to you later. Go Xingli said to Lin Sun with a drunken face. Lu Gang glared and said, What the hell? Didn't you just say you would introduce it to me? Go Xingli looked disgusted and said, How can a man like you be worthy of my village beauty? Go on, you bastard. Lin Sun looked disdainful. What village beauty, Tsuhua? She's not as pretty as my senior sister. Senior? When did you have a senior? Go Xingli suddenly glared. No, our Tsuehua is definitely not worse than your senior. You have to go back with me and be my husband. No, I want my senior. My dear, don't you love me anymore? I have never loved. Puff. A few drunks were talking nonsense there, and the proprietresses who passed by laughed. Wu just silently turned on the video and recorded this scene, with an Annie smile on his face. This video is probably worth a few meals. Just then, a fragrant breeze blew by. Wu Do was startled, and subconsciously turned his head to look. He was stunned for a moment, then stood up and showed a surprised look. Senior Sister Sue? He stood up quickly. Su Qingshi was wearing long-sleeve pajamas and a coat, with her hair casually tied into a ponytail. She had a beautiful face without any makeup, yet she was beautiful and charming, especially her cold and aloof temperament, which was not something ordinary people could approach. She nodded slightly, looking calmly at the three people who were calling each other brothers. How long has he been drinking? Wuda quickly replied, We've been drinking since 8 o'clock, so I guess everyone should have two. 2 pieces. Can a person's stomach hold 2 bottles of wine? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun and then walked over. Wuda secretly sighed that only brother Lin could get the school beauty to come and pick someone up. TZ, help me drink, and I'll introduce Tsewa to you. Don't want? Then I will recognize you as my godfather and give me some wine. Go away. Am I not your godfather? Godfather, I'll introduce Tsuehua and her best friends to you. Come on, I can't drink any more. Shut up, you rebellious son. Are you trying to hurt me? I already have a senior. I don't like anyone else. Lin Sun's words were drifting. Su Qingshi was standing exactly 2 meters behind him and just happened to hear these words. A touching smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Do you like your senior? For some reason, she wanted to tease the drunk Lin Sun. Even though Lin Sun was drunk, when he heard the words about his senior sister, he still subconsciously said seriously, Of course, my senior sister is super nice, super pretty and cute. I love her so much. Puff. Wuda, who followed over, laughed immediately, then quickly took out his cell phone and started recording again. Su Qingshi felt relieved after hearing this, but the curve of her lips did not drop. She said, Then if the senior asks you to go home with her, will you agree? Rub. Lin Sun suddenly stood up. What are you doing? Go home. What? Go home with senior sister. Go home with senior sister. Go Xingli also stood up quickly. I want to go back to my senior sister's house too. Sukinsi. Wuda couldn't bear to look at it. Brother Go, why are you joining in the fun? You still want to go home with senior sister Sue? You should go back to Causeway Bay with Tsuehua. You can't be with senior sister. I am yours alone. Lin Sun glared at Go Xingli, as if he wanted to kill his own relative for the sake of justice. Go Xingli looked confused. There are so many senior sisters. Why do you occupy so many of them? Senior schoolmates? Aren't there thousands of senior schoolmates in the entire Nanjing University? Who is this guy in front of me? How dare he monopolize the senior schoolmates in the school? Clearly the 2 guys were not on the same page. Lu Gang was a little drunk. He saw Su Qingshi and asked in surprise, Senior Su, are you here to pick up Lin Sun? Sukinsi nodded. He drank a little too much. It doesn't matter. Lu Gang nodded, then glanced at Go Xingli, who was still arguing with Lin Sun. He pulled him to sit down speechlessly. Come on, don't ask for senior sister. I'll accompany you. Get lost. I'm not gay. Wow. Chapter 120 Drunk Boyfriend. Originally, Lin Sun was supposed to treat them, but this guy was drunker than anyone else, so Su Qingshi paid the bill. It was useless for Lu Gang and Wu De to stop her. The goddess aura was too strong. Su Qingshi guessed that Lin Sun was drunk, so she drove the car directly over. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. After helping Lin Sun into the car, she turned around and got into the driver's seat. Ugh, it stinks. Where is this place? Let me out. I want a drink. When Lin Sun smelled the smell inside the car, he frowned and shouted that he wanted to get out. Su Qingshi calmly locked the car door. No, you don't want to drink. Drink! I want a drink. Su Qingshi helped him fasten his seatbelt and started the car, saying, I've prepared a bucket for you. If you want to vomit, just vomit in the bucket. Between her and Lin Sun, there was a small bucket the size of a human head, which she had prepared for Lin Sun. Lin Sun leaned back in his chair and squinted his eyes again. Su Qingshi was somewhat satisfied. After all, this guy was not drunk. The boundless horizon is my love. Lin Sun suddenly started singing as if he had come back to life from the dead. No, a more appropriate description would be howling. Su Qingshi was so frightened that she trembled and almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Her cold gaze swept over Lin Sun. Well, why would she bother with a drunk guy? Just now she said her boyfriend wasn't drunk, but now it was sloppy. While I was waiting for the traffic light at an intersection, the traffic police happened to be checking for drunk driving. Su Qingshi's face was calm, and he took out his ID. Soon, 2 traffic policemen came towards him. Hello, beautiful lady. We are the traffic police from the Traffic Police Brigade. Please cooperate with us to check for drunk driving. A middle-aged traffic policeman said to Su Qingshi politely. When they saw Su Qingshi's appearance, the 2 traffic policemen were stunned. Are the girls in South City all this good? Could it be a celebrity? Su Qingshi nodded in agreement. Testing showed that she had not drunk any alcohol. After showing the relevant documents, all the green lights were given. At this time, Lin Sun in the passenger seat attracted the attention of the traffic police. Is that comrade drunk? Asked the traffic police. Su Qingshi nodded. Yes. Beauty, are you the designated driver? No, I'm his girlfriend. I'm here to pick him up. The 2 traffic policemen looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Such a beautiful girl actually has a partner. This guy is so lucky. They were also thinking of getting a contact number to introduce to their good-for-nothing son. Okay, please remind your boyfriend not to drink and not to drive after drinking. The traffic police returned the ID to Su Qingshi and warned her at the same time. Thank you. I will tell him. Su Qingshi thanked politely. Monster, what do you want to do? Steal my wife? At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the 2 traffic policemen. Su Qingshi's face was full of black lines. Brother, is it appropriate for you to get drunk and act crazy at this time? The 2 traffic policemen were also speechless. How much horse urine did he drink? Even though Su Qingshi was aloof, she felt a little embarrassed at this moment and apologized to the traffic police. I'm sorry, my boyfriend was a little rude. The traffic policeman was understanding and waved his hand. It's okay, young man. This is what happens when you drink too much. They usually drink and get drunk at home, but the wife is not so easy to talk to. When she wakes up the next day, she is either in the toilet or on the floor. Su Qingshi started the car only after receiving a signal from the traffic police. Lin Sun was drunk and moved closer to Su Qingshi, leaning over and looking up at her. The latter saw that he was drunk and looked at him without hesitation, and then she couldn't help but smile. Because at this moment Lin Sun looked a little dazed, staring at her with pure and innocent eyes, with curiosity, confusion, surprise, and other emotions in his eyes. I have to say, he's kind of cute like this. Fairy, are you a fairy? You look so beautiful when you smile. Lin Sun asked blankly. Su Qingshi said calmly. So who do you think is prettier, the fairy or the senior? Lin Sun said without hesitation. Of course, senior's sister is pretty. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. So the fairy is not good-looking? Lin Sun frowned. Not really. So who is prettier, the senior or the fairy? Lin Sun. If Lin Sun was still awake at this moment, he would probably cry. Senior, I didn't expect you to be such a senior. Su Qingshi did not wait for Lin Sun's answer. She turned around and saw that this guy had fallen asleep next to her, which made her laugh and cry. They came to another traffic light. While waiting for the green light, Su Qingshi helped Lin Sun adjust his posture. After all, there was something between them. If he just lay there, the car would shake violently, and he would probably break 2 teeth. So she pulled Lin Sun closer to her, loosened the seat belt a little, and let him rest his head on her thighs. When they were less than a kilometer away from her rental house, Su Qingshi drove very slowly. In a daze, Lin Sun smelled a fragrance, which made his already uncomfortable stomach feel better immediately. Smells so good. As Lin Sun spoke, a little drool flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sukinsi. Not long after, they arrived downstairs of the rental house. Su Qingshi got out of the car and helped Lin Sun down from the other side. Little girl, why are you still not asleep so late? An old lady happened to come over. She was the landlord. Su Qingshi nodded. Something happened. Hey, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. The landlord was a warm-hearted middle-aged woman. She smiled at Lin Sun. Su Qingshi nodded. Yes. Oh, he must have drunk a lot. We need to cook some sobering soup. By the way, remember to put a basin next to his bed with some water in it to prevent him from vomiting everywhere in the middle of the night. The landlord was obviously experienced and reminded. Su Qingshi, who was taking care of a boy for the first time, didn't understand these things. She thought about it for a while, then suddenly realized it and thanked him. Thank you, Annie. No, no, no. I often drink that thing at home until it becomes like mud. It's so hard for us as women at this time. The landlord shook his head and refused. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. She felt that taking care of Lin Sun was quite good. Well, you can send him upstairs and have some rest. Okay, thank you, Annie. No, no. After the landlord left, Su Qingshi helped Lin Sun walk into the rental building. Lin Sun was quite cooperative. Although he was a little crooked when going up the stairs, it didn't make Su Qingshi too tired. Fairy, where are we going? Heaven. Go to heaven? I'm just a mortal. The Jade Emperor won't be angry if he knows I sneaked across the border, right? No, if he gets angry, you hit him. But I can't beat the immortal. I'll help you. Hey, Fairy, you are such a nice person. It took nearly 10 minutes to climb the stairs, and Su Qingshi finally helped him stand at the door of the room. While Su Qingshi was opening the door, Lin Sun simply hugged the wall and stuck to it. Sukinsi. Chapter 121. Caring Senior. Finally arrived at the rental house. Even Su Qingshi breathed a sigh of relief at this time. She looked at Lin Sun, who was slumped on the sofa, and raised her eyebrows. Since the house hadn't been cleaned during the holiday, the things in the rental house were a little dusty. Su Qingshi searched the internet for the recipe of hangover soup. It was very simple, requiring only ginger slices and sugar. Su Qingshi, who was cooking soup, suddenly heard a noise. She quickly put down the work in her hands and ran over to check. Lin Sun, who was originally sitting on the sofa, rushed to the toilet and vomited. Cough, cough, cough. The strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Su Qingshi's nose twitched, and then her brows frowned. She had a slight misophobia, but she did not blame Lin Sun. Instead, she supported him when he was about to sit in the toilet, and at the same time helped him up and out of the toilet. Lin Sun looked extremely uncomfortable, and the burning sensation in his throat made him put on a mask of pain. Senior, I want some water, Lin Sun murmured. Wait, I'll connect you, Su Qingshi said softly. After putting Lin Sun back on the sofa, Su Qingshi was about to get some water when Lin Sun suddenly grabbed her hand and said, Senior, kiss me. The corners of Su Qingshi's mouth twitched. Be good, drink the water first. No, I want a kiss from my senior sister. Lin Sun, arrive, sit tight. Su Qingshi's face was cold, and her voice revealed a bit of majesty. Lin Sun was startled and felt a little sober. For some reason, in his subconscious mind, the anger of his senior sister was a very terrifying thing. So he could only sit up straight, like an obedient primary school student. When Su Qingshi saw this scene, she knew that she had frightened him just now, and her heart softened immediately. She said softly, Let go first, I'll get you some water. Lin Sun obediently let go, but he looked a little lonely, like a wounded lamb. It seemed that the senior student was mean to him, and he made her unhappy. Emo, Comrade Lin Sun's heart was already in turmoil at this time. Su Qingshi took advantage of this opportunity to turn off the fire of the hangover soup in the kitchen and scooped a large bowl of it into a bowl. Of course, she couldn't give it to him to drink right away, so she let it cool for a while before taking it away. He filled a cup with warm water and walked in front of Lin Sun. Drink some water. Lin Sun didn't answer, but looked at her with pitiful eyes. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you angry. Su Qingshi looked at him blankly. Why do you say that? She wasn't actually angry. Lin Sun did not explain, but lowered his head. I am so useless. I made senior sister unhappy. Su Qingshi felt as if her heart was squeezed for a moment, and her eyes fell on him, shining brightly. Silly Junior. Senior is not angry. Huh. Lin Sun looked up suddenly. Su Qingshi said calmly, "The fairy is angry because you don't listen to the fairy." Lin Sun said seriously, "Then I don't want a fairy. I just want a senior sister." So Qingxi, listen to what you were saying? Su Qingshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, then you must obey whatever senior sister asks you to do, okay? The campus beauty of Suqiao University, a goddess-level figure, is now actually reasoning with a drunk young man. If this were to get out, it would probably shock others. Yeah, I'll listen to you, as long as you're happy. Lin Sun looked like a good boy, as if he could sell out his father with just one word from his senior. Su Qingshi took advantage of this momentum and handed the water to his mouth. Open your mouth. Lin Sun opened his mouth obediently. After feeding him a glass of water, Su Qingshi stood up with satisfaction. Well, it seems that the junior still listens to her. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Su Qingshi turned back to the bathroom and flushed it. Soon, after feeding Lin Sun the sobering soup, the latter felt his stomach warm and his complexion looked much better. Su Qingshi immediately helped him up and walked towards the bedroom. You're lucky today. I'll let you sleep on the bed. Su Qingshi spoke lightly, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was talking to the drunk Lin Sun. Lin Sun cooperated with a silly smile. After Lin Sun took a shower, besides the smell of alcohol, there was also a faint scent of jasmine on his body. It was the smell of shower gel, she was sure. This made her feel a little relieved. After all, he had taken a shower, so it was more acceptable. She let him lie gently on the bed with his buttocks drooping down. Su Qingshi went out and soon brought in a basin of hot water and placed it at Lin Sun's feet. Then she served Lin Sun like a wife, helping him take off his shoes, socks, and everything else. Fortunately, Lin Sun is not conscious now. Otherwise, if he knew that his senior sister took such good care of him, he would probably be surprised and distressed. Su Qingshi had never served anyone like this since she was a child, not even her dearest parents. But now, she calmly served Lin Sun in washing his feet. Of course, this scene could only happen to Lin Sun, and he was unconscious. If he had a little autonomy, she would let him do it himself. Su Qingshi soaked Lin Sun's feet, then took a spare towel from the side to wipe them. After doing all this, she moved Lin Sun's lower body onto the bed and covered him with a quilt. She went out with the foot washing water. Su Qingshi came in after a long time. She had washed up and was wearing the pajamas she wore when she came in. Her coat had been put somewhere unknown. She was holding a basin in her hand, which was 1/3 filled with clean water. This is to prevent Lin Sun from vomiting everywhere in the middle of the night. After putting the basin away, Su Qingshi moved a computer chair and sat next to the bed. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. It feels so tiring to take care of people. It takes more time for her to design a product. Looking at Lin Sun's face, Su Qingshi's eyes were gentle. This guy is her boyfriend. She had already recognized him before, so she was obligated to take care of him. On the contrary, if she got drunk one day, Lin Sun would take good care of herself and would be more attentive and patient than herself. She had never doubted this. You're still quite well behaved even when you're asleep. Su Qingshi supported her chin and looked at Lin Sun's sleeping face quietly. She regretted not taking a picture of this guy's drunken behavior with her phone. It must have been quite fun. Thinking of this, she smiled softly. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly turned over, then turned back and kicked off the quilt the next second. Seeing this, Su Qingshi planned to help him put the quilt back, and her hand inevitably touched Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't know why he suddenly grabbed Su Qingshi's hand. Su Qingshi felt a little pain and tried to break free, but the next second, a huge force came. She screamed subconsciously and was pulled onto the soft big bed by Lin Sun. Su Qingshi's heart beat faster like a deer. She wanted to get up, but Lin Sun's heavy body pressed down on her. So Qingxi. Chapter 1, 22, Sharing the Bed. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence for a moment. Su Qingshi didn't dare to move, let alone breathe. She couldn't control her heartbeat, and it seemed like it was about to burst through her throat. At this time, Lin Sun was lying on his side, and her upper body was held in his arms, with the part below the waist pressing on Lin Sun. The posture was a bit strange. Because Lin Sun hugged it quite hard, some parts were deformed. A blush appeared on Su Qing's face. Fortunately, Lin Sun was drunk. Otherwise, she would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She waited quietly for a few minutes, but Lin Sun behind her did not take any further action. Her body felt a little numb from lying there. Su Qingshi gently called out to her junior several times, but Lin Sun did not respond. So she moved her body and moved her lower body towards the bed. Feeling a sense of relief, Su Qingshi breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to break free from Lin Sun's embrace, but she didn't have enough strength. This guy is drunk and still hugging me like that? Although they were already in a relationship, she was still a little uncomfortable with such close contact, not to mention that it was Lin Sun's subconscious behavior after he was drunk. She grabbed his hands with both of hers and slowly opened them to both sides. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly moved his body, arched his body, changed to a comfortable position, and then stopped moving. Su Qingshi could only lie down. She tried but couldn't break free. She felt a little pain from being strangled somewhere. Even though she was well-developed, Lin Sun didn't show any mercy to her. "I'll deal with you tomorrow." Su Qingshi sighed resignedly. She could only move her body, lying sideways in Lin Sun's arms, and adjust to a relatively comfortable position. Her heart was beating very fast, but Su Qingshi felt safe in the arms of the boy she liked. So before long, she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Sun was awakened by the urge to pee. He was still dazed and ran to the toilet. By accident, he found the toilet, and after peeing, he turned around and returned to the room. Without looking, he got into the bed directly. The bed was warm, and he felt sleepy all of a sudden. In the darkness, Lin Sun felt that he touched something soft, but he didn't know what it was. He subconsciously moved closer and hugged it like a teddy bear. So soft and fragrant. Lin Sun seemed to feel the softness subconsciously. He moved his hand and pinched it again, then he fell asleep peacefully. At this time, Su Qingshi had already been awakened by Lin Sun's noise. Her pretty face was flushed red, and there was shame and anger in her eyes that Lin Sun had never seen before. This guy actually took advantage of her. She also secretly cursed herself, wondering why she didn't get out of bed and sleep somewhere else when she woke up just now, but had to wait for him to come back. In fact, this is also uncontrollable because Su Qingshi also has the habit of staying in bed. She doesn't want to move when she touches the bed, not to mention when she has just been woken up and is drowsy. Now, I'm hugged by this guy again. Lin Sun pinched her twice, unconsciously, just now, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. She always felt that something was strange. This strange feeling almost dispelled her sleepiness. Comrade Lin Sun, however, slept like a dead pig. It was not until more than an hour later that Su Qingshi became too sleepy and fell asleep. The next morning, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Sun slept very soundly. It is true that drinking alcohol can promote sleep. People are in a state of unclear consciousness within a few minutes after waking up, and Lin Sun is no exception. He has a headache also because of drinking. Damn it, I accidentally drank too much. It's all Go Xingli's fault. Go Xingli. In fact, Go Xingli drank more than him. What is soft? Lin Sun felt like he was holding a very soft object. He was puzzled because there didn't seem to be such a big toy doll on his bed. Have you hugged enough? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lin Sun was startled and shivered. When he saw that he was holding a senior, his eyes widened. Senior? Senior? Oh my God! Why is the senior in his room? She's sleeping in the same bed with him? What is going on? Su Qingshi said coldly. Let go of your hand. Lin Sun quickly withdrew his hand. Then I found that my hands were a little numb. He just slept with the senior sister in his arms all night? Su Qingshi was not feeling well either. After being held by Lin Sun for a whole night, she felt a little stiff. She secretly complained in her heart, who said it is comfortable for a boy to hold a girl while sleeping. Moreover, the pain in the key parts was extremely severe, but Lin Sun was awake, and she was embarrassed to deal with it in front of him. Senior, what's going on? Why are we here? Why are you in my room? Lin Sun said in shock. Until now, he still thought this was his room. Su Qingshi said calmly, look carefully, where is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Sun looked around and discovered that this was actually his senior's rental house. You were drunk last night. Do you remember anything? Su Qingshi's calm and cold voice sounded. Lin Sun frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head. I don't remember. I drank a lot of wine. Then he reacted and looked at the senior sister. Did the senior sister pick me up? Senior, are we going to sleep like this all night? What do you think? Did I do anything out of the ordinary? I was held in your arms for the whole night. Lin Sun. He wailed in his heart. Oh my god, how embarrassing. No wonder my arms are numb. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Huh. Su Qingshi's threatening voice sounded. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already complaining? Lin Sun quickly asked. Senior sister, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Su Qingshi snorted. No. Get up and wash up. As she spoke, she was about to stand up. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly came over and gently hugged Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi, her pretty face immediately turned red. They were both still sleeping on the same quilt. It would have been better if Lin Sun was unconscious, but now that he was awake, he was still so bold. Senior, let me hug you. Lin Sun's murmuring voice came. He closed his eyes and hugged his sweetheart in his arms. After hearing his words, her originally stiff body gradually softened. Senior, we are together now. Why are you still so shy? Lin Sun said with a smile. Su Qingshi said calmly. Aren't you the same? She turned around and faced Lin Sun, and their noses were only a few centimeters away from touching. She stared at him quietly. Although her face was still a little red, her eyes were calm. Lin Sun's eyes became evasive. The senior sister is so beautiful. He can hardly resist her charm. Moreover, the senior sister had a great figure, and he felt like he was hugging a ball of cotton when he hugged her. It turns out that the dream last night about holding a soft doll actually happened. Junior. What hit me? Chapter 123 Heart to Heart. When Su Qingshi just said this, Lin Sun froze. What? What do you think it is? Honestly, any man would be unable to suppress the excitement in his body when hugging a girlfriend who is like a fairy, right? Su Qingshi also realized this, and her pretty face quickly turned red. The two looked at each other. Neither of them moved. Only their breath fell on each other's face. But the more this happened, the faster their hearts beat. Senior, I'll calm down. Comrade Lin Sun slowly let go of Su Qingshi. Don't you feel uncomfortable like this? Su Qingshi asked calmly. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Of course it's uncomfortable. Su Qingshi looked at him quietly, then slowly retreated. She covered Lin Sun with the quilt and said, I'm going to wash up. You calm down. With that, she got out of bed and walked out of the room. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and sighed softly at the same time. This is so embarrassing. After all, he's just a young man full of vigor and vitality. How could he resist the charm of the fairy senior? Moreover, neither of them was ready, and it was impossible for them to break through the shackles. It could only be said that the time had not yet come. Lin Sun pushed open the quilt, took a look inside, and cursed inwardly. You useless thing, can't you control yourself a little? Xiao Lin Sun, you can't control yourself, and you want me to control you? At the same time, Su Qingshi was already in the bathroom. She closed the door and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. The scene just now was indeed a bit exciting. She is still a girl, and is at the beginner stage when it comes to sex. If she hadn't concealed it well just now, she would have been panicked to death in bed. It turns out that not only the junior was nervous, but she was too. Is that a boy's thing? Recalling the feeling just now, Su Qingshi's face turned even redder. She shook her head, cleared the thoughts from her mind, and began to wash. She changed all her clothes, especially her underwear, which made her feel uncomfortable. When Su Qingshi was changing clothes, Lin Sun had already gotten up. He adjusted the quilt on the bed, looked at her quietly for more than 10 seconds, and then smiled. It's great that he slept in the senior's bed. I have to say that the senior sister's bed was carefully designed by her. It seemed that she had reselected the materials. It was soft and very comfortable to sleep on, comparable to the bed in a hotel. Of course, the point is not this. The point is that he fell asleep holding the senior sister last night. Although he was unconscious, the senior sister did not resist, right? It was the first time for the two of them to sleep in the same bed. Lin Sun was very excited. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a basin of water beside the bed, and after a moment's thought, he immediately understood why. It must have been put there by his senior, who was so caring. Take it out and pour it out. Su Qingshi just came out of the bathroom, holding the pajamas she had just changed out of. The two looked at each other, both feeling a little awkward. Senior, let me wash your clothes? Lin Sun wanted to take the clothes from her. Su Qingshi's reaction was a bit exaggerated, so she took a step back and said, No, I can do it myself. Junior, there are some things that you're better off not knowing. She was a little shy at the moment. How could she let her junior help her wash? There were still some marks on her underwear. Seeing that the senior sister was so persistent, Lin Sun didn't say anything else. He said, "Then I'll make breakfast for you?" Su Qingshi said calmly, "There is no food at home. I basically didn't come back during the holiday, and the refrigerator was not even plugged in. Okay, let's go out to eat." Lin Sun nodded. Su Qingshi said with a relaxed expression, "Go wash up." "Okay, senior." Su Qingshi carried the clothes to the washing machine, threw them in, and put the underwear in the tub. There was a water outlet next to the washing machine, so while Lin Sun was washing up, Su Qingshi washed the clothes. There is still time for the washing machine. Su Qingshi sat on the sofa. Lin Sun also came out and was about to sit in front of the senior student. "Stand up." Su Qingshi suddenly spoke coldly. Lin Sun was startled, then stood up obediently. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. "Do you know how much you drank last night?" "Start looking up the accounts." Su Qingshi felt that Lin Sun should not be allowed to get drunk every time. And excessive drinking is bad for your health. Thinking of the scene of Lin Sun vomiting last night, Su Qingshi couldn't help but frown. Lin Sun smiled awkwardly. "Senior sister, I was forced to drink by them last night. I didn't intend to drink a lot." Su Qingshi looked at him steadily, her eyes calm and emotionless. Seeing this, Lin Sun's voice became smaller and smaller. "This is for your own good," Su Qingshi said coldly. "When Lin Sun gets drunk and acts crazy, it's okay at home, but if he's outside, who knows what he might do." "I understand, senior sister. I will drink less next time." Lin Sun knew that the senior sister cared about him, so he quickly agreed. Since the senior asked him to drink less, he wouldn't drink one or two more. Su Qingshi nodded in satisfaction, and then she suddenly looked at Lin Sun with a half-smile. "Do you like fairies or senior sisters?" "Ah!" Comrade Lin Sun was confused, but after he realized what the senior said, his face immediately turned embarrassed. "Well, my image has been socially destroyed invisibly. Come and sit down." Su Qingshi patted the seat next to him. Lin Sun sat down happily. As soon as he sat down, Su Qingshi fell down and rested her head on his thighs. Lin Sun looked at the beautiful face of the senior sister with some doting. "Senior sister, don't you want to have breakfast?" "Not hungry. It's already 10 o'clock, past breakfast time." Lin Sun wasn't that hungry. Although his stomach was empty, he had no desire to eat. "I'm a little tired. I didn't sleep well last night." Su Qingshi's soft voice came out. Lin Sun felt a little distressed. "It's all my fault, senior sister. I made you busy all night." He stretched out his hand and pressed on Su Qingshi's temple. "Senior sister, let me give you a massage to relax you." Su Qingshi cooperated and closed her eyes. Lin Sun gently massaged the senior sister, and the love in his eyes seemed to be about to overflow. "Lin Sun, senior, you say, do you guys do that often?" "Which one?" Su Qingshi didn't open her eyes, but her face was a little red. "You are often excited?" Lin Sun froze for a moment, and then he didn't know how to organize his words. "Well, from a physiological point of view, this is reasonable. Isn't it uncomfortable?" "A little bit." She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Sun's handsome face. "Am I an unqualified girlfriend?" Lin Sun quickly asked. "Senior sister, why do you say that?" Su Qingshi sighed softly. "I can't help you solve your difficulties." Lin Sun felt uncomfortable, so she ran away. As a girlfriend, she felt that she was not proactive enough. Chapter 124 Two-Way Running. Lin Sun looked at the senior sister with a helpless look. "Senior sister, why do you think so? This kind of thing is nothing. You have to get used to it slowly." Su Qingshi looked at him and was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Give me some time." Lin Sun fell in love with his senior sister. He leaned over and kissed her smooth forehead, saying softly, "We still have a long life ahead of us, so take it slow." Su Qingshi's eyes were filled with tears, and she nodded gently. In the eyes of outsiders, she is a strong ice goddess, but in front of her boyfriend, she just wants to be an ordinary girl. She knew that Lin Sun was very good to her, so she had to be good to him in return. "Still sleeping?" Su Qingshi shook her head. "I'm not sleepy anymore. After the drowsiness passed, I felt much more awake. I'll hang up the laundry for senior, and then we'll go out to eat." Su Qingshi nodded. Then she propped herself up, hugged her knees, and her big eyes, no longer cold, became extremely lively as she blinked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's heart softened. He moved closer to the senior, quickly kissed her on the red lips, and then stepped back. Su Qingshi was a little confused. When she realized what was happening, Lin Sun had already left. She blinked. "So sudden?" Lin Sun chuckled. "Senior sister, You are so cute. Su Qingshi lowered her eyes and said softly, I'm only like this in front of you. Then I'm honored. The smile on Lin Sun's face continued to grow. He stood up and walked towards the washing machine, which had already finished spinning. Lin Sun helped the senior sister hang up her pajamas. The senior sister had washed her underwear by hand, so she only needed to hang 2 pieces. The two of them packed up and left the rental house. The weekend was a very pleasant time. Lin Sun walked on the street, openly holding the hand of his senior sister. He remembered that the last time they went shopping here, he had not yet caught up with his senior sister. Now, the senior sister is his legitimate girlfriend. Su Qingshi didn't wear a mask this time. She didn't want to care about other people's eyes. She should be more responsible to Lin Sun and herself. The result of this is that passers-by keep looking at her with undisguised amazement in their eyes. Senior, you are so welcome, Lin Sun exclaimed. Su Qingshi was already used to this and said calmly, You are also very good. Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he seemed very pleased. Really? Su Qingshi looked at him and said, Actually, you don't have to be so restrained. We are together, and it's our own business. As long as we have each other in our hearts, we don't have to worry about what others say. Do you understand? Lin Sun nodded seriously. I understand. Su Qingshi said softly. You are also very good. In fact, you are better than me. I just happen to be prettier than the average girl. People are like this. Often the first impression is based on appearance. But you are different. If people know you well, they will find that you are really excellent. Lin Sun's family is extremely wealthy, but he never puts on airs like a rich second generation. He is approachable, polite, and handsome. The only thing he lacks compared to those outstanding people is some life experience. He is only a freshman now. In 2 years, he will become better and better. The fact is just as Su Qingshi said. In the near future, Lin Sun will be famous throughout Nanjing University and be known as a male god-level figure who could be compared with the campus belle of Soochow University. Just be yourself. Su Qingshi took his arm and said, We are just an ordinary couple. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lin Sun suddenly understood. He looked at Su Qingshi with a smile and said, Thank you, senior sister. I have been with you for so long, and you have always helped me grow. He was very grateful to this beautiful and kind senior. Fortunately, she is his destination. Su Qingshi smiled slightly. She had to help the boy grow up so that they could go further together. Hello. Excuse me, handsome guy and beautiful girl. At this time, several young men and women came over. One man and one woman among them were wearing ancient costumes, and the others were holding cameras and other props in their hands, as if they were taking pictures. Is there anything wrong? Lin Sun asked politely. The man holding the camera was an older young man wearing glasses. He asked Lin Sun excitedly, Excuse me, are you a couple? Yes. Su Qingshi nodded. Great, you two are both very good-looking, and you look a perfect match. The young man exclaimed sincerely, and then said a little embarrassedly, Well, we are a self-media company, and we are taking photos for publicity. I think you two have extraordinary temperaments. Can we invite you to take a set of couple photos? Couple photos. Hearing this term, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He looked at Su Qingshi, who also showed curiosity and interest in her eyes. Senior, do you want to take a photo? Can. Great. Well, we have a set of couple outfits here. Is it convenient for you to change? Just put them on directly. The young man said excitedly. Someone nearby quickly handed over 2 bags filled with clothes. Lin Sun and the other 2 did not refuse. They are a team, including both men and women. Under the shade of a tree, the girls are specifically touching up Su Qingshi's makeup. Because she didn't wear any makeup, even though she was extremely beautiful, the effect was not good enough. Oh my God, sister, your skin is so good, isn't it? It looks like it's all natural. The person who was touching up Su Qingshi's makeup was a girl who looked to be in her early college years. Su Qingshi said softly, Thank you. Are you in college? I really envy you guys. I just finished high school and started working hard. I haven't experienced college life yet. Su Qingshi was a little surprised. Why don't you go to college? The girl smiled bitterly. I was too young at the time. I always felt that studying was too boring, so I wanted to work hard on my own. But I found that society was far more complicated than school, and I was beaten up again and again. Su Qingshi was moved. In fact, studying is the easiest thing in a lifetime of struggle. Well, maybe. If I hadn't met my boyfriend, I would probably be working on an assembly line right now. By the way, my boyfriend is the one who was talking to you just now. The girl said with a smile. So narit. Is that boy your boyfriend? How did he win you over? The girl asked curiously. Because she found that this girl was so beautiful, especially with light makeup. She looked more like a fairy from heaven. Why do you say he was the one pursuing me? Su Qingshi asked curiously. The girl chuckled and said, because I think you're too perfect and you may not like to take the initiative. You don't seem like the type of girl who would actively express her emotions. Do you mind if I say that? Thank you. But you guessed wrong about one thing. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. The girl was a little surprised. What? The coldness in Su Qingshi's eyes gradually melted and turned into a touch of tenderness. Let's consider it a two-way trip, and I was the one who confessed to him first. Now it was the girl's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1:25 Couple Photo. Brother, you are awesome to find such a beautiful girlfriend. On Lin Sun's side, the young man who did his makeup was the girl's boyfriend. He was also very surprised that Lin Sun could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Lin Sun smiled shyly. When fate has come, some people will meet. The young man asked curiously, are you all from the same university? Lin Sun nodded. Yes. That's not bad. At least we're not living in different places. Having said that, you are young and still studying. This is more important. If you ask me, you should study hard in college and plan your future well. After all, it will be a difficult road once you enter the society. The young man sighed. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. Although his family is not short of money, he also has the responsibility to plan well for the future of himself and his senior. Soon, everyone was ready. Although it took some time to put on makeup, the overall effect is still good. Especially Su Qingshi's charming face that enchanted everyone. Everyone exclaimed that she was so beautiful. Several boys were afraid to look her in the eye. This girl had such a strong aura. Senior, you are so beautiful. Comrade Lin Sun looked at her with shining eyes. Su Qingshi changed into a white short-sleeved shirt with a big heart-shaped pattern on the chest. It fit her perfectly and highlighted her proud figure. Not only that, she was originally wearing a pair of jeans, and now she tucked the hem of her top into her pants. Her tall and slender figure immediately caught people's attention, and her perfect proportions were comparable to those of a model. With light makeup, her delicate face looks like a pink sculpture, her long black hair is loose, and she wears a black hat on her head, showing her youthful vitality. I have to say that not only does the stylist have good taste, but the senior sister also has an amazing appearance, so she can easily pull off the look. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun with a faint smile on her lips. You are also very handsome. Lin Sun's clothes were similar to hers, with a heart-shaped pattern printed on the chest. He wore a pair of loose 9-point casual pants on the lower body, revealing his ankles, which made him look more fashionable. He originally had a fair complexion, and after the military training his skin color has returned to its original state. He looks like a real handsome guy. A man and a woman are already a perfect match even before they stand together. The young man quietly took out his camera and pointed it at the two of them, then pressed the shutter button at the angle where the two were looking at each other from a distance. Looking at the finished product, he couldn't help but sigh. Great, it's really beautiful. It looks good from any angle. When the filming officially started, the two of them stood leaning against each other. Su Qingshi was not much shorter than Lin Sun. Although they didn't have the cutest height difference, they looked a perfect match no matter how you looked at them. A queen with a little puppy. The boy puts one hand in his pocket, right, and the girl holds his other arm. Okay, the boy tilts his head towards the girl. One, give the beautiful girl a bag. The young man instructed the two to perform the actions. Su Qingshi's face has always been cold and expressionless, maintaining her aloof temperament. Lin Sun is sunny and cheerful. When he smiles, he shows a row of teeth and looks very handsome. For some reason, the young man felt that this contrast was not bad. He took several photos of the two of them in a row, changed their poses, and took several sets of photos. Su Qingshi smiled in several other groups. It must be said that the goddess smile was too lethal. Not only were people outside the venue stunned, but even the person involved, Lin Sun, was immersed in her smile with an intoxicated look in his eyes. What a nice view. The rest of the team looked at this scene with envy. There's always a feeling that they also want to have a sweet love. One shoot took nearly an hour. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Lin Sun and Su Qingshi. He asked for a pack of tissues and wiped the sweat off the senior sister's face. The latter looked at him with tenderness in her eyes, enjoying his care. This scene was filmed again. I can only say that whatever these two do is so sweet that one can't help but take pictures of the scene and keep them as a collection. Great! I've been taking photos for several years, and I've never taken such a perfect photo. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, you two are a perfect match. The young man looked at the photo excitedly. This was not the first time he praised the two of them for being a good match. So he made another suggestion. Are you full of classes? Are you interested in joining our team? You just need to pose and take pictures, and you will definitely become famous. If this kind of photo is posted online, it will definitely be very popular. Lin Sun rejected the other party's kindness. He didn't want his senior sister to be so tired, and his senior sister didn't have that much time and interest. As for himself, he was not short of money, and if he had the time to work hard, he might as well stay at home with his senior sister. Being rejected was expected. The young man was not discouraged. He smiled and said, "Then, handsome guy, let's add WeChat, and I will send you the photos when they are out." Lin Sun was eager to do so. He wanted this very much. He was so happy to have a photo with his senior schoolmate. How much is this set of couple outfits? I want to buy it. Lin Sun asked, looking at the clothes on his body. The young man smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Since you like it, I'll give it to you. It's fate that we met today." "Thank you." Lin Sun was happy. He himself didn't know how popular the photos and short videos edited by young people would become after they were posted online. Of course, it will bring a considerable income to the young people. Of course, this is a later story. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Sun took the senior sister's hand and continued shopping. "Senior sister, you look so beautiful in this outfit." Lin Sun praised. Su Qingshi said calmly, "What am I not beautiful in?" Lin Sun quickly agreed. "Beautiful. Even if senior sister doesn't wear, she's beautiful no matter what she wears." Feeling the gazes around him suddenly turn cold, Lin Sun's tongue got tied, and he quickly changed his words. Su Qingshi looked at him coldly. "You've been quite bold lately." Hey. Afterwards, under Su Qingshi's decision, the two came to a clothing store and borrowed their dressing room to change in a couple outfits. The senior sister didn't remove the makeup on her face. It was just like that. It looked pretty good. "Senior, does my makeup look weird?" Lin Sun pointed at his face with some frustration. He wanted to remove the makeup on his face, but he couldn't. In his opinion, it is a bit effeminate for boys to wear makeup. He doesn't really like wearing makeup. Su Qingshi glanced at him and then said, "There is no makeup remover here. I will help you remove it when we get back. Let's do this for now." Looking at the powder on his face, Lin Sun originally looked quite childish, but now with makeup on and looking closer, he looks more like a little brother. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. "What are you laughing at, senior?" "No, you are mistaken. You're definitely not mistaken. You just smiled. This makeup is ugly, right?" "No, it's pretty nice, but what is it?" "A little tender." Lin Sun immediately showed an angry expression. "Let's find a shop to remove the makeup. This cannot be tolerated. This is absolutely intolerable. How could he be called naive by someone who is a man of 7 feet tall? And by his girlfriend?" Puff! Seeing how furious he was, Su Qingshi couldn't help herself, and a smile as bright as a flower suddenly bloomed on her cold and pretty face. Chapter 126, A Sudden Call. Finally, Lin found a cosmetic store, bought some makeup remover, and asked Su Qingshi to help him remove it. A few minutes later, seeing his handsome face returning to normal and still looking like Panin, Lin Sun nodded with satisfaction. It turns out that natural ones are more handsome. He caught a glimpse of his senior sister taking off her clothes from the corner of his eye, and he looked at her movements curiously. "So this is how girls remove their makeup? Help me with my hair." Just then, Su Qingshi was about to wash her face. When she bent down, a few strands of long hair fell down. Just when he was about to ask Lin Sun for help, before he could finish his words, Lin Sun had already taken action. He gently gathered up the senior sister's drooping hair, but found that when he gathered up one side, the other side also fell off, so he simply tied up all the senior sister's hair. There was a shop assistant waiting at the door, and when she saw this scene, she showed an envious expression. "Oh my God, it's another day of eating dog food." After Su Qingshi washed her face, Lin Sun considerately handed her a towel. The senior sister without makeup has an indescribable pure and lustful temperament. Her cold eyes are like stars, which make people unable to help but fall deeply in love with them. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, "Not enough." Lin Sun said seriously, I can't see enough in my whole life." Su Qingshi's pretty face turned slightly red. After she finished all this, Lin Sun went to pay the bill with the clerk. The two came out of the store holding hands. "I'm hungry." Su Qingshi spoke calmly. After a busy morning, she was indeed hungry. The two found a hot pot restaurant that was doing quite well. For Su Qingshi, she had basically been eating vegetarian food during the week that her relatives had come. Now that she had finally come out, she naturally wanted to eat some heavy flavors. Hello, handsome guy. How many people are you? Two. Okay, there's room over there. The waiter had a nice attitude and looked at Lin Sun enthusiastically. The main reason is that Lin Sun is handsome, so her attitude is naturally better. But the little brother seems to have a girlfriend, and his girlfriend, oh my god, isn't this too beautiful? Handsome guy, is this your girlfriend? She couldn't help but exclaim. Su Qingshi is worthy of being the campus belle of Nanjing University. She is popular with both men and women, and even girls have to admit her admiration. Lin Sun replied with a smile in his eyes. Yes. You two are such a good match, aren't you? Thank you. This sentence was said by Su Qingshi. Others said that she and Lin Sun were a good match, and she was indeed in a good mood. Lin Sun looked around. Then he asked the waiter, do you have any private rooms in your restaurant? The business was so booming that there were a lot of people, so Lin Sun wanted to find a quiet place. Unexpectedly, the waiter looked apologetic. Sorry, handsome guy, the private room is fully booked. Lin Sun nodded, didn't care, and pulled the senior schoolmate towards a location. Su Qingshi did not deliberately hide her beauty, so wherever the two of them passed, they would receive strange looks. What a beautiful girl. Oh my god. Such a stunning beauty actually stoops to come to this tiny hot pot restaurant? Is this reasonable? I recognize her. She is the campus beauty of Nanjing University. There are photos of her in our school group. Nanjing University. Ah, goddess. Is the boy next to her boyfriend? They're holding hands. They're even wearing couple outfits. It's probably true. It's said that the campus beauty of Nanjing University, Su Qingshi, has an extremely cold personality and is a very talented woman. I didn't expect that there is a boy who can conquer her. This is really big news. I have to take a picture and show it to my son in the dorm. Lin Sun pulled out a chair for Su Qingshi to sit down. Lin Sun also had a little selfish motive, so he specifically asked the senior sister to turn her back to other customers. I sat opposite the senior. Senior, it seems like everyone in other schools knows you. There was admiration in Lin Sun's eyes. Su Qingshi said calmly, he is too outstanding. There is nothing I can do. Lin Sun laughed. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? No, senior sister is indeed excellent. Well, you can do it too, come on, young man. After the base ingredients were served, Lin Sun also found many ingredients, all of which were the senior's favorites. It seemed that Su Qingshi was indeed hungry. She tied up her long hair to prevent it from falling and getting wet. Her fair neck was exposed, showing off her delicate face as pretty as a pebble. The two of them cooked barbecue for each other, just like a young couple in love, without caring about other people's eyes. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures secretly, but Lin Sun did not stop them. He believed that if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. He had confidence in himself and also in his senior schoolmate. Lin Sun ate this meal very spicy. Su Qingshi liked spicy food, and her mouth was swollen and red from the spiciness. But her expression did not change at all. Instead, Lin Sun drank herbal tea while eating. If you can't eat spicy food, don't force yourself. Su Qingshi looked at him with amusement. Lin Sun stuck out his tongue, tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. Senior sister, can you eat so much spicy food? I've been eating it since I was a child. Lin Sun couldn't get used to spicy food because the cuisine he grew up with was just oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, without any other condiments, let alone chili peppers. Su Qingshi didn't say anything. She put the non-spicy food into Lin Sun's bowl and stirred the clear soup pot even more. There was basically no chili oil in it. The two of them spent nearly 2 hours eating the hot pot. So full. On the tree-shaded path, Su Qingshi held her belly and spoke in a calm tone. Her actions are indeed inconsistent with her personality. How cute would it be for a senior with a cold and aloof temperament to do this? Lin Sun held her hand and felt a little overwhelmed. The two came to a shade of a tree and sat down leaning against each other. Senior, do you think our current situation is like that of an old married couple? Lin Sun suddenly had this thought. Su Qingshi paused, then smiled and said, how old is this little brat? You're already thinking about retirement? Lin Sun's face darkened. I'm already 18, and I'll be 19 soon. His birthday is just a month away, and after this birthday, he will be 19. Su Qingshi was slightly stunned. She seemed to realize the problem only now. That is, her junior was only 18 years old. She actually fell in love with a junior who was 3 years younger than her. So magical. When is your birthday? November 10th. What's up, senior? Nothing, just asking. Then you are indeed 1 year older. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. November 10th was almost here, and she had to prepare a birthday present for her junior. The afternoon sun was still extremely hot, but luckily the two of them were under the shade of a huge tree, which not only allowed them to avoid the sun, but also provided them with a breeze, making it very cool. Su Qingshi leaned on Lin Sun's shoulder, squinting her eyes and resting. Lin Sun also felt sleepy. Just then, a ring broke the peace. Su Qingshi opened her eyes, took out her cell phone, and the ringtone came from her cell phone. When Su Qingshi saw the caller ID showed it was her mother, she had a bad feeling. Chapter 127 Senior Sister's mother is hospitalized. Nanchung First People's Hospital. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi walked into the hospital entrance side by side, and they walked quite fast. No, it should be that the senior sister was a little fast, and Lin Sun followed her pace. Lin Sun didn't say a word during the whole process. It was the first time he saw an anxious look on his senior's face. He could only stay by her side silently. Hello, may I ask which ward Yang Meong is in? Su Qingshi's tone was a little hurried, yet extremely cold. The receptionist looked at the registration form and then said to Su Qingshi, "Oh, this is the patient who came last night. He is now hospitalized in Ward 305 of the inpatient building." Thanks. Entering the elevator, Su Qingshi leaned against the wall, brows furrowed, as if something was on her mind. The next second, a force sent her into a warm embrace. Lin Sun's deep voice sounded, "Senior sister, I'm here, don't worry." Su Qingshi paused, and she rubbed against Lin Sun's arms, feeling the sense of security he brought her. My mother has acute nephritis. I accidentally saw the examination report after I went back home during the last National Day holiday. Su Qingshi's soft voice sounded, as if explaining to Lin Sun. Nephritis. What can I say about this disease? It is not a fatal disease. As long as it is treated in time and properly adjusted, it can be recovered. Of course, if the situation is serious, it is very likely to develop in a bad direction. The occurrence of nephritis is closely related to daily excessive fatigue. Long-term excessive fatigue of the body is an important cause of nephritis. Su Qingshi also knew a little about her mother's work. She was a well-known workaholic with the same personality as her father. That was why she was so worried about her mother's stubbornness. She received a call from her mother's colleague, saying that her mother fainted while working overtime yesterday afternoon and was sent to the hospital. Although she was in a coma, it was because she was too tired. Fortunately, there was no danger, and she is recuperating in the hospital. After hearing the explanation from a senior, Lin Sun understood that his aunt had fallen into a coma due to overwork, and he felt relieved for her. Fortunately, there is still time. Lin Sunin helped the senior sister up. Then he scratched her nose with a chuckle. Silly senior sister, you didn't even press the elevator floor button. How nervous must you be? He knew that the senior was nervous, but he didn't want to make her that nervous. Sure enough, Su Qingshi was attracted by Lin Sun's words. She looked at the elevator floor buttons blankly and found that they were not pressed. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun calmly. Who did you call stupid just now? Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Did I say anything just now? You have. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Of course I can't let my senior sister do such a trivial matter as pressing the elevator button herself. Lin Sun quickly pressed the button for the third floor. Su Qingshi snorted coldly, with a look on her face that said, You'd better know what's best for you. Of course she has the final say in this family. Soon they reached the third floor. Su Qingshi and Lin Sun walked to 305, and Lin Sun suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Su Qingshi looked at him in confusion. Lin Sun was a little hesitant. He pointed at the clothes they were wearing and said, Senior sister, it's not a good idea for us to go in like this. And he won't say anything, right? Oh my God, the atmosphere on the road was so tense that he even forgot to buy some fruit to come visit. Wouldn't the aunt have a negative impression of him if he came here empty-handed? What's more, he and his senior were wearing couple outfits. Su Qingshi looked at him jokingly. I think this is good. But it wouldn't be good for me to go in empty-handed, right? Lin Sun said with a wry smile. Su Qingshi shook her head. It's not like you're visiting me, junior brother. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Lin Sun scratched his head. Do you want to come in? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Lin Sun hurriedly said, "Come in, come in." Su Qingshi gently pushed open the door of the ward, and Lin Sun saw the situation inside the ward for the first time. A middle-aged woman in a hospital gown was lying on the bed with a needle in her wrist and in 4 drip. Beside the bed was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with an extraordinary demeanor. Seeing Su Qingshi and the other person coming in, the middle-aged man immediately stood up and greeted them. "Xiao Su is here." "Uncle gone." Su Qingshi obviously knew the other person. She nodded politely and asked, "How's my mother?" She looked at her mother, who was still asleep but looked a little pale. Gan Yuming said, "She's fine, you don't have to worry too much. She fainted at her post last night because she was too tired from working overtime. Fortunately, I didn't leave and sent her here in time. She's out of danger." The doctor said that her long-term fatigue work has caused her kidneys to be in a state of ischemia and hypoxia. Gan Yuming is Yang Meihong's colleague and also a divorced person. He once expressed his affection for Yang Meihong, but was rejected by the latter. He didn't give up, nor did he get entangled. The two of them were good friends and had not crossed any line. Gan Yuming took good care of Yang Meihong at work, and the latter even invited him to visit her many times, making him a close friend. Su Qingshi had met this uncle twice and had a pretty good impression of him. She could see that the other party had a good impression of her mother, but Su Qingshi did not interfere. It was better to let the elders solve their own problems. "Thank you for your help." Su Qingshi thanked him. Gan Yuming waved his hand and said with a smile, "Your mother and I are friends, so it's not a problem." He glanced at Yang Meihong, who was still in a coma, with a look of heartache in his eyes. "She is too desperate. No matter how much I persuade her, she won't change her mind." Su Qingshi remained silent. She didn't know how to persuade her mother about this. "Huh? Who is this young man?" At this time, Gan Yuming suddenly set his eyes on Lin Sun. When he saw clearly that the clothes the two were wearing were similar, he showed a look of surprise. Lin Sun quickly greeted politely. "Hello, Uncle Gan. My name is Lin Sun, and I go to the same school as you." Su Qingshi glanced at him and then introduced him to Gan Yuming. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Sun. This is my mom's colleague, just call him Uncle Gan." Gan Yuming was a little surprised. It turns out that he is Xiao Su's boyfriend. He is a good-looking guy, tall and handsome. No, compared to my uncle, I'm nothing," Lin Sun said modestly. "Ah, what you said makes sense. I was indeed handsome when I was young." Gan Yuming smiled heartily. "I can see that," Lin Sun said with a smile. "It can indeed be seen that this uncle is tall and handsome even in middle age. He is the type of handsome uncle. I'm sure he will attract many aunts when he goes out. I thought that with Xiao Su's personality, her boyfriend would be more powerful in the future. Well, it's a bit unexpected now. However, since you can win Xiao Su, it seems that there must be something shining about you." Gan Yuming looked at Lin Sun and smiled. Lin Sun smiled. He was also very surprised. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun. His shining point was indeed the shining point of the boy she liked. It was also the one she liked. Chapter 128, First Meeting with Mother-in-Law. While waiting in the ward, Lin Sun stayed beside his senior, and Gan Yuming was not in the ward at this time. Su Qingshi looked at her mother lying on the hospital bed. Her pale face was heartbreaking. Sensing that the senior was feeling low, Lin Sun grabbed her hand. The doctor came just now and said that Ms. Yang Meihong's condition was due to long-term fatigue, which not only caused damage to the kidney vascular endothelial cells, but also caused infiltration of inflammatory cells in the blood circulation, resulting in pathological damage to the kidneys. It is recommended that she undergo long-term conditioning to avoid excessive damage and fatigue. The doctor also blamed the beautiful senior for not paying attention to her mother's physical condition, leaving the two young people speechless. In the end, it was Lin Sun's sincere thanks that persuaded the doctor to leave. Yang Meihong received a nutritional injection, and after the drip, her complexion had recovered a little. Not long after, she woke up. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and Yang Meihong slowly opened her eyes, a little dazed. Where is she? A pungent smell of medicine wafted over, and the surrounding facilities made her realize that this was a hospital. Was she hallucinating? How could she see her own daughter? And her daughter was leaning on a boy's shoulder, sleeping soundly. What made her even more suspicious was that the two of them were wearing matching outfits. No way, my daughter is in love? With her personality, how could anyone control her? She has always wanted to introduce a boyfriend to her daughter, but she has always refused for various reasons. Sometimes she really thought her daughter didn't like men, The scene in front of her made her eyes light up. Well, this young man seemed to be good-looking and quite young. Just as Yang Meong was looking at Lin Sun and the other person, Lin Sun seemed to sense it, and his attention was attracted by her. When he saw his future mother-in-law looking straight at him, his face suddenly revealed a hint of happiness, shyness, and embarrassment. Of course he was happy because his aunt had woken up, but he also felt a little restrained. After all, this was the first time they met, and he felt a little awkward being like this. After Lin Sun was overjoyed, he patted the senior sister gently. "Senior sister, wake up. Annie is awake." "Senior?" "Well, it seems that they are both in the same school, and the daughter is older than him." Yang Meong couldn't help but think. Su Qingshi woke up. She looked at her mother first. Seeing that she was awake, she asked, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine. I just feel weak all over." Yang Meihong grinned. Su Qingshi breathed a sigh of relief, and she said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "What did I tell you last time? I told you to take a few days off to rest. So why are you busy again?" Yang Meong smiled and said, "I just can't sit still. If you ask me to stay at home, I'll be bored. There's no need to work yourself to death, right? Don't you know your own body?" Su Qingshi said in a cold tone. Yang Mei's eyes were red, but she was smiling. She knew her daughter's temper, and she was still worried about her. Sure. Wouldn't you like to introduce yourself to me?" Yang Meihong changed the subject, and her eyes fell on Lin Sun. Lin Sun suddenly felt a great deal of pressure, and he stood up involuntarily, saying respectfully, "Hello, Annie. I am your boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Yang Meihong's eyes lit up. She was quite surprised to hear this answer in person. She didn't expect that her daughter really had a boyfriend. Is her daughter finally wanted? Thank goodness. If Su Qingshi knew what she was thinking, she would probably be speechless. "Mom, his name is Lin Sun, and he's my boyfriend," Su Qingshi said lightly. Seeing her mother's curious and gossipy look, she had already guessed that she had always been worried about her love life. Because she had been too aloof over the years, basically no boys dared to approach her. This made Yang Meihong very worried, and she suspected that her daughter would become an older leftover woman. "Hey, not bad, not bad. The boy is indeed very handsome," Yang Meihong immediately said with a smile, and the morbid look on her face had faded a lot. "Thank you for the compliment, Annie. You are very beautiful too, and I have inherited your genes perfectly." Lin Sun spoke sweetly, making both mother and daughter happy immediately. The corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up slightly, so shallowly that Lin Sun beside her didn't even notice. Yang Meihong was also delighted by Lin Sun's compliment. She was surprised when she noticed the smile on her daughter's lips. As a mother, she hasn't seen her daughter smile for a long time. It seems that this boy still occupies a relatively important position in my daughter's heart. Several people began to chat in detail. Basically, Yang Meihong was asking questions, Lin Sun was answering, and Su Qingshi was listening on the side, interjecting a few words from time to time. The picture is very warm. Through the conversation, Yang Meihong became more satisfied with Lin Sun, and the more she looked at him, the more he looked like her son-in-law. This boy, at first glance, has a good personality and is very caring. And after getting to know him, I found out that he comes from a good family as well. Yang Meihong's first impression of Lin Sun was that he could make her daughter, who had a cold personality, wear couple outfits, which showed that this boy could control her daughter. This is also a situation she is happy to see. She is so happy that her daughter can live like an ordinary girl. At this time, the door of the ward opened, and Gan Yumming walked over carrying something. "Oh, are you having such a happy chat?" When he saw Yang Meihong woke up, he felt relieved, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Uncle Gan." Lin Sun stood up and greeted him. "Okay, no need to be so polite," Gan Yumming said with a smile. Yang Meihong looked at him with some guilt. "Brother Gan, thank you for your hard work and for troubling you." She fainted not because of amnesia, and she learned from her daughter that it was Gan Yumming who was taking care of her. This made her feel somewhat grateful, yet also somewhat complicated. Gan Yumming looked unhappy. "Let's not talk about this between us, but you can't go on like this. You must rest. I have already asked for leave from the unit, and my superiors have approved it, so I will give you 3 days off." Yang Meihong was a little worried. But the company is so short of people now. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingshi's cold gaze fell on her. "You are like this now, and you are still worried about them?" Gan Yumming's face was serious. Xiao Su is right. There is always work to do, but once your body breaks down, it will be difficult to recover. You should just stay quiet and lie down for a few days. Yang Meihong looked at the big and small one. Unable to refute, she looked at Lin Sun. Xiao Lin, please help Annie speak. Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, Annie, I think what senior sister and Uncle Gon said is right. You should just take a good rest. You can make money anytime. Of course, Annie's strong sense of responsibility is admirable, but I support senior sister. As he finished speaking, a small hand at his waist released his flesh. Su Qingshi said calmly, Okay, 3-1, the objection is invalid. Yang Liang? It's over. Why does it feel like her status is no longer good? Chapter 129 about the child. Finally, under Su Qingshi's strong request, Yang Meihong had to agree to take a few days off. There is no way out. Once her daughter gets serious, she has to obey. Brother is not coming? Su Qingshi asked. Yang Meihong smiled and said, Your brother is busy with work, so don't notify him. What's the point of coming? It's not a serious illness, but it will make his work more difficult. Then she sighed. I didn't want you to know. She looked at Gan Yumming, who was peeling fruit with resentment. Gan Yumming felt her gaze and smiled bitterly. You have to let your family know, right? Xiao Su cares about you so much. If anything happens to you, she will be very sad, right? Gan Yumming cut the peeled apple in his hand into 2 halves, handed one half to Yang Meihong and the other half to Su Qingshi. Thanks. Ha! Gan Yumming smiled, then turned around and continued to cut. I'm fine now. I'll just follow what the doctors say. You can just focus on your studies and don't worry about me. Xiao Lin, the same goes for you too. Just take care of yourselves. Yang Meihong looked at her daughter and Lin Sun and said slowly. Lin Sun immediately expressed his attitude. Don't worry, Annie, I will take good care of you, and you should also pay more attention to your health. Okay, I got it. I'll let Shir take you home for dinner some other day, Yang Meihong said with a smile. Lin Sun smiled and said, Okay, I'll bother you then. Xiao Su, you guys go back first. I'll take care of your mother here. Gan Yumming said to Su Qingshi with a gentle expression. The latter glanced at him and said, Uncle Gan, you also have work to do, so I can't delay you. I'll take care of my mother. It is her duty to take care of her mother. Although Gan Yumming has a good relationship with her mother, they are not family after all, so she can't trouble her. Gan Yumming looked a little embarrassed and was about to say something when Yang Meihong said, Yes, Brother Gan, you should go back to work first. Thank you for asking for leave. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Since the master said so, Gan Yumming sighed inwardly. It seemed that he couldn't be impatient. In fact, he has a very good impression of Yang Meihong, who is a very charming woman who always attracts him. But he also respects the other party. He handed the peeled fruit to Lin Sun and wiped his hands with a tissue. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. If there is anything, I will let you know. Of course, if you need anything, you can always come to me. Okay. Yang Meihong thanked with a smile. Gan Yumming left. Mom, Uncle Gan seems to care about you very much. Su Qingshi glanced at the door and said to her mother. Yang Meihong's eyes were complicated. It's impossible for us. She feels that she owes a lot to her children and even more to her sacrificial husband for her entire life. Now she just wants to work hard and let her children live a good life. Mom, forget it. Su Qingshi originally wanted to say something, but she held back. Xiao Lin, come here. Yang Meihong waved at Lin Sun. Lin Sun quickly sat down next to the senior sister and looked at Yang Meihong. Annie, please tell me. Yang Meihong looked at her kindly and said, I know my daughter's personality. She is stubborn and not good at expressing herself emotionally. I need you to bear with her for a while. Lin Sun said seriously. Don't worry, Annie, Senior is very nice and considerate. We get along very well. As he said this, his eyes fell on the senior sister's delicate profile. It is my honor to find a girlfriend like you. Su Qingshi was moved. She looked at Lin Sun, and their eyes met. It seemed that all the words were in their eyes. Yang Meihong was also delighted when she saw this scene. It's really rare. I thought no one wanted my precious daughter anymore. Su Qingshi's face suddenly darkened. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Sun was also at a loss for words. Annie, you are joking. Senior sister is pretty and has excellent grades. There are countless people chasing after her in college. Yang Meihong knew the lethality of her daughter's appearance. But after hearing what Lin Sun said, she was still a little confused. Are there many people pursuing Shir in school? Lin Sun nodded affirmatively, yes. Su Qingshi didn't want them to talk about her, so she said calmly, Junior, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Lin Sun immediately turned his attention to the senior sister. He asked, What do you want to eat? Su Qingshi thought for a moment and said, Preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Lin Sun nodded. Okay, I'll go buy it. Annie, can you eat now? Yang Meihong is in relatively good condition now, but she is a little weak. Have the same as me. My mom just needs light food. Su Qingshi said on behalf of her mother. Yes, yes. Thank you, Xiaolin, for making the trip. Yang Meihong looked at Lin Sun apologetically. Lin Sun quickly said, No need, Annie, this is what I should do. Then Lin Sun left the ward and went to buy dinner. In the ward, Yang Meihong looked at her daughter with some curiosity. I didn't expect you to be in a relationship so soon. Su Qingshi said calmly. When you meet the right person, you will naturally be together. Yang Meihong's eyes were filled with relief. Xiao Lin is a good person. Don't always bully him. Live a good life. Su Qingshi was speechless. Was she her mother's biological child? I didn't bully him. Well, at most I let my junior sleep on the sofa sometimes. That doesn't count as bullying, right? On the contrary, this little brother sometimes acts like a big bad wolf and often bullies her. Thinking of some scene, Su Qingshi's pretty face turned red. Yang Meihong looked at this scene in surprise. It's strange. It's been such a short time since I last saw my daughter, but she's like a different person. Hey, the little girl is blushing? She couldn't help but think in the wrong way, so she said seriously, You two are still studying, you must take measures. It's not too late to have children after graduation. It seems like every parent says this. Su Qingshi was so smart that she immediately got to the point of her mother's words. She widened her eyes and her face turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? What measures? Nothing happened to us, okay? I understand. Yang Meihong showed an expression that said, I understand everything. Su Qingshi was a little crazy. She rarely showed such emotions, but she had no choice when facing her mother. Xiao Lin is a nice person. If you two had a child, well, the child would definitely be good-looking. Yang Meihong added. Su Qingshi stopped talking, for she was afraid that if she continued, her mother would have already decided on the name of the child. Nothing happened to them in the first place. Not long after, about 20 minutes later, Lin Sun came back. He walked to the senior sister with the packaged porridge in his hand. Su Qingshi fed Yang Meihong, and after she finished eating, Lin Sun fed her senior sister, and then Su Qingshi fed Lin Sun again. This made Yang Meihong smile like an ant. After finishing the porridge, Yang Meihong felt sleepy and took a rest. The two of them also left the ward. Chapter 130, Is This Drawing? The two found a seat in the hospital corridor. Lin Sun found that the senior sister had been peeking at him. He looked at her and said, Senior sister, is there something on my face? Su Qingshi retracted her gaze and said calmly, Is it not okay for me to look at my boyfriend? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled. Sure, of course. After saying that, he suddenly leaned close to the senior and kissed her on the face. Su Qingshi's reaction was quite big. She widened her eyes and stared at him blankly. Why did you kiss me suddenly? Lin Sun smiled and said, What's wrong with me kissing my girlfriend? Su Qingshi narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of danger. Lin Sun thought to himself that this was not good. He was doomed. He was asking for trouble again. But what should he do since it was so exciting? Lin Sun. When the senior student is angry, she likes to call the junior student's name. I'm here, senior. Lin Sun came closer, stuck close to her, with an innocent expression on his face. Su Qingshi said coldly, Don't think you can get away with it by pretending to be innocent. Lin Sun's face fell. I was wrong, senior sister. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Lin Sun said seriously, I shouldn't have kissed you without your consent. Next time I must get your consent. Su Qingshi blushed slightly, slippery tongue. Senior. What? Su Qingshi looked at him indifferently. Lin Sun chuckled. I want to kiss senior's sister. Su Qingshi's face froze. Puff! At this moment, a snicker suddenly came from the side. The two were startled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Sitting a few seats away from them, a young woman in her 30s was looking at them with a smile. She was holding a baby in her arms, and the baby gave them an innocent smile. A smile without teeth. Su Qingshi's face suddenly became embarrassed. She swept her cold eyes across Lin Sun's face, but found that Lin Sun's expression at this moment was more like he wanted to cry than her. She suddenly felt happy, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Sun wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had brought shame to himself. Senior, let's go. Where are you going? Go out and get some fresh air. Isn't this place good? Please, senior. Humph. Hooligan. Walking out of the hospital gate, Lin Sun took a deep breath. The fresh air entered his nose, and he immediately felt refreshed. The air outside is still better to breathe, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Qingshi walked side by side with Lin Sun with an expressionless face. In the hospital, she also felt the atmosphere was very depressing. Due to my mother's condition, she needs to stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation and must take medication, so she may have to come here frequently during these 2 days. Lin Sun also felt what his senior sister was thinking. He tightened her hand, silently expressing his comfort. Su Qingshi glanced at him and shook her head. I'm fine. Lin Sun could understand her senior sister. After all, she no longer had a father, and her mother might be as solid as a rock to her. Any looseness in her relationship would make her feel at a loss. The cold senior school girl is cold in front of others, but in front of her mother, she is just a little girl. The two of them strolled outside for a while and then returned to the ward. Yang Meihong was sleeping soundly at this time. Lin Sun whispered to the senior sister's ear, Senior sister, I'll book a bed for you. Shall we stay here tonight? Su Qingshi thought about it and said, Okay, but you don't have to stay with me. Go back to the rental house and sleep. Lin Sun was stunned. Why? Su Qingshi said softly, It's enough for me to stay alone. No, I'll be wherever I am. Lin Sun refused firmly. Su Qingshi frowned slightly and looked at him. Be obedient. Senior sister, be obedient. Lin Sun touched the senior sister's hair and said in a coaxing tone. Su Qingshi's cold little face suddenly became dazed. The sudden tenderness of her junior student struck her deepest heart. Damn it, she's going to be attacked. Junior, don't. Before she even uttered the word trouble, Lin Sun accurately made her shut up. As for how to shut her up, it was obvious. Su Qingshi opened her eyes wide, caught off guard, with a hint of disbelief. Junior, you regretted it too quickly, didn't you? She hasn't agreed yet. How could you suddenly kiss me? It turned out that at this point, she could no longer believe Lin Sun's lies. However, Su Qingshi did not resist Lin Sun. She half-heartedly closed her eyes, cooperated with him, and raised her pretty face, allowing him to pick her. Unfortunately, Yang Meihong, who was still sleeping, could not see this scene. A few minutes later, Lin Sun slowly left the senior sister's lips, taking away a trace of crystal, leaving their lips connected as if by a thread. Is this brushed? Lin Sun looked at his senior schoolmate affectionately. Su Qingshi's pretty face was already flushed red, and the watery light in her eyes, coupled with confusion, shyness, and other emotions, made her look very attractive. An inexplicable desire burned in Lin Sun's heart, threatening to burn him. The senior is so attractive. Every time I try to restrain myself, I just can't. When I see my senior, I want to kiss her. Senior, can I stay? Lin Sun looked at her with a smile, a hint of unsatisfied feeling in his eyes. Su Qingshi's face changed, as if she answered no, this overbearing junior would kiss her again. Wrote Junior. Lin Sun was delighted, and then thought to himself that it was safe. He found that the senior sister had changed a lot compared to before. Her face was no longer cold and expressionless, but began to come alive. The senior is becoming more and more like a little girl. No, this should be her true personality, hidden deep in her heart. Well, he still needs to work hard to change the senior sister and make her face full of smiles every day. The two decided to spend the night here, so Lin Sun went to order 2 extra beds. Everything was easy if you had money. The ward here was not very comfortable, but at least it was a place for people to sleep. During this period, Yang Meihong woke up once. She wanted to go to the toilet, and Su Qingshi helped her go. The former had a complicated expression when he found the 2 young people sleeping next to him. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Not only did she suffer from the illness, but she also burdened her children. Yang Meihong quickly expressed her gratitude to Lin Sun. At the same time, her impression of Lin Sun became better and better. The next day was the weekend, and neither of them had classes. After a day of rest, Yang Meihong has felt much better and, at her request, she is scheduled to be discharged from the hospital. Of course, all this still requires Su Qingshi's consent. Su Qingshi saw that her mother's complexion had recovered well, and after making 3 rules with her, she agreed to let her leave the hospital. Lin Sun was responsible for running errands, paying off the medical bills for his mother-in-law, and helping with the cleanup, carrying thermos cups, lunch boxes, and other things, and following behind the mother and daughter. Gan Yeming also came. When he heard that Yang Meihong was going to be discharged from the hospital, he gave her some serious instructions before he felt relieved. He also said that he had asked his superiors to extend her leave, so Yang Meihong could have a 7-day rest. I have to say that Gan Yumming is a nice person. He is genuinely nice to Yang Meihong, and they can get along well. Chapter 131, Let Go. On Monday, the senior girl did not come to school. She was at home taking care of her mother. Lin's son returned to school and continued his courses. My dear, you are playing the disappearing him game again. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Ever since I got drunk, I've missed you so much. Go Xingli came over. Through Wu De and the others, we learned that Lin's son was picked up by senior sister Su that night. This will make them so envious that they want to cry. That night, after Lin's son left, Go Xingli and Lu Gang both got drunk. Wu De escorted them all the way back to the dormitory. However, as soon as they arrived at the dormitory door, the two of them started to act crazy and woke up the dormitory manager. My name was registered directly, and I was given a good scolding. The two drunkards were fine, but the sober Wu De was in tears and almost wanted to kill them on the spot to silence them. After Lin Sun found out, he looked gloating. Ha, I told you guys you couldn't drink, but you still drank so much. Now you're fine, right? Aren't you drunk like a dog too? Go Xingli said disdainfully. Lin Sun said proudly. I have my fairy senior sister, but you don't. Go Xingli looked at Lu Gang, then threw Lin Sun directly onto his bed. Fuck! A gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists. You bastard gentleman, I'm a gangster. Take a taste of the 1,000 consecutive kills that Brother Go experienced. I'm sorry, brother. Ouch! Even Wu De, who had been staying out of the matter, went up and grabbed Lin Sun's clothes a few times. Damn love! The Singles Protection Association saves lives and expels 307. What the hell? I didn't expect that, Brother Lin. It looks so clean, but it must have a lot of capital. Fuck, stop pulling my underwear. You perverts. Still wearing red underwear? Is this your zodiac year? A few minutes later, Lin Sun curled up in the corner and cried quietly, like a wounded animal. Brother Bing, you have a partner too. Lin Sun complained, unconvinced. Lu Gang said calmly, I'm sorry, brother. Who allowed you to be so carefree while the others were punished? Haha, now you understand how I feel, right? Go Xingli was in an extremely happy mood. He had always been the one being tortured by his roommates, but now someone had finally changed. Lin Sun was speechless. He truly understood Go Xingli's helplessness. Okay, let's go eat. We have classes in the afternoon. Lu Gang greeted everyone as if nothing had happened. Several people followed happily. After lunch, several people started to take a nap. Monday is the time to replenish energy, and everyone is extremely tired. By the way, Brother Lin, we have successfully registered for the sports meet, and the list of names has been released. Lu Gang suddenly said. Lin Sun was a little surprised. So fast. Lu Gang nodded. It's just a college-level list. There are still quite a lot of people who signed up this time, so the college decided to do a survey on Friday. It's Friday, 5 days left. So after class in the afternoon, we will go to the playground to exercise. Can. Go Xingli poked his head out from under the quilt. Do we only have one 4x400? You are right, I also have a 400-meter event. Lin Sun said in a buzzing voice. TSK, TSK. That means you have to make 2 trips. I feel sorry for you for a second. Go Xingli looked at him with sympathy. What's the big deal? I have several more. Lu Gang smiled. To be honest, if there were no conflicts in the competitions, he would like to sign up for all the events. Okay, then let's practice hard, win the prize, and put it up at the door of the dormitory to bring honor to our family. Go Xingli said expectantly. The afternoon class ended quickly at 4 o'clock. The 4 students in class 307 came to the playground and put their luggage together. Let's jog a few laps to warm up. Lu Gang was wearing a black vest, revealing his strong muscles, looking very boyfriend-like. Lin Sun and the other 2 all looked envious. Brother Bing has this muscle. Can he blow up 2 Brother Go with 1 punch? Damn, why are you using me as a metaphor? Haha. Lu Gang flexed his arms proudly, his biceps looking like grapefruits. As long as you are more self-disciplined and exercise every day, you still have hope of having a body like mine. Especially you, Brother Go. You have a lot of fat on your body. If you lose weight, it will be easy to see your abdominal muscles. Then you will have a lot of girls, right? Go Xingli's eyes lit up, and he was a little tempted, but he soon curled his lips and said, forget it. Losing weight is so tiring. I'd better be a slightly fat male god. Lu Gang was speechless. Lin Sun also wants to have a muscular body, but it is impossible for him to exercise every day, and it is also difficult for him to be self-disciplined. Of course, he finds it easy to love his senior sister every day. Brother Lin, why are you laughing so lasciviously? No. After warming up on the spot, the four of them formed a vertical line and began to jog, with Lin Sun at the first, followed by Wu De, Go Xingli, and Lu Gang at the end. It's only a little after 4:30, but there are already many people warming up on the playground. There were also several girls wearing tight sports vests, revealing a pair of slender long legs and beautiful figures, attracting the attention of many boys. Several sports students even took off their shirts, revealing their six-pack abs and sweating, which also attracted the attention of girls. No one doesn't like to look at their figure. Ching Ching, look, isn't that Lin Sun? On the track, a girl pointed at Lin Sun who was jogging. Next to her was Su Qing, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The girl is Su Qing's roommate. Her name is Zhang Ping, and she has a good relationship with her. Upon hearing this, Su Qing also looked over and saw Lin Sun. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, but when she thought of something, the surprise was replaced by bitterness. Before long, she and Lin Sun had become so unfamiliar with each other that they could no longer be considered friends. She asked Lin Sun out several times, but he refused every time. He even didn't come to her birthday party. The boy who once had his eyes full of her has now let her go. Su Qing shook her head. She had figured it out now, since it had already passed and was not hers. No matter how hard she tried, it would be fruitless. It was time for her to let go. She now has only one goal, which is to become better and better. They seem to have also participated in the sports meet. I saw his name on the list. Zhang Ping asked curiously. Really? Su Qing didn't think much about it. She also participated in the events, namely high jump and 100-meter sprint. She also participated in it when she was in high school, and her physical fitness was pretty good. I participated in the sports meet this time for academic credits. Even if you don't get a ranking, you can still get participation points. Of course, she heard that the school beauty Su Qingshi had also signed up, and this news made her very eager to fight. She wants to prove herself, to prove that she is no worse than the school belle. Come on, let's go warm up too, Su Qing said to Zhang Ping, and the two of them started talking. I just happened to meet Lin Sun and a few others who had just finished a lap. Lin Sun glanced at Su Qing, who also looked at him. Lin Sun's expression was calm, and he nodded slightly to her as a greeting. A faint smile appeared on Su Qing's lips. Lin Sun, I have also decided to let you go. Chapter 132, Intimate Nickname. Brother Go Sheng, are you okay? After jogging for 5 laps, the physical fitness rankings of the 4 people in 307 were unconsciously revealed. Lu Gang looked calm, as if nothing had happened, with slight sweat on his forehead. Lin Sun and Wu De were both breathing slightly, but not too much. Go Shengli probably hadn't played basketball for a long time, so he was sweating a lot and had some shortness of breath. Go Shengli waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a minor problem. It's normal to have a stitch in the side. Are you kidding? How could he admit that he is not capable? It must work. Okay, then let's stretch for 2 minutes and get ready for the laps. Lu Gang sounded a little excited when he talked about the laps. Lin Sun and the other two had blank expressions on their faces. They could see a hint of a demonic evil in Lu Gang's expression. Something seems to be wrong here. What exactly is wrong? Go! 2 minutes later, Lu Gang shouted, and he was the first to stand at the starting point. Lin Sun and a few others followed him and stood at the starting line. Lu Gang raised his hand, fiddled with his sports bracelet, and said, "First lap, try to get back within 1 minute and 10 seconds. For ordinary people to run 400 meters, 1 minute and 10 seconds is a watershed. It is very difficult to break through. Without some athletic ability, it is impossible to make it." Sure enough, Lin Sun and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces. Ready to go. After the shout, Lu Gang and Lin Sun and the other two rushed out. Then he smiled and followed them. In the first lap, everyone ran as fast as they could, and their speed was very high, but after passing the second bend, their speed dropped significantly. At this moment, Lu Gang suddenly accelerated, overtook the 3 people, and then opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. Lin Sun was also feeling extremely uncomfortable at this time, but he still persisted and subconsciously told himself to keep speeding up, but his legs were getting weaker and weaker, and gradually he could not exert any strength. Lu Gang was undoubtedly the first to cross the finish line. And he even took the time to raise his hand and look at the time. 58 seconds. It's okay, although slower than when he was in the army. He took a deep breath to regulate his rhythm, then turned around and looked at his roommates. Lin Sun was second, Wuda was third, and Go Xingli was fourth, but he was very close to Wuda, and he suddenly accelerated at this time, overtaking Wuda in a few seconds. Lin Sun was the second to cross the finish line. 1 minute and 11 seconds. 1 minute and 15 seconds. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Lu Gang reported their results to them. The three of them were exhausted at this point, spitting out saliva continuously, as if their lungs would explode and they would die in the next second. Lu Gang smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. It's a bit beyond my expectation that you can run so fast." Their quality is similar to that of most of the second-year soldiers there. Lin Sun's eyes were dull. "Too tired. I feel so uncomfortable running this time. What's going on?" He had run the 400 meters before, but it was never as painful as it is now. Lu Gang smiled and said, "Because this time it is timed. You will be nervous." "I can't do it anymore. I quit." Go Xingli howled with his tongue hanging out and lifeless eyes like a hungry dog. "We've only just started this." Lu Gang said speechlessly. Seeing that his brothers were tired, he said, "Let's take a break and do a few more rounds. I'll treat you to some water tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, several people immediately became excited. "If you can get your gay friends drink, it would be a waste not to do it." "Humph, you're smart. Otherwise my father would have run away long ago." Go Xingli complained with a little light in his eyes. "You don't know until you test it, and you'll be surprised when you do." It turns out that no matter how tiring the exercise is, he still likes to lie in bed and play with guns. Lin Sun and Wuda were just too tired, but they soon rested. None of the three of them gave up, and Go Xingli was of course willing to sacrifice his life for the gentleman. The second time, Lu Gang did not run, but became a coach-like figure, standing at the finish line and giving instructions. Lin Sun and his companions seemed to have warmed up, and their subsequent results were pretty good. It was not known whether Go Xingli was crazy or what, but on the last lap, he directly overtook Lin Sun and his companions and came in first place. After the run, the group relaxed with each other for half an hour. "Great job, brother Go Sheng. That burst at the end was awesome." Lu Gang stepped on Go Xingli's thigh and praised him with a smile. "Hey, just kidding, my strength is far from as simple as you think. I'll be gentle. Press your Achilles tendon. The pain will only last for a moment." "Ah, damn it. Gongzi, you sneak attack." Lin Sun lay on the lawn, enjoying the relaxation that Wuda gave him, while he held up his cell phone and sent messages to his senior schoolmate. "Dear boyfriend, what is senior doing?" Su Qingshi had just come out of the bathroom when she received Lin Sun's message. She looked at the intimate nickname and raised her eyebrows. "Dear boyfriend," of course she didn't change the nickname. It was Lin who searched for a long time and finally did it himself and strongly threatened her not to change it, so the nickname was retained. Of course, she wouldn't care about a nickname. After all, they were a real couple, so it was normal to use intimate nicknames. After thinking about it, she replied, "Dear girlfriend, I'm thinking of you." Lin Sun laughed immediately. The senior is quite capable. So why did he give his senior the nickname Dear Girlfriend? It's very simple, because the nickname given to him by the senior sister was Dear Boyfriend. So he changed the nickname of the senior sister to Dear Girlfriend. I'm such a clever little ghost. Dear boyfriend, I miss you too, senior. Dear girlfriend, I remember you don't have classes in the afternoon. Dear boyfriend, I'm exercising. Our dormitory is participating in the 4 by 400 meter relay, and we are training now. Dear girlfriend, stay safe. Dear boyfriend. Okay, senior sister, by the way, how is your aunt's health? Su Qingshi replied, very good. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile as he typed. Go Xingli, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and came over. What are you doing so happy? Lin Sun said calmly. Of course I'm chatting with my senior sister. Go Xingli was speechless. Speechless? You can still show off your love through the screen? Is love really so stupid? How can you say that? You'll understand when you find a girlfriend. Lin Sun had an unfathomable expression. Get lost. Fall in love? Am I the kind of man who wastes his youth on falling in love? Falling in love is not as fun as touching a gun. Go Xingli said disdainfully. Brother Go, touching the gun frequently will hurt your body. Lin Sun advised him to think twice. My body is in great shape. I can't die. Wuda, who was standing by, had a strange look on his face, and people who didn't know would have thought they were driving. In fact, the touching the gun that Go Xingli mentioned is of course a certain chicken game, which is definitely not what everyone thinks. After a while, Lu Gang came back with a few bottles of water and distributed them to them. No, do you have any tissues? I feel something is wrong. Go Xingli's face suddenly changed. After taking a sip of iced black tea, his stomach felt like it was dancing. Chapter 133, Go Xingli's Peach Blossom. Because Go Xingli suddenly had diarrhea, the few people could only wait for him where they were. Brother Go Sheng's stomach is not in good condition. It seems that he is suitable for living a life of luxury. With Brother Go's looks, this gigolo is not going to be tasty. Not long after, Go Xingli came back, but there was a hint of anger on his face. What's going on? Lin Sun asked curiously. Don't mention it. I met a female hooligan, Go Xingli said with a dark face. Hearing this, the other three immediately became curious and looked at him curiously. What's going on? Go Xingli was speechless. Didn't I just go to the toilet? Damn, I bumped into a girl head-on. My God, I was stunned at the time. She was walking out of the men's toilet. Then what? Isn't she a she-male? Lin Sun and the others' eyes lit up. Go Xingli touched his nose and said, It shouldn't be. It's so plump there. Ahem. How should I know? She must be mentally ill. I thought about apologizing to her, but she slapped me in the face without saying a word, yelled at me, and called me a hooligan and ran away. I'm in a mess in the wind. Oh my God. Can you play like this? She obviously went to the wrong restroom. She bumped into me first, and she took the initiative and called me a hooligan? Do I look like a hooligan in your opinion? Go Xingli became more and more excited as he spoke, and he looked at his roommates questioningly. The roommates were in tacit silence. Go Xingli. The silence at this moment was deafening to him. So in summary, you were beaten by a girl? Lu Gang summarized and said with a strange look on his face. Go Xingli's face darkened. You know how to summarize. Don't summarize next time. Do you remember what the other person looks like? Lin Sun asked. Hearing this, Go Xingli was silent for a long time, and then he looked thoughtful. She looks pretty, tall and thin, but some parts of her body are not thin. That's all, not much more. Seeing his expression, Lin Sun rolled his eyes and said, Just suffer in silence. TSK, I'll definitely recognize her when I meet her again. Okay, let it go. Just think of it as hitting a wall. Fuck, Gongzi, how can you say that? The wall is not that soft. Oh so soft. Eat. Walk. The group gathered their things and headed towards the cafeteria. The other side. Meow meow, what's wrong with you? A girl in a JK uniform looked at her best friend curiously. The girl has a sweet appearance. Her looks can beat most girls in seconds, and her pair of bright crescent-shaped eyes seem to be able to speak, but her face looks very ugly at this moment. Don't mention it, I'm at a pervert, Lin Meow Meow said angrily with puffed face. When she heard her best friend had encountered a pervert, the JK girl's face suddenly became serious. What happened? Tell me. Lin Meow Meow immediately recounted what had happened. So, you went to the men's restroom? The JK girl looked at her strangely. Lin Meow Meow glared. Lao Du, is this the point? Shouldn't the point be that guy caught me? At this point, she quickly shut up, carefully looked around, and after making sure that no one was around, she curled her lips and said, That guy's going too far. Du Linger smiled bitterly. In fact, it seems that he didn't do it on purpose. It's inevitable that there will be physical contact when we bump into each other. It can't be avoided. Besides, didn't you slap him? Lin Meow Meow snorted. I don't care. I have never suffered such injustice in my life. Next time I meet him, I will make him pay. Okay, you are right. Well, the president wants us to prepare for the school sports meet. Let's go. Du Linger helplessly pulled her best friend up. The four of them came to the cafeteria. Because Go Xingli had diarrhea and his anus was burning, the weak Go Xingli took a seat while the other three went to order food. After a while, the four of them started to eat. You have diarrhea, so eat less spicy food. I made you a bowl of wontons. Lu Gang said to Go Xingli. Wow, Gongzi really loves me, an old father. Go Xingli's face was filled with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun, who was about to reach out for the roasted sweet potato he bought for him, suddenly paused, and then silently put it away. Unexpectedly, Go Xingli noticed this action and glared at him. My friend, what are you hiding? Take it out and let me see it, Lin Sun said calmly. Oh, I was planning to buy you some roasted sweet potatoes to warm your stomach, but now. Before he could finish his words, Go Xingli quickly snatched it away. Hey, I've already bought it, I won't be polite. Lin Sun didn't bother with him and started eating. As luck would have it, Su Qing and her roommate were sitting next to them. Lin Sun glanced at her. In fact, Su Qing had changed a lot. Compared with before, she became more mature. Of course, everyone will change, including him. Ever since they graduated from high school, the two were destined to have no chance of meeting each other in the future. Lin Sun didn't think much about it and lowered his head to eat. On the other side, Su Qing also noticed Lin Sun and the others, but she did not come over to say hello like before. Student Su Qing? At this moment, a boy came to Su Qing and said seriously, Su Qing, I finally meet you. I like you. Can you be with me? As soon as he said this, Su Qing was stunned. The others were also stunned. Confession? Holy shit. This is the cafeteria. There are so many people here. This guy is pretty awesome. Oh my god. TZ, isn't that your old lover? Someone confessed to her. Go Xingli said in surprise as he leaned close to Lin Sun's ear. Lin Sun glanced over there, then said calmly, It has nothing to do with me. Su Qing is a beauty no matter how you look at it. Even if she is not as beautiful as Su Qingshi, she is still the most beautiful girl in the department. It's just that she is in the same department as Su Qingshi, so she is destined not to be the most beautiful girl in the department. Of course, after Su Qingshi graduates, she may become the most beautiful girl in the department. Putting aside some things, Lin Sun feels that it is understandable that Su Qing has many suitors. Brother, it seems you have let it go, Lu Gang said with a smile. Lin Sun smiled and said, I already have a senior schoolmate now. As a boyfriend, you have to be devoted to her. Having her alone is enough for my life. Yo my. Damn, this can also be called eating dog food. Go Xingli had a sour expression on his face. On the other hand, Su Qing was obviously confused by the boy's actions. She knew him. He was from the same club as her, and his name was Genie. Although he was a little handsome, she didn't have any feelings for him. I'm sorry, I don't like you. After being surprised, Su Qing spoke calmly. To be honest, after spending a long time with Lin Sun in high school, she became a little picky. As for appearance, she had been friends with Qin Hao before and had a crush on Lin Sun, so she was at their level, right? The boy in front of her was rejected by her at the most basic level. Apart from her not-so-wealthy family background, what else about Su Qing is not outstanding? Chapter 134, Studying Finance? Su Qing's refusal was expected by most people, as the two of them did not seem to be a good match. But the boy did not give up and said, Junior sister, I have noticed you for a long time. I think you are the one I want to find. Please give me a chance. I will treat you well. Oh, that's Jean E., the vice president of the Go Club, right? He actually confessed his feelings publicly? But who is the girl he confessed to? She's pretty. Her name is Su Qing. She is from the Department of Finance and is a beauty who is known as the second most beautiful girl in the department. Second? Oh, it's the finance department where the campus beauty of Soochow University is. Fun. The finance department is full of beauties. Wow, how much does it cost to change majors? I also want to go to the finance department to see girls and read books. Jeannie became interested in Su Qing when she joined the Go Club. She had a cold personality but excellent grades, which made her a bright prospect. After spending a few days with her, he fell deeply in love with her. He felt that his love had come. He was able to become the vice president, and he is also very outstanding. Many girls expressed their love for him, but he hasn't met the right one. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by Su Qing when he confessed his love for the first time. Instead of feeling disappointed, this gave him the motivation to win. Su Qing frowned, then stood up. Senior Jean, I don't have the idea of falling in love now. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Sun's position. Seeing that he had no expression, she said to Jean E., I'm sorry to embarrass you. If you insist on pestering me, I will have no choice but to quit the Go Club. Jean Yi's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly. Okay, I was abrupt. Su Qing didn't look at him again. She picked up her unfinished meal and left. Her roommate glanced at Jean E., then at Lin Sun, and followed Su Qing. Jean E. looked at Su Qing's back with some disappointment in his eyes. I didn't expect this girl to have such a side. She is completely two different people when face-to-face with her best friend. Go Xingli touched his chin and thought, is this a love triangle? Lu Gang said with a sigh. Lin Sun originally thought it was nothing, but upon hearing this, his face darkened. What love triangle? You haven't been educated enough? Have you? Do you understand what a love triangle is? I'm not interested in them, okay? Hi, you're right. After all, TZ has the most beautiful girlfriend in the whole Nanjing University. How could he be interested in those vulgar girls? Go Xingli laughed. As luck would have it, these words were heard by a few girls passing by and immediately attracted a wave of contemptuous looks. Lin Sun, Lu Gang, and the other two quietly moved to the other side, away from Go Xingli, as if they didn't know him. You are a traitor. Go Xingli glared at him. After finishing their meal, they returned to the dormitory and took turns washing up. Since both bathrooms had showers, it was no problem for two people to wash at the same time. Wu De and Go Xingli went in to take a shower first. Lu Gang did more exercise by lifting dumbbells because he did not meet the requirements. Lin Sun was sitting in front of the computer desk, his chin supported by his hands, his cell phone leaning upright in front of him, and he was making a video call. On the other side of the video, his mother was applying a facial mask and lying on the sofa, while his father, Lin Batian, was sitting astride her back and giving her a back massage. With that servile look, it is hard to imagine that he is the richest man in Dragon Country, the legendary ruthless emperor Lin Batian. What's that look in your eyes, kid? Lin Batian took the time to glance at Lin Sun and found that the boy was actually looking at him jokingly. His smile immediately disappeared, and he glared at him with tiger eyes. Lin Sun quickly said seriously, "No, I was praising my father for loving my mother so much." Humph. Do I need you to tell me that? Everyone knows that I, Lin Batian, love my wife the most. Lin Batian said proudly. Come on, come on. Why are you bragging to your son? Aren't you ashamed? Gu Yinyin rolled her eyes. Lin Batian shrank his neck in dismay and quickly provided full service. Honey, is the strength here appropriate? Yeah, it's okay. By the way, son, how is school going? Lin Sun smiled and said, it's not bad. It's not long since the holiday ended. Classes are normal and there's nothing else to do. That's fine. Huh? Why do you look a lot darker? Gu Yinyin stared at Caroline's big eyes and asked curiously, how is he dark? Isn't this boy fair and tender? Lin Batian raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, he was kicked by Gu Yinyin the next second. Lin Sun also felt that he had become a little darker, probably because he had been running outdoors every day during this period. During the summer vacation, he stayed at home to exercise and became a lot whiter, so his parents may look a little different now. He explained, oh, it's like this, I've been running recently and the sun is pretty strong, so I got a little tanned. Oh, why are you running in such hot weather? Just go to the gym and get an annual super membership card. What if you get heat stroke? Gu Yinyin looked distressed. Lin Sun and Lin Baishan's eyes twitched at the same time. Lin Batian. Wife, you didn't say that before. Lin Sun. When did I become so delicate? I remember when I was in high school, in order to prevent herself from getting sick, my mother would send him and his son to the park for a run on weekends. Now she doesn't pretend to be so and just raises him in a pampered way. Lin Sun said calmly, don't worry, Mom. I have signed up for the school sports meet. I will take the test this Friday. School sports meet? Gu Yinyin glared at him. Do you have nothing to do? What if you get hurt? Instead of participating in the school sports meet, you might as well spend time with my daughter-in-law. Lin Baishan's eyes lit up. It was the school sports meet. He hadn't participated in it for many years. That year, he was a member of the last row and won many gold medals for the class. The head teacher often praised him. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Mom, do you know something? Gu Yinyin sneered. You still want to hide it from me? You are with that girl, right? Lin Sun was silent. He had originally wanted to keep the secret from his parents for a while, but he didn't expect his mother to be so well informed. It should be the Forest Royal Court who informed on him. Wrong payment. What do you mean together? What daughter-in-law? How come I don't know what you two mother and son are talking about? Lin Batian was confused. Gu Yinyin didn't tell him and snorted. With your emotional intelligence, it's too late to know. Lin Batian. Under Gu Yinyin's questioning, Lin Sun confessed. Gu Yinyin told Lin Sun to bring his girlfriend home for dinner when he had time, and the latter agreed. However, when Lin Batian heard that his daughter-in-law was majoring in finance, his eyes rolled happily, and it was obvious that she was planning something bad. After hanging up the phone, Lin Sun was just about to take a shower when a video invitation appeared on the screen. Seeing that it was his dear girlfriend, Lin Sun quickly answered the call. Good evening, Senior. Good evening, Junior. Chapter 135. Meet Lin Miao Miao again. In the video, the senior schoolmate was lying down with her thick hair spread out on the bed. Lin Sun could imagine her holding a cell phone. Senior, I missed you. Lin Sun looked at the person on the screen and said softly, I haven't seen my senior for 2 days. How torturous must this be for someone who is in the passionate period of love? Su Qingshi's expression was moved, and her eyes no longer seemed cold. She said softly, I miss you too. She is also a human being, has emotions, and wants to stay with her junior. When will you be back? Lin Sun asked. I'll be back before Friday, when my mom is feeling better. She has been taking care of her mother at home these 2 days. It's called taking care, but in fact it's surveillance. Once Yang Meihong shows any sign of working, Su Qingshi will stop her. It's time to rest. Yang Meihong has deeply experienced what it means to do nothing. She had no choice but to read books every day, but her health was getting better. Although her condition had not changed significantly, her mental state had improved a lot. After talking on the phone with his senior for an hour, Lin Sun reluctantly hung up the phone. At this time, he was the only one in the dormitory who had not taken a shower. Did you finish talking? Lu Gang appeared behind him with his hands behind his back. When Lin Sun and Su Qingshi were video chatting, their roommate tacitly did not disturb them and appeared in front of the camera, showing minimum respect for the two of them. After the fight, I couldn't help but come over. Lin Sun thought he was in trouble and asked, What's wrong, Brother Bing? Lu Gang sighed. To be honest, even I, who has a girlfriend, envy you. Lin Sun smiled. That's what it's like when you're in love. You're more attached to each other. I heard that senior sister Sue is also participating in the school sports meet? Lu Gang asked puzzledly. Lin Sun nodded. Yes. Then she's not at home? What about the test on Friday then? The senior can come back before Friday, and she is in good physical condition, so it won't be difficult for her to pass the test. Okay, I was overthinking it. Hurry up and take a shower. The water will be cut off in 2 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Sun's face changed, and he rushed to the toilet with a wolf cry. Fuck. Friday morning. Several people in dormitory 307 happened to have no classes, and they were notified that those who had registered for the sports meet should gather at the track and field stadium on Friday morning. The four of them got up early and went to the playground to warm up under the leadership of Lu Gang. Oh my god, so many people? It seems that even the sports meet is very inward-looking. Go Xingli sighed as he looked at the crowd who were also warming up on the playground. It's not just one department. Other departments also need to be tested, and students from the School of Physical Education have to attend classes. So of course there are so many people. Lu Gang explained. We need to go over there and sign in. Lin Sun pointed to a workstation over there. Several people walked towards the work site. Hello, we're the one who is signed up for the 4x400-meter relay race in the sports meet. As the leader of the four-person team, Lu Gang is responsible for the negotiation task. Oh, please sign here. A girl wearing a work badge handed him a form. Lu Gang and the other three took turns signing. The former asked, when will the test be conducted? Let me see. You sign up for the 400-meter relay race, right? It starts at 10 o'clock, and there are 8 groups in total. The girl answered while looking at the work schedule. Okay, thank you. Lu Gang nodded. In addition to the 400-meter relay race, we also have other events. Do we still need to sign in? Lin Sun asked. The girl nodded. Yes, we need to sign in separately. She turned to a girl who was playing with her phone and said, Meow Meow, give me the other sign-in sheets. Oh, okay. The girl named Meow Meow agreed, and then took out a few forms. Fuck. Suddenly, Go Xingli exclaimed loudly. His shout startled everyone, including the staff. It's you! At this time, another voice sounded, with obvious shock and anger. It turned out to be the call from the girl named Meow Meow. She was staring at him with an expression as if she wanted to eat Go Xingli. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that these two people knew each other. Lin Meow Meow is wearing a white t-shirt and black casual pants today. She tucks the t-shirt into her pants and has her hair tied in a high ponytail. She looks very fresh and has a pretty face. She is indeed a great beauty. Meow Meow, your classmate? The girl asked curiously. Lin Meow Meow sneered immediately. No, it was directed at Go Xingli. Who is the classmate of this bastard? I don't know him. Fuck, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Your breath stinks so bad? Who are you calling a bastard? How could Go Xingli be willing to suffer a loss? He just fought back. Lin Sun and the other's eyes widened. Why was Go Xingli, who always liked beautiful women, so abnormal today? He was so tough? Oomph. You have bad breath. Sister Shozi, this bastard is not a good person. He is a hooligan. Lin Meow Meow got angry all of a sudden and said to the girl. The girl named Sister Yuzi was confused. No, let me think about it. What happened? Go Xingli sneered and said, I'm a hooligan? Then you're a female hooligan. Otherwise, why would you come out of the men's restroom? Lin Miao Miao's eyes widened. She didn't expect that this guy would say such an embarrassing thing in public. She was so angry. You into the men's restroom? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, brother Go, she can't be the girl you bumped into in the restroom last time, right? It's her. Go Xingli said with disdain. TSK Tethe, this doesn't seem like a she-male. Lin Sun spoke subconsciously, but his voice dropped very low for the last sentence. But everyone within a few meters heard it, and their faces suddenly turned strange. She is indeed a pretty girl, but she has a bit of a bad temper. But she is also a high-quality loli-type girl. How could she be a she-male? I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding between the two of them. The girl also understood this matter and was a little amused. Meow Meow, why did you go to the men's restroom? Lin Meow Meow suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I was just too anxious and didn't see it clearly. Let's put it this way, between the two of you, one of you bumped into someone. After all, she's a girl, so she'll suffer a little. As a boy, it's not too much for you to apologize, right, Junior? The girl looked at Go Xingli. Lin Sun and the others watched silently. Go Xingli sighed and said to Lin Miao Miao, I'm sorry, classmate. He really didn't suffer any loss. After all, it was the other person who was knocked flying. Haha. And he also accidentally touched the other person's private parts. He just apologized. What's the big deal? He is the boss of Causeway Bay, and he is very flexible. The girl looked at Lin Miao Miao again and smiled helplessly. Meow Meow, but you have a problem too. I really wanted to apologize to you, but you slapped me. You have to apologize for that too. Lin Miao Miao curled her lips. Okay, I'm sorry. Go Xingli acted like a big shot and said, I don't take it to heart, but since you were so sincere, I will accept your apology. Lin Miao Miao, Lin Sun, and others. Chapter 136, isn't it the same? This little episode just passed like that, and the two apologized to each other under the mediation of the senior student, but it is not known whether they were sincere. Lin Miao Miao squinted her eyes and glared at Go Xingli, who was warming up. Her eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Brother Go, that girl seems to be glancing at you all the time. Lin Sun whispered into Go Xingli's ear. Go Xingli glanced at Lin Miao Miao when he heard this, then looked away proudly. Tesse, you must have been mesmerized by my handsome looks. Lin Sun was speechless. But it's really fake. I just heard what you said the day before yesterday, and I met her today. I think that girl has a bad temper, but she looks good. Go Sheng, you can give it a try. Maybe you can find your partner in being single? Lu Gang suggested slyly. Bullshit. That kind of personality is not suitable for me. Go Xingli. I want to find someone who is gentle and well-behaved. Go Xingli snorted disdainfully, and then acted like a fantasy. The three of them were collectively speechless. To be honest, it's a bit funny to imagine Go Xingli, a rough guy, standing with a gentle and well-behaved girl. They can't imagine it, right? We have quite a lot of people participating in this project this time, 8 groups in total, and the college has decided to send 3 groups to the school sports meeting. So we have to compete with the other 7 groups for the top 3. Lu Gang suddenly said seriously, why can there only be 3 groups? Wouldn't the probability of qualifying be greater the more people there are? Wu Dara stretched his body and asked in confusion. I don't know about that. It must have been decided by the sports department, who would understand the decision among the top management. Lu Gang said meaningfully. Lin Sun and Go Xingli frowned at the same time. Damn, is the water so deep? No matter what, our group has good qualities, and it won't be difficult to qualify. When you go on stage later, just do as I told you last night. Lu Gang said in a serious tone. Lin Sun and his companions were also full of fighting spirit. Let's kill him. At 8:30 in the morning, more and more people began to gather on the playground. The department selection includes not only a boys group, but also a girls group, as well as fun activities and other events, and many people have signed up. Lin Sun also saw the senior schoolmate he had been thinking about. Su Qingshi was wearing a tight vest and tight jeans. Her tall figure and perfect body immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Few people can have an angelic face and a devilish body at the same time. The campus belle of Soochow University is simply a favorite of God. Isn't Senior Su's figure too good? Many people around looked at him with envy and admiration. Lin Sun sighed. What is it like to have a girlfriend who is so outstanding? My friend, I envy you so much for having someone with such a beautiful face. Go Xingli said with envy. Hearing his roommate praising his girlfriend, Lin Sun's eyes were filled with pride, but he said, "If you are envious, find one for yourself." "Excuse me." Go Shengli walked away in boredom. Su Qingshi had a cold face and exuded a cold aura that made people afraid to approach her. After she signed in at the workstation, she suddenly turned her head and her eyes fell on Lin Sun. Coincidentally, Lin Sun was also looking at her, and the two of them looked at each other from a distance. At this moment, it seemed that they could feel each other's longing for each other. However, Su Qingshi did not come to find Lin Sun, but walked to a shady place. Lin Sun saw senior sister Jiang. This time she was wearing a short skirt. When she didn't speak, she had the beauty of a lady from a noble family, which was in sharp contrast with the senior sister at this time. "Did you have a fight?" Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun in surprise. Lin Sun was puzzled. "No." "Then why doesn't your wife come to see you?" Lu Gang pointed towards where Su Qingshi was. "Maybe there are too many people here. We two don't want to make our relationship public too quickly." Lin Sun explained, his eyes never leaving the senior. Su Qingshi lowered her head and held her cell phone, apparently typing. After a while, Lin Sun's cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from a senior. "Dear girlfriend, come on. Dear boyfriend, come on." As if he had a premonition, Lin Sun raised his head, and the senior student happened to look over here. 307. The three of them looked away one after another, their faces filled with speechlessness. Damn, dog food can be transmitted even from a distance. Sure, you're going too far." Zhang Yunxiao also had a dark face. "I was so kind to come and accompany my best friend for a physical examination, but I didn't expect to be caught off guard and eat a lot of dog food as soon as I arrived. Where is the Single Dog Protection Association?" Su Qingshi retracted her gaze and glanced at her calmly. "You find one too." Zhang Yunxiao's face was full of rejection. "I will start my rejection of being single." She wants to spend a few more years wandering around. "Senior Su." At this time, a voice was heard. Su Qingshi heard the voice and looked over and saw a familiar face. Oh, it was Lin Sun's high school classmate named Su Qing. The person who came was naturally Su Qing. She came to Su Qingshi and handed her a bottle of water. "Senior Su, come on." Su Qingshi looked at her operation in surprise, and Zhang Yunxiao on the side was also looking at the scene with a confused face. "Are you a fan of Shirshir?" She didn't know Su Qing. The two had met several times before, but some unpleasant things happened each time. Su Qingshi stared into her eyes for a few seconds, and the latter faced her calmly, with a look of relief and challenge in her eyes. She understood and took the water from Su Qing. "Thank you." Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, as she thought the other party would refuse. Su Qing was a little embarrassed because she had no topic to talk about. She now regarded Su Qingshi as her target, but before she at least regarded her as a love rival. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Lin Sun, who was not far away, and then asked, "Senior sister Su, aren't you going to look for classmate Lin Sun?" Su Qingshi glanced at the boy and said, "Later. Have you guys confirmed your relationship?" Very good, he is lucky." "Thanks." Su Qing walked away with a complicated expression. Although she had expected it, she still felt a little bitter when she heard Su Qingshi admit that she was with Lin Sun. Then her face became firm. She must make herself better. Sure, who is that?" Zhang Yunxiao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Su Qingshi said calmly, "A freshman junior sister. She seems to know this junior brother." Zhang Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, his eyes following Su Qing's back. They were high school classmates. Fuck, isn't that like childhood sweethearts? She did like him. Before. Who likes who? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. This question stumped her. From what she had said before, it seemed that the relationship was quite complicated. However, the two have now become strangers. "Junior, it's hers." Looking at the sunny boy in the crowd, a hint of tenderness like spring breeze flashed across Su Qingshi's eyebrows. Su Qing said Lin Sun was lucky, but isn't she the same? Chapter 137, Jealous? "Come on, Appa. You're the best. Kid, you are the hope of our dormitory. Go ahead, go ahead." Emperor Yi Tian. "Defeat him." "Damn, I'm the last one." Su Yixing, "If you come in first, I'll agree to it." At the edge of the track, many people were cheering. Although there were not many people, the scene was very intense. Some of them came to cheer for their roommates, some came to cheer for their partners, and some were just there to watch the fun. The 400-meter trials are now underway. There are quite a few people participating, and those standing on the track are all elites in the amateur sports world. 8 paths were released at the same time, and Lu Gang stood on the outermost path. At first glance, he was actually the strongest among the 8. Lin Sun and 2 others were doing ideological work beside him. Actually, they were chanting scriptures. Brother Bing, it's okay out there. They're all little karami. Don't panic. Go Xingli encouraged. When he spoke, people from several lanes next to Lu Gang looked at him. If it weren't for Lu Gang being so strong, they would have wanted to kill Go Xingli. Go Xingli shrank his neck. Lin Sun patted Lu Gang and raised his phone. Come on, Brother Bing. I'll record a video of you sprinting. Hey, this is good. Lu Gang's eyes lit up. But Brother Gang, you also have to pay attention to safety. We still have the 4x400-meter relay later. Wuda reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Gang smiled. When it comes to physical fitness, he is a professional. By the way, Brother Lin Sun, aren't you also going to participate in the 400-meter event? Go Xingli suddenly looked at Lin Sun and noticed when he had mixed with him. Lin Sun said calmly, I quit. 6. Lin Sun originally had 400 meters to run, but he withdrew temporarily. He was not as physically fit as Lu Gang. If he ran 400 meters first, his strength in the relay race would definitely be halved. Are you ready? The referee was a sturdy boy, a sports student who was invited to be a referee. All right, woohoo, try. Everyone cheered themselves up. Lin Sun and others watched this scene nervously. Although they were not the ones on the stage, they seemed to be more nervous than those who were on the stage. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew over. Lin Sun turned around and looked, his face suddenly filled with joy. Senior sister. Su Qingshi stood behind him with a calm expression, her hand across her forehead to prevent the sun from blinding her eyes. Hello, Senior Sister Su. Go Xingli and Wu De greeted Su Qingshi hurriedly when they saw her. Hello. Su Qingshi nodded to Go Xingli and the others. Since they were all Lin Sun's roommates, she was still willing to respond to them. Hi, junior brother, long time no see. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly jumped out from behind. Senior Jiang, long time no see. Lin Sun waved at her. You haven't reported on your ideological work recently. Jiang Yunxiao looked at him with a rather dissatisfied expression. Lin Sun's face changed. What report? Su Qingshi looked at the 2 of them with a puzzled look. Well, there's no senior sister. We were just joking. Lin Sun explained quickly. Su Qingshi looked at Jiang Yunxiao, who looked a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her, and then looked at Lin Sun calmly. Let's talk about it when we get back. Lin Sun's face turned bitter, and he glared at Jiang Yunxiao fiercely. The latter stuck out her tongue, looking playful and cute. When Lin Sun saw his senior being exposed to the scorching sun, he moved, and his tall figure stood in front of her, leaving a shadow for her. Su Qingshi's lips curled up. TSK. Such damn gentleness. Jiang Yunxiao looked disdainful, but he slowly moved over and hid under a shadow. Following the referee's command, the 8 people on the track rushed out at full speed. There was a burst of applause in the field. Lin Sun and his companions looked relieved because Lu Gang was already in the front after passing the first bend. After running 200 meters, most people had exhausted their energy and their speed began to change from sprinting to a steady pace. Lu Gang's average running speed is equivalent to their sprint. Lu Gang sprinted to first place without any pressure, and Go Xingli also recorded this heroic scene for him at the finish line. So handsome, Brother Bing. Lin Sun looked at Lu Gang with admiration. The latter said calmly, It's just, there are more than 8 people in the 400-meter race. There is another group, but Lu Gang's result is enough to qualify. Lu Gang has not only 400 meters, but also 100-meter sprint, but this is also tested after 10 o'clock. During the break, Lin Sun secretly slipped away to a corner with his senior schoolmate under the speechless gazes of his roommate and Jiang Yunxiao. Senior, I missed you so much. Lin Sun took the initiative to hold the senior sister's hand to express his longing. Su Qingshi's face softened. I miss you too. Although she has a cold personality, she will respond to Lin Sun when he expresses his feelings to her. Lin Sun moved his butt and sat next to the senior sister. Senior sister, is Annie feeling better? Su Qingshi nodded. After a re-examination, although there is still potential danger, as long as we keep a regular life, we will be able to move in a good direction. My mother is still at home. After all, Gan Yuming had asked for 7 days of leave for her, and it had not yet come. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi's face, which was still so beautiful and delicate, except that she had some dark circles under her eyes, which were of course light compared to theirs. A trace of heartache flashed across Lin Sun's face. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qingshi leaned lightly on his shoulder without saying a word, closed her eyes, and breathed in the air that smelled of a boy. She was not good at expressing her emotions. She missed her junior very much during the days she was separated from him, but she suppressed it all. Now after seeing him, she was excited but also calm and felt very warm. It's our dormitory's turn to go on stage soon. Senior sister, when will you go? Lin Sun could see the situation on the track through a gap. Su Qingshi said calmly, when you finish the race, it will be the 100-meter race for men and women. What about high jump? There is no test for high jump because there are only 3 girls who signed up for high jump. Oh, didn't you go straight on stage? Su Qingshi suddenly looked at him. Su Qing also signed up for the high jump. Lin Sun was stunned, then asked, why did you tell me this, senior? After all, you are my old classmate. Su Qingshi said expressionlessly. Lin Sun stared at her beautiful face and suddenly smiled and said, Senior, are you jealous? Su Qingshi was stunned. Jealous? She? Impossible. How could she have such an emotion? Still expressionless. You think too much. Ah, you're so cute, senpai. Shut up and stop laughing. Okay, I promise not to laugh unless I can't help it. Ouch. Be gentle. I was wrong. Chapter 138 Fierce Relay. The 2 young lovers didn't stay together for too long. After turning their longing into a long kiss, Lin Sun was full of confidence. Senior sister, I'm going to go on stage. Come on. Su Qingshi looked at the boy's tall figure with a smile in her eyes. After fully recharging himself with his senior student's energy, Lin Sun happily ran towards his roommates. Su Qingshi did not leave, but just sat there. From her position, she could see part of the sports field. My buddy, you're finally here. I thought you were sinking into the arms of a gentle woman. Go Shengli said speechlessly. Sorry for the wait, brothers. Let's have a great fight. After finishing the work, he still has to go out for dinner with his senior. It's about to start. After the 400-meter warm-up, Lu Gang is now in an excited state. The 4x400 relay team, please get on the track. The referee shouted. Since it is a selection, it is not as formal as the school sports meet. The output depends entirely on shouting. If you don't come, you will be considered to have forfeited. The 307 people looked at each other and then walked towards the runway. The 8 groups are divided into 2 groups, and they are the first group. According to Lu Gang's arrangement, Lin Sun was the first runner, Wu De was the second runner, Go Xingli was the third runner, and Lu Gang was the last to clean up the mess. As the first runner, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lin Sun stood in the middle lane, holding a red and white baton in his hand, bouncing his left and right feet repeatedly, making his heart beat in an excited state. At some point, the senior schoolmate was already standing on the lawn, but she did not crowd at the edge with the crowd. Instead, she stood in the middle of the football field, looking towards Lin Sun. Zhang Yunxiao sat in Su Qingshi's shadow, playing with his cell phone, curled up into a ball. Lin Sun glanced in that direction. For some reason, he didn't feel nervous when everyone was watching him, but he felt a little nervous when his senior was around. I longed to show my best side in front of the goddess. Preparation. As soon as the referee gave the order, the expressions of the 4 people carrying the first baton suddenly became serious. With so many girls present, this is a battle of honor for them. Everyone showed their best side, they thought. Run! Following the referee's command, Lin Sun and the other 3 started at the same time and ran out. Having warmed up in advance, the 4 were evenly matched in the first 200 meters. Su Qingshi's face was cold, but her eyes were gentle as she followed Lin Sun, who was sprinting desperately on the field. Even Zhang Yunxiao, who was standing by, stood up at this moment, looked at Lin Sun and shouted, "Come on," as if she was Lin Sun's girlfriend. The 400 meters seemed to be an unchanging law, but after about 200 meters, the speed slowed down significantly. Lin Sun's quality is relatively good, and perhaps because the first runner is not very strong, he is currently in second place, more than 10 meters ahead of the third place. About 5 or 6 meters away from the first place, the opponent was still accelerating. Lin Sun felt a burning pain in his throat and a bloody taste in his throat, but his eyes were fixed on the first place. Lu Gang once said that if you are behind, don't be nervous, keep close to your opponent, and look for opportunities to overtake. He followed the pace of the first place and soon reached the final straight. The final sprint. Lin Sun closed his eyes and shouted, and his speed began to increase. But his opponent was not weak either. When Lin Sun was about to overtake him, he suddenly started to speed up. The two men ran almost side by side, looking at their opponents as they ran. Many people outside the venue cheered for them. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Sun's looks were so good that he attracted cheers from some girls. The second baton is ready in the inner lane. Wuda also had sweat on his forehead and was equally nervous at this time. Lin Sun and another boy reached the finish line almost at the same time and handed over the baton. Wuda started 1 second slower than his opponent, and when he came out, he was 3 or 4 meters behind him. Lin Sun was breathing heavily. He felt his legs go weak and his head go numb. His face turned pale as he walked towards the lawn. "Student, are you okay?" Several students asked worriedly. Lin Sun waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay." He was simply too tired, and when the actual competition began, his legs were so weak during the last 100 meters. All he wanted now was to lie down. His mind was in a mess. "Junior." A light voice sounded, and Su Qingshi had already squatted down in front of him. Lin Sun raised his head, and a tissue was covering his forehead. Su Qingshi was gently wiping the sweat off him. "Senior, I tried my best." "Great. Hey. This scene directly shocked the onlookers. The school beauty actually took the initiative to wipe the sweat off a boy. "Are you crazy? Are you hallucinating because you were so excited?" However, some people recognized the boy and knew that he was the school beauty's rumored boyfriend, so they were not too surprised. Some people who didn't know them were shocked. The school beauty's move made them forget the athletes who were showing off themselves on the track. Lin Sun also came to his senses. He took the second tissue from the senior and said thank you. He noticed that people were constantly looking at the two of them, but he ignored them and struggled to stand up. He looked at the track and saw that Wu De had already started the final 100-meter sprint. Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao also stayed beside Lin Sun, and their eyes were also on the track. Su Qingshi took a look at the runway and then set her eyes on Lin Sun. This guy, even though he is so tired, still has the mind to watch his roommate's game. "Come on, Wu De, hurry up, buddy." Lin Sun and Go Xingli were both shouting. Wu De was only 4 or 5 meters away from the first place. He did not overtake from the beginning, but he did not fall behind by too much either. "Grass!" When Go Xingli took the baton, he roared and rushed out desperately. At this time, he was 10 meters away from the first place. This round actually depends on the competition between these two groups. If you get first place, you will advance to the top 2. If you get second place, you may be kicked out of the top 3. So if you want to advance, you must win. Well done. Just leave it to them from now on. Lin Sun supported Wu De. The latter was panting and unable to speak for the time being. He stared at Go Xingli on the track. Go Xingli fought hard for this wave. He accelerated the whole time, and his face was extremely ferocious. The distance to the first place is getting shorter and shorter. Oh, classic comeback. That brother is awesome. I'm afraid he can surpass the first place. The crowd exclaimed. It was shocking that the third runner was able to overtake like this. That guy is quite handsome. Lin Yamiao was also paying attention to this scene at the work site. When she saw that the person running was Go Xingli, she said in surprise. In the last 50 meters or so, Go Xingli overtook the opponent and rushed towards the fourth runner at an increasingly faster speed. Good! Lin Sun and his companions cheered excitedly. Just when everyone thought that Go Xingli was about to pass the baton, he suddenly staggered and fell forward. The crowd suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 139 Rewards. Bang! Go Xingli fell down. There were only 7 or 8 meters to the fourth runner, but he was running too fast and had too much inertia to stop. When everyone reacted, Go Xingli threw himself onto the plastic track and rolled several times. And during this gap, he was overtaken by the second place. Gongzi, take it. When Go Xingli saw this scene, his face suddenly became ferocious. He roared angrily and rolled over to hand the stick directly to Lu Gang. The latter took it accurately and shouted angrily, "Wait for me!" He rushed out directly, still chasing after the first place. "Brother Go, are you okay?" Lin Sun and Wu De came to Go Xingli one after another. "Hiss! It hurts so much. My friend, please save me." Go Xingli covered his knee with a look of pain on his face. He fell quite badly, with skin broken all over his body, and his palms, knees, and other parts were bleeding. Lin Sun and Wu De quickly pulled him out of the venue. "What's wrong? Is he okay?" Several girls came over quickly. They were from the logistics department of the finance department, and Lin Yamiao was also among them. "Oh my God, there's so much blood. Let's go to the infirmary first," Lin Yamiao said with a frown. "Go away. Hey, please don't block me from watching the game. Go Shengli glared at her unhappily and said, You, you deserve it. Lin Meow Meow's pretty face turned angry and she kicked him. What's going on, TZ? Did Gonzi catch up? Go Shengli asked Lin Xuan nervously. The latter stared at the field, nodded, and said seriously, Trust Brother Bing, we will definitely win. In the field, Lu Gang overtook the first-place team after 300 meters. This sudden change directly confused the first-place team. What the hell? What kind of horses are these? How come they're all overtaking? When Lu Gang surpassed his opponent, he looked back at him with a cold and contemptuous look. The next second, he increased his speed, and within a few seconds he had opened up a gap of 7 or 8 meters between him and the opponent. The winner is clear at a glance. When Lu Gang crossed the finish line, everyone cheered. Yeah, my fall wasn't in vain. Go Xingli's face was filled with excitement. His wound was bleeding and had already scabbed over. The large movements made him cry out in pain. You deserve it. Why are you yelling? Lin Meow Meow snorted coldly, but she bent down and squatted, took out a tissue to wipe the blood off Go Xingli. Go Xingli only felt a gust of fragrant breeze floating into his nose. He stared blankly at Lin Meow Meow, who was wiping the blood for him, and his heart began to beat violently unconsciously. As members of the logistics force, Lin Meow Meow and others stopped Go Xingli's bleeding and handed him water. Oh my God, your wound is quite serious. I'm afraid you have injured your bones. You need to go to the school infirmary, a senior student said with a frown. Okay, senior sister, let's take him there. At this time, Lin Sun and Lu Gang and others came over. I hope I didn't embarrass you? Lu Gang looked at Go Xingli with pride. The latter hit him lightly on the chest. Awesome. We advanced. Anyway, they have qualified for this trial. Originally, the 4 roommates just wanted to do their best and pass if they could, but when they stood on the track, they realized that they must win, and they did it. Next came another wave of competition. Several people from 307 helped Go Xingli to the school infirmary. Go Xingli had indeed injured his knee and was limping when he walked. Whoa, my sons, I've suffered a great loss this time. You have to compensate me. After being treated, Go Xingli's wound was bandaged tightly. Just tell me what you want to eat, and feel free to ask for anything you want. Lin Sun waved his hand. That's right. You are our hero. Today I will let you be my father again. Lu Gang said compassionately. Wu De nodded in agreement. Go Xingli looked touched. I want a girl. As soon as the words fell, there was a collective silence. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Where can I find a girl for you? As for girls, it's a bit difficult. Well, let Brother Lin Sun introduce his senior's best friend to you. Lu Gang said, touching his chin. Go Xingli rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm your best friend? He can't control the senior at all. Keep your voices down. No noise is allowed in the infirmary. Don't you understand? The school doctor suddenly poked his head in and reminded. Several people quickly shut up. Go Xingli won't be able to recover from this condition anytime soon. Well, okay, give me a glass of Shanghai Young Lady. He smacked his lips and said, What the hell? What the hell is Shanghai Young Woman? It's the milk tea that's been popular recently. It's called Shanghai Young Lady. Lin Sun, Lu Gang, and Wu De looked at each other, and then they all looked confused. Do you have this milk tea? Idiot, that's called Shanghai Annie, do you understand? Suddenly, a contemptuous voice sounded, and a girl walked in. It's you? What are you doing here? Go Xingli looked at her in surprise. Lin Meow Meow curled her lips. Senior asked me to see if you need any help. Their logistics department is really responsible. Thanks. Lin Sun and Lu Gang exchanged a glance, and the former said, Well, the senior's tryout is about to begin. I have to go cheer for her. I'm leaving first. Lu Gang said, I also have a 100-meter trial, so I'll go warm up. Brother Go Sheng, you can rest here. He patted Wu De. The latter quickly said, I'll go buy you a Shanghai Young Woman. Go Xingli. When the 3 roommates found excuses to leave, Go Xingli and Lin Meow Meow were left stunned. The two of them stared at each other. Ha! It seems like God is going to plant peach blossoms on Brother Go, Lin Sun said with a smile. Lu Gang also said, That girl, I think it can work. Of course, the premise is that Brother Go Sheng can open his mind. The two walked towards the track and field stadium, while Wu De went to buy milk tea for Go Xingli. Before reaching the track and field stadium, Lin Sun found Su Qingshi standing not far away, as if waiting for something. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Lu Gang said expressionlessly. I'm going to warm up first. You guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, he walked away alone. Lin Sun walked quickly to the senior sister and said with a happy smile, Senior sister, who are you waiting for? When Su Qingshi saw him, her expression softened immediately. Wait for you. Lin Sun's heart softened. Is your roommate okay? She asked softly. Lin Sun smiled and said, It's okay. I just scraped some skin and bumped some bones, but it's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Su Qingshi nodded, and then she looked at Lin Sun. Well done. Lin Sun knew that she was talking about their competition, and he was immediately in a good mood. He approached the senior sister and said with a smile, Senior sister, since your boyfriend has done a good job, is there any reward? Award? Hearing this, Su Qingshi's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 140 Beauty Pageant Team. Award. Su Qingshi knew Lin Sun very well, and she knew what this guy was planning the moment he said this. No need to think about it. There must be something awkward in your mind. Her pretty face was shy, and she glared at him. In broad daylight, you have no shame. Lin Sun was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and said seriously, What's wrong with me doing intimate things to my girlfriend? He chuckled. And senior sister, didn't you wipe my sweat without considering other people's eyes just now? Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. Can this be the same? When she saw Lin Sun was so tired and pale, she felt so distressed that she ran over in a hurry without thinking about anything else. This little brother actually took advantage of the situation to make a fuss. I don't care. I've worked so hard. You have to give me some reward. Lin Sun used his cheating skills and moved his face closer. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him, but did not reject him. After looking around to see if there was anyone around, she quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Sun on the face. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. Lin Sun was immediately satisfied. He looked at Su Qingshi, who suddenly took a few steps back and looked at him warily. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Senior sister, I'm not a monster. What's with that expression? Su Qingshi snorted coldly. You are not a monster. You are a gangster. Every time this happened, she didn't have time to react before Lin Sun successfully attacked her, which made her defensive. Her coquettish look made Lin Sun feel itchy. After the aloof senior sister was with him, the coldness in her became less and less. Okay, I won't do bad things, okay? I'll do it when I get home. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi narrowed her eyes and said, Buy some durian over on the weekend. Ah! Lin Sun was stunned. Why buy durian? Su Qingshi didn't explain and turned to walk towards the playground. Lin Sun hurriedly followed and gently held Su Qingshi's hand. The latter's body visibly stiffened for a moment, but then he did not struggle and let him go. Hey! Lin Sun felt very happy. This was the first time he openly held Su Qingshi's hand on campus during the day. A few students were sitting together chatting not far away and suddenly saw this scene. Fuck! Is that the school beauty? Am I hallucinating? The school beauty holding hands with someone of the opposite sex? Oh my god! It's true! Oh my god! The school beauty is in love. Who is that boy? I want all his information. You don't even know him? He's Su Qingshi's rumored boyfriend. Their relationship has always been unclear, and there was a lot of buzz on the forum a while ago. Yeah, there must be a big boss behind this Lin Sun, who actually asked the school to clean up the forum. Damn it, is my youth going to end just like this? Tell Lao and Mo that I want to eat fish. When they got to a crowded place, Lin Sun let go of the senior sister's hand, but did not move away from her. Instead, he walked shoulder to shoulder with her. This scene also made passers-by look at them with envy and jealousy. Why? We are all the same, but you can chat and laugh with the school beauty? Let go of that girl, and let me come. Senior, it's your turn now. Lin Sun took a look at the situation and said to Su Qingshi. The latter nodded calmly. She hasn't exercised at home these days, but she is still confident. Sure, where have you been? It's your turn next. Jiang Yunxiao ran over. His eyes fell on Lin Sun, and he was speechless. It turns out that it's my junior brother here. Su Qingshi glanced at her and asked, What were you doing just now? Look handsome. I think I should be the one asking you this. Jiang Yunxiao subconsciously wanted to answer, but when he came to his senses, his eyes widened in anger. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. Oh, so you were looking at handsome guys. Senior sister Jiang, are you planning to have a boyfriend? Lin Sun asked curiously. Jiang Yunxiao rolled his eyes. Children, stay out of the adult business. When Lin Sun heard this, his eyes widened with anger. You seem to have a lot of opinions, an older single woman? Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yunxiao. What should I do if my best friend has a fight with her boyfriend? Well, my junior is younger, so help him. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly started to doubt his life and wailed. Ah, sure, you have changed. You were not like this before. An older single woman. You were good before? Of course, I'm kidding. People in their 20s are the prime of their youth. Su Qingshi ignored her and said to Lin Sun, I'll go get ready. She handed the phone to Lin Sun and asked him to keep it for safekeeping. Komeon, senpai. The next performer was Su Qingshi, and besides her, there were also Su Qing and several other girls. It has to be said that Su Qingshi and Su Qing alone attracted a lot of attention. Both of them are top beauties. Especially Su Qingshi. She is the goddess of Nanjing University, and it is the first time for her to wear such a figure-revealing outfit. She can be said to be a stunner, coupled with her angelic face. Her appearance directly overwhelms other opponents. Of course, Su Qing is not bad either. She is smaller than Su Qingshi and looks more like a loli. Her figure is not as explosive as Su Qingshi's, but very well proportioned, only slightly worse than Su Qingshi's. She is worthy of being the second goddess of the finance department. The other girls are good-looking, have good figures, and have good looks, but they only have one of these qualities and are not as dazzling as these two girls. But this group is really pleasing to the eye. It makes people think this is a beauty pageant, not a sports meet. Oh my God! Is that a contestant from the female finance department? She's so pretty. There are so many beautiful girls in the finance department. The campus belle of Soochow University is so pretty, much prettier than the belle in our department. Come on, school beauty. Come on, beautiful lady. The scene was a bit lively for a while. Lin Sun watched the scene expressionlessly. How are you, little brother? Are you sweating profusely? No one can match Shirshir's charm. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Sun proudly. The latter nodded in agreement. Senior Jiang is right. It is my honor to be able to pursue you as my girlfriend. Jiang Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. Then she thought, oh, that's right, her best friend has been taken by the junior. Is that girl your childhood sweetheart? Jiang Yunxiao suddenly pointed at Su Qing and asked Lin Sun. The latter was startled and looked at Su Qing in the direction she pointed. Su Qing? She is just my high school classmate, not my childhood sweetheart. TSK, this girl's figure is also good, just a little bit worse than mine. The second one on the left is also good, with a very thin waist. The fourth one's long legs seem to be about 1.1 meters long, right? Lin Sun was sweating profusely while listening to this. Senior Jiang, do you have to be so tough? How come you're more into women than Go Xingli? Go Xingli. Chapter 141, are you guys dating? Because this group of women's 100-meter selection contestants are all beauties. With a stunning beauty like Su Qingshi, it has attracted much attention. This also made them nervous. Even Su Qing felt the pressure at this time. Su Qingshi was the only one in the audience who looked calm and composed. She had participated in school level, city level, and national level competitions and had long been immune to such scenes. The referee was waiting on the side. He had to wait until the staff confirmed the list before announcing the start of the game. But he was also itching inside. There were so many beauties. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could get one of them as his girlfriend? Of course, he could only think of this in his mind, and his face showed the impartiality that a referee should have. Everyone, get set, beep. When the whistle sounded, the 8 girls rushed out immediately. Lin Sun and Jiang Yunxiao shouted excitedly, come on. At this time, Su Qingshi was running in the first place. Her pace was very standard, her speed was explosive, and her face was cold, which made her look so cool. Su Qing also has good physical fitness. She is also in the first echelon, ranking 3rd. 100 meters, just a dozen seconds, made the whole audience boil. Oh my God, this is too intense, isn't it? Senior sister Su is worthy of being the school belle. She is so outstanding in every aspect. Have you noticed that their ranking seems to be based on their appearance? Fuck. Now that you put it that way, it really seems to be. There were no sports students among the girls in the finance department, so Su Qingshi won the first place without any suspense with her advantages. Su Qing is 3rd. A girl with long legs came 2nd. After Su Qingshi crossed the finish line, she continued walking in small steps at a fast pace to prevent leg cramps. Senior Su, thank you for your hard work. You performed so well. Senior Su, you won first place. That's awesome. Senior, would you like some water? In response to everyone's praise, Su Qingshi nodded slightly with a blank expression. Thank you. Her look of keeping people at a distance made people afraid to approach her. The goddess can only be admired from afar and not approached. At this moment, a boy came over with a bottle of water in his hand. He smiled and said to Su Qingshi, "Thank you for your hard work, Qingshi. You've won honor for our student union by being first." The person who came was the president of the student union, Yu Qingxua. He heard that today was the day for the school sports meet selection, and that his ideal goddess was also participating in the event. So he rushed here without stopping after the meeting. He was fascinated by the scene of Su Qingshi on the court. Yu Qingxua was able to reach the position of student union president, which shows that he has some skills. He is also very outstanding and has won many certificates and medals. He also has very high standards for his partner. In all of Nanjing University, he feels that only Su Qingshi is worthy of him. Su Qingshi glanced at him with a cold expression and said, "You misunderstood. I only represent myself. It is true that she is the vice president of the student union, but she has no ulterior motive in participating in the school sports meet. It is purely out of her own interest." Yu Qingshua's face froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. His appearance also aroused discussions among the public. After all, Yu Qingxua could be said to be the campus hunk of Nanjing University. It was a very explosive thing to see the campus hunk and the campus belle in the same frame. Some girls looked at Yu Qingxua with loving eyes. As the school idol, naturally there were many girls who liked him. But everyone seems to know that the school hunk only likes the school belle. In order to avoid embarrassment, Yu Qingxua smiled and said, "You have worked hard anyway. I bought you some water." Su Qingshi said, "Thank you." But she didn't answer it. Instead, her eyes drifted away, as if waiting for something. Although Yu Qingxua was smiling at this time, it could be seen that his expression was a little stiff. The successive rejections showed that the school beauty had no interest in him at all. There were also sneers from all around. The boys already have a grudge against the student union president, and he also likes their goddess? Then hit cross out. Seeing him being humiliated, all the school beauty's admirers were immediately delighted. Suddenly, the school beauty's gaze changed. Her originally cold eyes became gentle after seeing something, with a hint of smile in the corners of her eyes. From everyone's perspective, the school beauty seemed to be smiling. What is she laughing at? Yu Qingshua's heart also moved. At this moment, Su Qingshi had no sharpness, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of obsession. However, he knew that the other party's gentleness was not directed at him, so he frowned and looked in the direction she followed her gaze. Not far away, a boy jogged over. He was also handsome and had a bottle of water in his hand. Lin Sun? Yu Qingzhao looked at this scene in surprise, and then his eyes darkened. Lin Sun ignored other people's gazes and trotted over to stop in front of the senior sister. He smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, congratulations on getting first place." A smile flashed across Su Qingshi's eyes. "It's just a selection." Lin Sun said seriously, "That's also excellent." Su Qingshi's eyes fell on the water in his hands. Lin Sun immediately handed the water to her, but suddenly felt something was wrong and unscrewed the bottle cap. "Senior, drink some water." The water was just ordinary mineral water. It was icy, and there were dewdrops on the bottle. Everyone looked like they were waiting for a good show, waiting for the school beauty to reject him. Who is this guy? Didn't he know that the school beauty just rejected the school hunk and student council president? And you're here to show your affection with a bottle of mineral water? Yu Qingxua stood aside with a calm expression, but his teeth were actually clenched tightly. He had a hunch that he would become a clown. Su Qingshi looked at her junior, whose forehead was still covered with sweat. It was obvious that he had hurriedly run to buy water after a competition. My heart softened, and I liked my junior even more. Although she also handed Lin Sun water to wipe his sweat after the competition, the two things were different. She felt touched when she was treated like this by her junior. "Thanks." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Qingshi took the mineral water and took a sip. Snap! Everyone felt heartbroken. What the hell? What's going on? No way, the school beauty is not really dating that boy, right? How could he be so worthy? Where's my 40-meter-long sword? Don't stop me, I want to fight him one-on-one. Ah, why? I'm obviously more handsome than him. You look so funny, how dare you say that? The crowd immediately erupted into heated discussion. Yu Qingzhou clenched his fists, and veins on his arms popped out, but he concealed his expression very well, revealing a far-fetched smile. Qingshi, are you two dating?" He asked a question that everyone wanted to know. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and pricked up their ears, fearing that they could not hear anything. Su Qingshi glanced at the other party and raised her eyebrows. Guess. Everyone looked as if they had eaten shit. Yu Qingxuo was also in a mess. Chapter 142, Go Xingli and Lin Miao Miao. After the selection was over, it is worth mentioning that Su Qingshi and Lu Gang were both selected to represent the department in the final school sports meeting. The school sports meet will be held in late November or early December, so there is still plenty of time. After registering, Lin Sun, Lu Gang, Su Qingshi, and Jiang Yunxiao left. School clinic. Go Xingli was lying on the bed. There was no sadness or pain on his face, but rather excitement and pride. Next to him were Lin Miao Miao, who was sitting, and Wu De, who was playing games. Lin Miao Miao was chatting with Go Xingli. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were actually talking and laughing. It was obvious that they were enemies glaring at each other before. It seems that Go Xingli is good at picking up girls, crossed out, and being funny. This was the scene that Lin Sun and his companions saw when they came in. They were shocked. What are you guys talking about? The subtext is, how did you guys start chatting? As soon as Go Xingli saw Lin Sun and Lu Gang, he wanted to get angry, but he didn't expect that Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao were following them and standing outside the door. Go Xingli immediately withdrew his nonsense. Interrupt the spell. You're back? Tizi Gongzi, have you been selected? Go Xingli asked. Lu Gang nodded. Then it's okay as long as you have legs, right? He then said, let's go and have some food. Go Xingli nodded. At this time, Lin Miao Miao stood up suddenly. She hesitated for a moment and said, since your friend is here, I'll leave first. Just leaving? I have a follow-up to that story. How about adding me on WeChat first? Go Xingli said with a wink. With so many people watching and Go Xingli asking for her WeChat in person, Lin Miao Miao's pretty face quickly became hot, and she lowered her head and walked away. Lin Sun and Lu Gang looked at each other, both looking at the scene in surprise. What's going on? When did you two become so familiar with each other? It was obvious that they wanted to tear each other apart when they met before. Go Xingli blew his bangs proudly and said, you guys don't understand. This is the effect of having high emotional intelligence. Several people. Wu De said with a smile. Brother Go Sheng was sitting here bored, so he forced the girl to chat. She was a little reluctant at first, but then she was led astray by him, and they started chatting about dirty jokes and scares. He just watched this happen and had a say. 666. Lin Sun and Lu Gang gave a thumbs up. Humph. Is there anything else to say? I have it in my hands. Go Xingli looked very proud. At this time, Jiang Yunxiao came in and said, are you guys going to eat? The get out of class is about to end. The cafeteria is always full at 12 o'clock in school. Hello, senior. Go Xingli quickly greeted. Jiang Yunxiao smiled and said, hello. You performed very well. Go Xingli lowered his head shyly. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Lin Sun and the others were too embarrassed to watch this guy actually having such a shy side. I don't know why, but he was fine when facing other senior students. But as soon as he saw Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao, Go Xingli became dispirited and didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention him, Lu Gang and Wu De both felt a little restrained. But everyone's acquaintance starts as strangers, right? Wu De supported Go Xingli and walked in front. Lu Gang was helping him carry things, and Lin Sun and the senior student were behind. Jiang Yunxiao speechlessly looked at the two people who were eager to stick together. Does she need to retreat? But since she could have a free meal, she resisted the urge. The group arrived at the cafeteria, where more and more people were already filling up. Seeing the school beauty being followed by several boys, the students passing by were stunned. It seems that the pictures of the school beauty and the freshmen in the same frame have been appearing more and more frequently recently. What is their relationship? A few people found a place to sit down, and Lin Sun, Lu Gang, and others went to get their food. Jiang Yunxiao enjoyed a meal with Lin Sun and had a smiling expression on his face. This was what Lin Sun promised her, and he felt that Senior Jiang had helped him a lot in his pursuit of senior girls, so it was okay to treat her to a few meals. In addition to cooking the food that the senior liked, Lin Sun also thoughtfully served her a bowl of pork rib soup with chopped green onion and coriander. Thanks. Su Qingshi looked at the young man who was busying around for her and said softly. Lin Sun smiled at her and said, you have used up too much energy today. Eat more, senior sister. The same to you. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly pouted. Little brother, you are biased. Why don't I have soup? Lin Sun's face was dark. Senior Jiang, if you want some soup, just go get it. It's about 6 or 7 meters behind you. Just kidding, senior sister Jiang is obviously trying to make trouble. If he falls for it, she will be extremely jealous, and he will be the one who suffers in the end. Jiang Yunxiao had an undisguised cunning look in his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a cold gaze suddenly came over. You don't have hands? If you don't have hands, find a boyfriend to serve you. Su Qingshi said coldly. Jiang Yunxiao shrank his neck and lowered his head in shame. Okay, senior sister Jiang, let me serve you some soup. What kind of soup would you like to drink? Go Xingli was sitting opposite and stood up when he saw this. Lin Sun almost spit out a mouthful of rice, but he held it back and started coughing violently. Jiang Yunxiao said with shame, No, 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 no. What are you doing here as an injured patient? I was just kidding. The 12 o'clock bell rang in the campus, announcing the end of the morning classes. A few minutes later, more and more students poured into the cafeteria. After a few boys came in, they were about to walk through the aisle between Lin Sun and the others, but they happened to see Su Qingshi's beautiful face. They were frightened at once and quickly changed direction. What the hell, why is the school beauty eating here? Su Qingshi's face was calm, and she ate her meal as if nothing had happened, without any fluctuation at all by the reactions of the crowd. Jiang Yunxiao is a very open-minded girl. She will not meddle in other people's affairs unless they provoke her. The people in 307 felt a little restrained. After all, several people who came in from the door looked at them. It felt weird to be stared at by everyone. Fortunately, Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao sat opposite each other, and Lin Sun was the only one next to Su Qingshi, while the others sat one seat apart. Everyone was just looking at the school beauty. The school beauty is dressed very hotly today. She is only wearing a vest. Isn't her figure too sexy? Some people raised their mobile phones and quietly took pictures of the scene. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun calmly and said, I'm full. She immediately turned to look at Jiang Yunxiao, who was eating without any image. The latter froze, then reluctantly put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said weakly, I'm full too. Lin Sun understood. Then senior sisters, go back and be careful. The way she is dressed now is really not suitable for staying here. He also didn't want such an alluring senior to be exposed to other people's eyes. Lin Sun watched the senior leave, then looked at his roommates and said, Let's eat. Chapter 143 College Life is Great. After Friday's selection, the 4 players of 307 resumed their slump. Oh, it's Friday without classes, so convenient. Go Xingli sat down on the chair and turned on the computer immediately. Brothers, it's time to log in. Because they took leave to attend the school sports meet selection and avoided the morning classes, they did not have classes on Friday afternoon, so they could be said to have spent the weekend early. Lin Sun looked at his large movements and said, Pay attention to your knee. It will take 100 days to heal a broken bone. Oh, it's just a knee. Well, you are right. This is a work-related injury, so from now on my 3 meals a day will be given to you. Go Xingli changed his tone and said with a smile, You mean to say that a mere knee injury is not worth mentioning? I understand. You don't need to explain. Lu Gang said lightly. Go Xingli glared at him. Gangzi, I'm a patient. He is also the head of dormitory 307. Lu Gang gave him a look and told him to figure it out himself. Stop talking nonsense and get on the stage. Lin Sun waved the phone in his hand. I have to go to my senior sister's place tonight, so I won't play anymore. Lu Gang said calmly. I made an appointment with Zhao Jieheba. Wu De quickly said, I want to do the design. Go Xingli. Well, he is the only one who is free. Lin Sun made an appointment with her senior on WeChat to have dinner at the rental house tonight. He took a shower first, packed his things, dressed handsomely, and went out under the sad and angry gazes of his roommates. Gangzi, no. Xiaowu, please lock the door at night. We are the only 2 living in this dormitory. I don't feel safe. Second, Lu Gang. Lin Sun arrived at the south gate of the school in a very good mood. Su Qingshi was already waiting for him at the door. Senior, sorry for the wait. Su Qingshi wore a pleated skirt, revealing a section of her fair calves, which made people reluctant to look away once they fell on them. A pair of white sneakers matched people's yearning for the goddess in their hearts. As he approached the senior, Lin Sun smelled of fragrance. Senior sister, you smell so good, Lin Sun said with a smile. He also uses shower gel every day, but why do girls always have stronger body scent than boys? Su Qingshi said calmly. It's just the smell of shower gel. What brand? Can I use the same brand as my senior? Lin Sun's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. Su Qingshi looked at him and nodded. Okay, I'll buy it for you later. Thank you, senior. Lin Sun laughed happily. Well, it's okay to let my girlfriend buy things for herself occasionally. After all, what's hers is mine, and what's mine is hers. The security guard on duty kept looking at the two of them. After all, Su Qingshi was so famous, and they all knew her. When they saw her with a boy, they immediately became curious and gossiped. That girl is the school beauty of our school, right? Does she have a boyfriend? That young man is also a stranger. He is lucky. Hey, that brat of mine doesn't stand a chance. What are you thinking, Lao Wang? Your yellow-haired guy wants to get his hands on the school beauty. What's wrong with Huang Mao? Don't look at people with such discrimination. Damn it, give me back the bag of soft clouds I gave you the other day. Su Qingshi and Lin Sun got into the white Audi. Su Qingshi was still driving, and the car slowly drove away from the campus. Inside the car, Lin Xuandong looked around and sighed. Senior, I want to get a driver's license. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and then nodded. It is indeed time to take the exam. Driving was too tiring, so she wanted to sit in the passenger seat with Lin Sun. Lin Sun immediately decided to take a driving test. Su Qingshi introduced him to some relevant matters, and Lin Sun also downloaded the driving test manual. If you want to pass the test quickly, there's no need to solve thousands of questions. Just become a member and solve 500 classic questions. Su Qingshi took the time to glance at him. Oh. Lin Sun listened to what her senior said and directly paid for membership. It takes more than 10 minutes to get from the school to the vegetable market. Su Qingshi parked the car on the side of the road, and the two walked into the vegetable market hand in hand. This was the second time the two of them came to the vegetable market, but after last time they also knew where the vegetables were. Su Qingshi brought Lin Sun to a fish stall with a clear goal. Boss, how much is luo fei? Su Qingshi spoke lightly. There was a smile in Lin Sun's eyes. The senior student had already remembered that he loved to eat tilapia. Seeing Su Qingshi, who was like a star, the uncles and aunts all became enthusiastic. Girl, you are so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? Asked the fish stall owner with a smile. The boss probably forgot that these two people came here to buy fish last time. After all, with so many guests coming and going, who would care about a little girl at that age when they have to work hard to make a living? Lin Sun raised the hand he was holding with his senior sister and said with a smile, Boss, she is my girlfriend. Oh, so that's the case. The boy is handsome. You two are a perfect match. The boss said with a smile. Lin Sun felt relieved after hearing this and thanked him with a smile. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun with a smile in her eyes. The little man was quite good at asserting his sovereignty. After weighing a piece of tilapia, the two went to buy vegetables. The looks of the two are like celebrities entering a village. They become the focus wherever they go and attract everyone's discussion. Senior, we seem to attract attention wherever we go, Lin Sun said with some emotion while carrying the vegetables. Su Qingshi said calmly, What can we do? She really has no choice. Even wearing a mask only reduces her charm a little. The looming beauty is the most fatal temptation. Wearing a mask makes people want to know what kind of beauty is underneath the mask. From now on, I will go out to buy groceries by myself. You just stay at home, senior sister. Lin Sun suddenly said seriously. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Isn't it good for two people? Lin Sun stared at her beautiful face that brought disaster to the country and the people. I really want to hide you at home and not let others see a single bit of you. Su Qingshi's lips curled up. A domineering man. Girl, are you stars from a movie? An old man suddenly approached. Su Qingshi shook her head. No, we're just regular college students. The old man chuckled and said, Hey, my daughter is a singer. You can usually see her on TV. I've seen a lot of celebrities. You look like them. Thank you, uncle. We are just college students who came here to have fun. Lin Sun said with a smile. He felt very happy chatting with these uncles and aunts. In the past, when he was in the community, he had a good relationship with the elderly people there. College life is great. The old man smiled and said, Would you like 2 pounds of bean sprouts? Lin Sun looked a little strange. Uncle, I didn't expect you to be such an uncle. Bean sprouts. How about making grilled fish? Su Qingshi suddenly suggested. When Lin Sun heard this, he quickly said, Listen to senior sister. When the old man heard this, a smile immediately broke out on his face. Chapter 144? Isn't that too much? Entering the familiar cottage again, Lin Sun has gradually regarded it as his second home in South City. You sit down, I'll cook this time. Su Qingshi pointed at the sofa and motioned Lin Sun to sit over. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He thought the senior would let him do it, but he didn't expect that she actually wanted to cook herself. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten the food cooked by my senior yet. Okay, senior sister, I'll help you. It was impossible for Lin Sun to wait for dinner and let his senior sister do the cooking alone. Seeing this, Su Qingshi did not refuse. She took an apron and put it on. She tied up her long black hair and clipped it into a bun. She looked so elegant and had the flavor of a mature woman. There was a hint of obsession in Lin Sun's eyes. The sight of his senior sister really made his heart beat. Su Qingshi washed the vegetables she bought with ease, while Lin Sun volunteered to process the 1-pound tilapia. Clean the internal organs, cut the tilapia from the back, make a few cuts on the fish body with a kitchen knife, and marinate with salt. Soon, the ingredients were prepared, and Lin Sun also cleaned the spatula. Komeon, senpai. Lin Sun looked at her expectantly. Su Qingshi's face was calm. She straightened her sleeves and heated oil in a pan. She also cooks regularly, and she knows quite a few styles of cooking. Her hands are very beautiful, as if she has never done any housework. But actually that's not the case. She is very capable. Watching the senior putting the vegetables into the pot in an orderly manner, making a sizzling sound, Lin Sun stood at the door and couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to take a picture of the scene. What are you filming? Su Qingshi spoke lightly and noticed Lin Sun's little action. Lin Sun smiled slightly. I want to take a picture of my senior sister cooking. He wanted to record every detail of his senior's life. It doesn't look good. Although Su Qingshi did not reject it, she still said it. It looks good, senior sister. You have no idea how charming you are now. Lin Sun looked at the photos he had taken. Well, his technique was still very good. Come and give me a hand. Okay. More than half an hour later, all the food was served. Lin Sun looked at the grilled fish on the big plate. His eyes lit up, and he gave the senior a thumbs up. Senior, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. It's okay. I do it occasionally. Su Qingshi spoke calmly, but there was a hint of pride on her face. Try it. Lin Sun picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and praised while chewing. It's delicious. After saying that, he picked up a little more. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then curiously picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth. The taste is a bit salty, and although the outside is fragrant, the meat inside is not very flavorful. It can only be said to be average. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun and felt relieved to see that he was enjoying his meal. Fortunately, my junior is not picky about food. Well, this boyfriend is okay. Thinking of this, her eyes softened. What's wrong, senior? Lin Sun's heart melted when he was suddenly looked at gently by his senior schoolmate. Eat more. Good. After dinner, of course, Lin Sun was responsible for washing the dishes. Su Qingshi lay lazily on the sofa and turned on the TV, but her mind was not on the TV. She glanced at the man busy in the kitchen from time to time. That strange feeling of warmth and fulfillment returned. This feeling seems pretty good. After Comrade Lin Sun finished washing the dishes, he suddenly glanced at the senior schoolmate lying dead in the hall, smiled knowingly, then took out his cell phone and opened the text message. There was an unread message on it. I clicked it and saw 6 words. Master, I'm ready. Seeing this, a hint of anticipation flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. Lin Sun put away his phone and walked out of the kitchen. Sitting naturally next to the senior student, the two of them didn't speak, just watching TV quietly. It seemed that they were watching TV seriously, but also seemed to be in a daze. After a few minutes, Lin Sun's mind became active, and he looked at his senior. The latter had a calm expression, but she also noticed his gaze, so she moved aside as if nothing had happened, away from Lin Sun. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun's face suddenly became dark, and he moved closer to the senior sister again. Su Qingshi moved to the side again, and the two of them pulled back and forth, and finally the senior sister reached the edge of the sofa. Senior sister, if you move any further you will fall, Lin Sun said with a smile. Su Qingshi glanced at her. Childish. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and moved closer to her. What? Su Qingshi's voice was no longer calm, but rather a little hurried. Lin Sun could feel her body tense up in an instant. Isn't the senior sister so cute? She is so nervous, but she can talk without any expression. She is worthy of being a senior sister. Wakakaka, the little white rabbit still wants to escape? Senior, I'm thinking about that. Which one? That. Su Qingshi looked at him and said, Junior brother, Don't say something that could be easily misunderstood. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cunning. Misunderstanding? What did you think of? I just missed you. Su Qingshi's face froze, and then she said expressionlessly, Why do you miss me? Am I not here? I want Senior to kiss me. Comrade Lin Sun approached slowly. Su Qingshi leaned back slightly, and her devilish curves stretched out with her movements, making her extremely seductive. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became hot. Suddenly I want to eat meat. What should I do? Row! The senior student complained in a low voice. In this regard, she has always been in a passive position, with the rhythm easily led by her junior and controlled by him. Senior. Lin Sun's voice was coaxing. Su Qingshi's pretty face turned red in an instant, and she looked extremely adorable. You close your eyes. A wolf light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and he closed his eyes obediently. Su Qingshi looked at this obedient junior. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and then she slowly approached the other's face. But just as she approached Lin Sun's lips and was about to kiss him, a hint of cunning suddenly flashed in her eyes. Lin Sun closed his eyes and waited for the senior sister's tenderness. He could feel the senior sister's breath, with her unique scent, which easily touched his heartstrings. But he was a little confused. Why don't you kiss me? Junior, why is there a grain of rice on your face? The sudden voice startled Lin Sun, and he quickly opened his eyes. The senior sister's face was very close to him. The latter looked at him slyly, stretched out his hand, and touched his face, and there really was a grain of rice. Lin Sun smiled awkwardly. Maybe I didn't pay attention when I was eating just now. Be careful next time, Su Qingshi said, and was about to stand up and step back. Suddenly, Lin Sun grabbed the latter's slender waist and brought her into his arms with a little force. Su Qingshi's face was obviously flustered. Senior, if you help me wipe off the rice grains, I have to give you a reward. Isn't that too much? Lin Sun smiled evilly and suddenly kissed those jelly-soft cherry lips accurately. Chapter 145, I will support you. What to do after eating and drinking. Of course, it's to do something meaningful. Lin Sun walked out of the rental house, holding the hand of his senior. Su Qingshi no longer had the image of a cold goddess. The blush on her face had not faded yet. Although she pretended to be calm, the hint of anger she occasionally revealed when she looked at Lin Sun made her look charming and attractive. Senior, I heard that the night market at Shaojin Lake is officially open tonight. There was a hint of anticipation in Lin Sun's eyes. Su Qingshi was slightly stunned. Why don't I know? She is a native resident of the rental house here, but she is not as well-informed as her junior. Lin Sun smiled and said, Maybe senior sister has been too busy these days. Shaojin Lake is not far from here, only 2 or 3 kilometers away. The environment there is good. Su Qingshi has been there several times. It could be used as a good place to relax and check in. And now, with the addition of a night market, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, Aren't you full? Lin Sun chuckled and said, We have to go and take a look. After all, it has just been opened, and it is only 2 or 3 kilometers away. We can walk there to help digest the food. He opened his cell phone and saw that it was exactly 8 o'clock. It's a 2 or 3 kilometer walk, and it takes less than half an hour to get there. Su Qingshi did not refuse. If Lin Sun wanted to leave, she would accompany him to the end. The two of them were like a loving young couple, holding hands and swinging. Of course, it was Lin Sun who was swinging, and the senior student would not do such a cute move, but just passively accepted it. Well, it's quite comfortable to swing on. Senior, are there many classes in the 3rd year? A breeze blew, ruffling Su Qingshi's hair by her ears. She raised her hands and gently held them over her ears. The scene was beautiful. Fine. We have a lot of freshman classes, but they are all relatively basic knowledge. Lin Sun thought of something and said with a bitter face, I didn't know why so many college students complained about early 8 before, but now I know. Su Qingshi smiled faintly. It's normal. When you reach your sophomore year, you will have more courses, and they are all professional courses, involving deeper aspects of the financial market. Lin Sun asked curiously, Senior, can you really start a successful business by studying this major? Su Qingshi stopped, tilted her head, and asked him, You climb over a wall? What's on the other side of the wall? Road. Lin Sun was puzzled. Su Qingshi shook her head. No answer. She took another step and said, You have enough money, so don't worry about starting a business. A few dark lines flashed across Lin Sun's face. This is what the senior said. Senior, Have you won many awards? A little bit. Is this award easy to get? Billion. Lin Sun's question also reminded her of when she first started college. That was her first time participating in a large-scale competition. She stood out from more than 20 talented students in the department and represented the finance department in the municipal speech contest. She won the first prize with great difficulty after overcoming all obstacles. That success also made her more confident and gradually made her famous in Nanjing University. Before that, people only paid attention to her appearance and gave her the title of Campus Belle of the freshman year. Nanjing University also had a campus belle at that time, but she has graduated now. Su Qingshi, who came from behind, was undoubtedly more successful and more dazzling than the other. Scholarships are plentiful. Join the Communist Youth League and the party and get national certificates. If she wanted at that time, she could have been the president of the student union, but she was not interested. Now, she has no interest in these things. Her resume can fill up 2 pages, and she can go to any company. If Lin Sun hadn't appeared, she might have been starting her own business now. However, ever since she established a relationship with Lin Sun, she realized that she seemed to be missing something during her youth. Dating with her junior made her feel like she was being taken care of, and that feeling gradually made her dependent on him. So she wanted to stop and wait for the boy. Comrade Lin Sun said firmly, "Then I want to be as good as my senior sister." Su Qingshi smiled. "Your family is the richest." This identity is enough to make him lie down and waste his life. But she also doesn't like that kind of Lin Sun. She doesn't mind that the other party is a rich second generation, but he must have positive values and be willing to make progress. Only then can she accept him. Lin Sun said seriously, "I think this has nothing to do with whether my family is the richest or not. Senior sister, my parents have let me go for 18 years. Before that, I worked very hard to become a successful person. After my family's identity was exposed, I admit that I was eroded by satisfaction and wanted to give up." After a pause, he continued, "But I thought about it carefully. I can't let myself down for all these years of hard work, and I can't let my family down. So, I have to create my own career." When she was excited, Su Qingshi could even feel the other person's grip on her hand gradually getting tighter. She suddenly leaned gently into Lin Sun's arms and whispered, "You don't have to force yourself. The identity of the richest man is not the burden you think. On the contrary, this identity can give you many conveniences. As long as you use it properly, you don't have to feel any psychological burden." Lin Sun felt a little warm in his heart. He ruffled the senior sister's hair and said, "Senior sister, if you are with me, will you have any thoughts about me because of my family's identity?" "Won't. I am no worse than anyone else." The girl answered without any hesitation, calmly and casually, as if she was stating an undeniable fact. "Junior, it doesn't matter if you fail. I can support you." Su Qingshi raised her head, her pretty and cold face facing him, but her eyes did not seem cold. Lin Sun's heart was about to melt. He lowered his head and pecked the senior sister's pink lips, chuckling. "What should I do? Now that you mention it, I think I'm going to fail. Being supported by a senior schoolmate seems to be pretty good." Su Qingshi said calmly, "Sure." Lin Sun shook his head and smiled, patting the senior sister on the back. "Okay, let's go to the night market to eat barbecue." The two separated, then held hands and walked again. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Shaojin Lake and could smell the aroma of various snacks from 100 meters away. This made Lin Sun's appetite grow. Jiang should like this place." Su Qingshi said something nonsensical. Lin Sun nodded. "My sons will like this place too." The night market has just opened, and there are several urban management officers patrolling around. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, and it's already packed. Barbecue, sugar-fried chestnuts, deep-fried squid, meat stew. Oh, everything you need. Lin Sun looked at the grilled pork penis on the left, the grilled oysters on the right, and then at the senior sister. He almost drooled. Su Qingshi couldn't help but look at the newly opened night market. The dazzling array of delicious food made her a little hungry.